Chapter 23 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Intervention in Damascus. The struggle against Swiss discrimination. The Jewish community of the United States as a whole had no difficulties with the outside world, and no serious internal problems in the period of expansion which is treated in this part. The results of the treaty between our government and that of Russia, which was concluded in 1832, in which the rights of American Jews to enter Russia on the same conditions as other American citizens were not safeguarded as explicitly as ought to have been done in dealing with a power so unfriendly to the Jews, had not become apparent until nearly a half-century afterwards, and must be ascribed more to oversight and ignorance of Russia's treatment of Jews than to willful neglect. Several unfavorable local decisions against Jews as such, mostly in cases of violation of Sunday laws or of exemption claimed by Jews from attending court on Saturday, were of an immediately more painful nature, but this question also did not become acute until a much later period, when there grew up communities containing large, poor Orthodox masses, for whom the observance of 2 days' rest was a great economic hardship. An occasional objection to a public functionary's forgetfulness about there being other citizens than Christians, which was sometimes noticed on Thanksgiving Day proclamations, would soon itself be forgotten by Jew and Gentile alike. The Jews were occasioning and experiencing very little difficulties, contributing to the work of developing the country, and thus unconsciously assisting in preparing themselves and the general population for the larger influx of immigrants which were to come later. The Jews of America were therefore prepared to participate with the Jews of Western Europe in arousing public sympathy and causing diplomatic intervention in the case of the 13 unfortunate Jews of Damascus, who were imprisoned and tortured under the blood accusation of 1840. While the distance and the absence of the present means of quick communication delayed the action taken by the Jews of America until after the necessary assistance was rendered by European governments, at the instance of the most influential Jews of England and France, the steps taken by the Jews here, and the noble response of the government under President Martin Van Buren, 1782 to 1862, is of real historical value, and has been so regarded by Jost. It was for the first time that the Jews of the United States interested themselves and enlisted the interest of the government in the cause of suffering of Jews in another part of the world, and thus participated in that consolidation of the Jewish public spirit which resulted from this memorable occurrence, and which justifies the statement made by Mr. Jacobs that, in a measure, modern Jewish history may be said to date from the Damascus affair of 1840. There were now emancipated Jews in some countries who not only dared to come out in open protest against anti-Jewish outrages in other countries, but could also interest civilized governments to take official notice of such outrages, something unknown in former times. The American government, on its part, did not even wait for the request of the Jews to intercede in behalf of the victims of barbarous cruelty, but of its own accord it sent instructions to its representatives in Turkey and in Egypt to do all in their power for the unfortunate Jews. The first meeting of Jews, for the purpose of uniting in an expression of sympathy for their brethren at Damascus, and of taking such steps as may be necessary to procure for them equal and impartial justice, was held in New York on August 19, 1840, and a letter containing the resolution which was adopted there was sent to President Van Buren under the date of August 24th, to which the following reply was received. Washington, August 26, 1840. Messrs. J.B. Kersheet, Chairman, and Theodore J. Sykes, Secretary. Gentlemen, The President has referred to this department your letter of the 24th of this month, communicating a resolution unanimously adopted at a meeting of the Israelites in the city of New York, held for the purpose of uniting in an expression of sentiment on the subject of the persecution of their brethren in Damascus. By his direction, I have the honor to inform you that the heart-rending scenes which took place at Damascus had previously been brought to the notice of the President by a communication from our consul at that place. In consequence thereof, a letter of instruction was immediately written to our consul at Alexandria, a copy of which is herewith transmitted for your satisfaction. About the same time, our charge d'affaires at Constantinople was instructed to interpose his good offices in behalf of the oppressed and persecuted race of the Jews in the Ottoman dominions, among whose kindred are found some of the most worthy and patriotic of our own citizens, and the whole subject, which appeals so strongly to the universal sentiment of justice and humanity, was earnestly recommended to his zeal and discretion. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, very respectfully, your obedient servant, John Forsyth. The letter by Mr. John Forsyth, 1780 to 1841, to the consul, which is mentioned in the above communication, was as follows: Washington, August 14, 1840. John Glidden, Esquire, United States Consul at Alexandria, Egypt. Sir, in common with all civilized nations, the people of the United States have learned with horror the atrocious crimes imputed to the Jews of Damascus, and the cruelties of which they have been the victims. The President fully participates in the public feeling, and he cannot refrain from expressing equal surprise and pain that in this advanced age such unnatural practices could be ascribed to any portion of the religious world, and such barbarous measures to be resorted to in order to compel the confession of imputed guilt. The offenses with which these unfortunate people are charged resemble too much those which, in less enlightened times, were made the pretexts of fanatical persecution or mercenary extortion, to permit a doubt that they are equally unfounded. The President has witnessed, with the most lively satisfaction, the effort of several of the Christian governments of Europe to suppress or mitigate these horrors, and he has learned with no common gratification their partial success. He is moreover anxious that the active sympathy and generous interposition of the government of the United States should not be withheld from so benevolent an object, and he has accordingly directed me to instruct you to employ, should the occasion arise, all those good offices and efforts which are compatible with discretion and your official character, to the end that justice and humanity may be extended to these persecuted people whose cry of distress has reached our shores. I am, sir, your obedient servant, John Forsyth. The following letter was addressed to David Porter, 1780 to 1843, the father of Admiral David D. Porter, who was then United States Minister to Turkey. Department of State, Washington, August 17, 1840. David Porter, Esquire. Sir, in common with the people of the United States, the President has learned with profound feelings of surprise and pain the atrocious cruelties which have been practiced upon the Jews of Damascus and Rhodes, in consequence of charges extravagant and strikingly similar to those which in less enlightened ages were made pretexts for the persecution and spoliation of these unfortunate people. As the scene of these barbarities are in the Mohammedan dominions, and as such inhuman practices are not of an infrequent occurrence in the East, the President has directed me to instruct you to do everything in your power with the government of His Imperial Highness the Sultan, to whom you are accredited, consistent with discretion and your diplomatic character, to prevent or mitigate these horrors, the bare recital of which has caused a shudder throughout the civilized world, and in an especial manner to direct your philanthropic efforts against the employment of torture in order to compel the confession of imputed guilt. The President is of the opinion that from no one can such generous endeavors proceed with such propriety and effect as from the representative of a friendly power, whose institutions, political and civil, place upon the same footing the worshippers of God, of every faith and form, acknowledging no distinction between the Mohammedan, the Jew, and the Christian. Should you, in carrying out these instructions, find it necessary or proper to address yourself to any of the Turkish authorities, you will refer to this distinctive characteristic of our government, as investing with a peculiar propriety and right the interposition of your good offices in behalf of an oppressed and persecuted race, among whose kindred are found some of the most worthy and patriotic of our citizens. In communicating to you the wishes of the President, I do not think it advisable to give you more explicit and minute instructions, but earnestly commend to your zeal and discretion a subject which appeals so strongly to the universal sentiments of justice and humanity. I am, sir, your obedient servant, John Forsyth. The Jews of Philadelphia held, on August 27th, a meeting for the same purpose in the vestry of the Mikwa Israel Synagogue, at which were present, besides the prominent Jews of the city, several representative Christian clergymen, Dr. Ducachet, rector of St. Stephen's, Dr. Ramsey, a Presbyterian minister, and the Reverend Mr. Kennedy, all of whom spoke. Isaac Leeser was the principal orator, and he argued that as both Christianity and Islam are derived from Judaism, if the last advocated ritual murder, the daughter religions would equally be guilty of the same practice. He contrasted the position of the Eastern Jews with that of their brethren in this happy land, and declared that while the Jews everywhere felt themselves true citizens of the lands in which they dwelt, they still retained full sympathy with their co-religionists throughout the world, especially when charges were brought against them which affected the honor and good fame of their religion. A series of resolutions were adopted and sent to Washington, whence Mr. Forsyth replied in similar terms to those he had used in his letter to the Jews of New York, and likewise enclosed a copy of his letter to Consul Glidden at Alexandria. Another meeting was held in Richmond, Virginia, where a resolution was adopted thanking the President for the prompt and handsome manner in which he has acted in reference to the persecution practiced upon our brethren in Damascus. The Jews of the United States were also in open sympathy with the liberal movement in Central Europe, especially in Germany, which culminated in the revolutions of the year 1848. While there was no active cooperation or direct assistance in those times of slow communication, those who wrote from America described the conditions prevailing here as well nigh ideal from the liberal point of view. A poem by Sigmund Herzl, entitled Auf nach Amerika, which appeared in the Central Organ, published in Vienna in 1848 by Isidor Busch, born in Prague, Bohemia, 1822, arrived in New York 1849, died in St. Louis, Missouri, 1898, in which America is described as a place where true brotherly love reigns supreme, where ignorance and base prejudice are entirely unknown, may be taken as an example of the expression of that sentiment. When the great Jewish champion of the liberal movement in Germany, Gabriel Rieser, born in Hamburg, Germany, 1806, died there 1863, visited America in 1856, he was greeted by many former German revolutionary soldiers, both Jewish and Christian, and in New York they gave a public dinner in his honor. German Jews in Philadelphia formed a Rieser Club, which existed for a number of years. The first diplomatic difficulties which the government of the United States experienced on account of discrimination against its Jewish citizens occurred about this time, and strangely enough, it was not with Russia, but with the Swiss Confederation. A general convention between the two republics was drawn and signed at Bern, November 25, 1850, by Mr. A. Dudley Mann, American Minister to Switzerland, on the part of the United States, and by Messrs. Drouet and Frey Harrasay, on the part of the Swiss Confederation. This treaty and a copy of the instructions under which Mr. Mann acted, together with his dispatch of November 30th, 1850, explanatory of the Articles of Convention, were transmitted to the United States Senate on February 13, 1851, by President Millard Fillmore, 1800 74. Neither the treaty nor the papers accompanying it were ever made public, the ban of secrecy imposed by the Senate having never been removed. But President Fillmore himself, in the message transmitting the treaty, objected to it in the form in which it was presented. He said, "There is a decisive objection arising from the last clause in the first article. That clause is in these words: On account of the tenor of the Federal Constitution of Switzerland, Christians alone are entitled to the enjoyment of the privileges guaranteed by the present article in the Swiss cantons, but said cantons are not prohibited from extending the same privileges to citizens of the United States of other religious persuasions." It is quite certain, continues the President, that neither by law nor by treaty nor by any other official proceeding is it competent for the government of the United States to establish any distinction between its citizens founded on differences in religious beliefs. Any benefit or privilege conferred by law or treaty on one must be common to all, and we are not at liberty, on a question of such vital interest and plain constitutional duty, to consider whether the particular case is one in which substantial inconvenience or injustice might ensue. It is enough that an inequality would be sanctioned, hostile to the institutions of the United States, and inconsistent with the Constitution and the laws. Nor can the government of the United States rely on the individual cantons of Switzerland for extending the same privileges to other citizens of the United States as this article extends to Christians. It is indispensable not only that every privilege granted to any of the citizens of the United States should be granted to all, but also that the grant of such privileges should stand upon the same stipulation and assurance by the whole Swiss Confederation as those of other articles of the Convention. The two most prominent men in American public life at that time, Senator Henry Clay, 1777 to 1852, and Secretary of State Daniel Webster, 1782 to 1852, strongly disapproved the discrimination which the proposed treaty provided. The former wrote, "I disapprove entirely the restrictions limiting certain provisions of the treaty, under the operation of which a respectable portion of our fellow citizens would be excluded from their benefits. This is not the country nor the age in which unjust prejudices should receive any countenance." Webster wrote about the same time to a Jew who addressed him on the subject, presumably J. M. Cardozo. The objections against certain specialties of the Swiss Convention concerning the Israelites, which you urge in your letter to me, have not escaped the attention of the Department, and I hasten to inform you that they will be laid before the Senate with the Convention. The letter is dated February 11, 1851. In the meantime, although it was asserted on behalf of Switzerland that the discriminations which it insisted upon were only a precautionary measure, a safeguard against the immense itinerant Jewish population of Alsace, the two cantons of Basel vigorously executed a decree of banishment against the Jews, which was promulgated November 17, 1851. The law was suspended for a few months because of a note sent by Emperor Napoleon III to the Council of the Federation, in which he said that France will expel all Swiss citizens established in France in case the two cantons should insist on carrying out this law against the Jews. But while the negotiations were pending, the two cantons carried out the law of expulsion, and no further steps were taken by France. About this time there was set on foot in this country a movement to procure religious toleration abroad for American citizens generally. It appears to have been aimed at the persecution of American Protestants in Catholic countries, and the movement to secure redress in this direction culminated in a resolution introduced in the House of Representatives December 13, 1852, by John A. Wilcox of Mississippi, which declared that the representatives of this government at foreign courts be instructed to urge such amendments of all existing treaties between the United States and the other powers of the world as will secure the same liberty of religious worship to all American citizens residing under foreign flags, which is guaranteed to all citizens of every nation of the whole world who reside under the flag of our Union. Objection was made to this resolution as an encroachment upon the powers of the Executive, and action was delayed for a long time. A resolution of a similar nature, which was reported to the Senate from the Committee on Foreign Relations February 17, 1853, met the same fate. But all these discussions had the effect of the Senate refusing to ratify the treaty with Switzerland in the form in which it was sent to it. Mr. Mann thereupon proceeded to negotiate another treaty, which, while striking from it the clause objected to by the President and the other notable men mentioned above, yet in another form inserted a clause, the effect of which was the same as that of the clause which had been stricken out. Article 1 of this new treaty read as follows: The citizens of the United States of America and the citizens of Switzerland shall be admitted and treated upon a footing of reciprocal equality in the two countries, where such admission and treatment shall not conflict with the constitutional or legal provisions, as well federal as state and cantonal, of the contracting parties. Despite the previous and many subsequent protests from numerous Jews, and also despite the attention of the government, which was attracted to the case of A.H. Gutmann, an American Jewish citizen who was ordered expelled from the canton of Neufchâtel in 1853, the treaty containing the above article was ratified by the Senate November 6, 1855. Ratifications were exchanged 2 days afterward, and the treaty was proclaimed November 9, 1855, by President Franklin Pierce, 1804-69, when William Learned Marcy, 1786-1857, was Secretary of State. In 1856, the above-mentioned Mr. Gutmann, who had remained in Neufchâtel by special permission, again requested, through the American minister to Switzerland, Mr. Theo S. Fay, the intervention of the United States government against his expulsion. In his letter to the State Department, Mr. Fay states it as a matter of fact that the treaty between the two republics does not grant to Israelites the right of domicile in Switzerland. And in a second letter he says that it may be superfluous to repeat that the obnoxious clause in the treaty was unavoidable without a revision of the federal constitution of Switzerland. He also repeats that the admission of American Jews would necessitate that of Jews of other nations, and particular inconvenience is apprehended from the usurious Israelitish population of the French province of Alsace. This second Gutmann case became generally known, and public sentiment was aroused against the treaty. The result of the agitation was apparent even in the general press of the country, and many protest meetings were held, memorials drawn and forwarded to Washington, and committees appointed to consider the matter. A delegation of prominent Jews went to the Capitol in October, 1857, and presented a memorial to President James Buchanan, 1791 to 1868, who gave an explicit promise to remedy the wrong of which the Jews complained. The declaration of the President on the subject was so emphatic that most of the leaders and promoters of the agitation were completely satisfied that the question was already settled in their favor. Dr. Einhorn wrote in his Sinai, "We feel satisfied that the Israelites of the United States may feel implicit confidence in the Executive, and that their rights as citizens of the United States will be zealously maintained." Dr. Wise, in the Israelite, wrote, "No doubt was left in the minds of the delegates but that this matter is settled as far as we are concerned." Rabbi Leeser, however, was not so well satisfied, and he did not agree that all agitation ought now to cease, but thought it advisable for all the congregations that have not yet acted to draw up memorials and send them to the President, to show at least that the interest in the question was not confined to the 4 states represented at Washington on the 31st of October. Another long diplomatic correspondence followed, with reciprocal requests for information about the condition of the Jews in both countries, with urgent requests from Washington that something be done, and with explanations from Mr. Fay that the cantonal laws or constitutions would have to be changed before favorable action could be expected. In November of the same year, Mr. Fay wrote, "I would wish carefully to avoid offering encouragement to the Hebrews," but he was now working diligently to carry out the desire of the President, and was even collecting material to disprove the charges made by the Swiss against the Alsatian Jews. In November, 1858, he wrote to Secretary of State Louis Cass (1782 to 1866) that the mouths of all foreign governments and preceding treaty makers have been until now closed by a plea about the Alsatian Jews. I think that after the renseignements which I am now collecting no Swiss authority will ever dare to advance that objection against us as an argument, and I am more and more of the opinion that it may become expedient to denounce our treaty until the expunction of the offensive clause. The results of Mr. Fay's investigations were incorporated in his Israelite note, which was transmitted to the Secretary of State on June 3, 1859, and to the Federal Council of Switzerland on the same day. It had a salutary effect on Switzerland, where the Federal Council assisted in its circulation. A German edition of it was printed in St. Gall in 1860. The cause of the Jews in Switzerland gained much from this intervention of the representative of a foreign government in their behalf, and the consequences were felt in other countries where the struggle for Jewish emancipation was then going on. According to a letter written by Mr. Fay in October, 1859, the Bavarian minister told him that should he succeed in Switzerland, the Israelites of Bavaria would also be emancipated. The case of the Jews was making considerable progress, and other enlightened governments also made representations to Switzerland in favor of the Jews. Still nothing definite was accomplished under Buchanan's administration either. In March, 1861, Rabbi Leeser expressed in the Occident his regret that nothing was done, and wrote that he expected that nothing would be done until Switzerland herself will render the laws harmless by repealing through her cantonal councils all inequality laws existing against us. This prediction proved correct, for while the succeeding Secretary of State, William H. Seward, 1801 to 72, took up the matter with Mr. George G. Fogg, who was then Minister to Switzerland, several years passed before another favorable report reached the State Department on the subject. The appointment by the government of the United States of a Jewish citizen, Mr. Bernays, as its consul to Zurich created a stir in both countries, and clearly indicated the favorable disposition of the administration of President Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 65, towards the Jews. In 1864, Mr. Fogg wrote to Mr. Seward that the President of the Confederation, Mr. Dubbs, had informed him that the Federal Council were then disposed to so amend the treaty that no discrimination founded on religious belief should thereafter be made or endured by citizens of the United States within the limits of the Swiss Confederation. The remaining cantons were removing the Jewish disabilities one after another, but in some of them, as in Basel, the hotbed of opposition and prejudice against the Jews, full civil rights were not granted until 1872, although the right of residence was freely accorded 10 years earlier. The new Swiss constitution, which was adopted in 1874, at last established full religious liberty, and also made the question of treatments of aliens a federal as distinguished from a cantonal matter. It was not until then that the question was solved, so to speak, automatically, but it is conceded the efforts of the government of the United States contributed to the result, although it could not attain its object by direct diplomatic negotiations. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Part 5, The Civil War and the Formative Period. Chapter 24, The Discussion about Slavery, Lincoln and the Jews. Pro-slavery tendencies of the aristocratic Spaniards and Portuguese. David Yulee Levy. Michael Heilprin and his reply to Rabbi Raffles' Bible view on slavery. Immigrants of the Second Period as opponents of slavery. 2 Jewish delegates in the convention which nominated Abraham Lincoln, and 1 member of the Electoral College in 1860. 2 other Jews officially participate in Lincoln's renomination and re-election in 1864. Abraham Jonas. Encouragement from the Scripture in original Hebrew. As almost all the early Jewish settlers in America belonged to the wealthy classes, and most of them were in everything except as to their faith aristocratic Spaniards or Portuguese, it was natural for them to accept the institution of slavery as they found it, and to derive as much benefit from it as other affluent men. There were numerous Jewish slaveholders in various parts of the New World, including the West Indies, New York, and New England, long before and down to the American Revolution. There are several early references even to American Jewish slave dealers. The growth of democracy and changed economic conditions had gradually put an end to slavery in the North soon after the beginning of the 19th century. But in the South, slavery remained common, among Jews as well as among others. Public opinion in the South not only sanctioned slavery, but considered it the basis of its prosperity and predominance. And the prominent Jew of that part of the country was simply acting and feeling like his non-Jewish neighbors and fellow citizens when he owned slaves or defended the institution at every possible opportunity. And those Jews who attained high political or social position in the South were by force of circumstances pro-slavery men. There was no lack of individual instances of Jews who evinced special tenderness for the black man, and even went so far as to liberate the Negroes of whom they were the owners. It is thus related of the philanthropist Judah Toro, quote, that the Negroes who waited upon him in the house of the shepherds, with whom he lived for 40 years, were all emancipated by his aid and supplied with the means of establishing themselves, and the only slave he personally possessed he trained to business, then emancipated, furnishing him with money and valuable advice, end quote. The American and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, in its report in 1853, noted that some Jews in the southern states, quote, have refused to have any right of property in man, or even to have any slaves about them, end quote, and that the cruel persecutions they themselves were subjected to tended to make them friends of universal freedom. But these were exceptional, not typical cases, and not more common among Jews than among Gentiles. It was therefore natural to find in a man like David Yulee, originally David Levy, born in St. Thomas, West Indies, 1811, died in New York City, 1886, who after studying at Richmond, Virginia, became a planter in Florida, a stanch supporter and defender of slavery. He was a delegate to Congress from the territory of Florida from 1841 to 1845, bearing the name of Levy. When Florida was admitted as a state in 1845, Levy, who had then assumed the name of Yulee, was elected a United States Senator from that state, being the first Jew who was elected to the upper house of the American Congress. He served a full term, and later he was elected for another term, beginning in 1855, which he did not finish, because he retired in January 1861 to join the Confederacy, later serving as a member of the Confederate Congress. We find even a resident of the far west, Judge Samuel Haydenfeld of California, mentioned in a former part, who, as a native of the South, was a strong partisan of the Confederacy, going so far as to withdraw from a lucrative practice in the courts, because he felt that he could not subscribe to the, quote, ironclad, end quote, oath of loyalty required by law as a condition precedent to argument in every case. See Friedenberg in Publications 10, page 138. In the religious controversies which went on at the time when the question of slavery began to absorb the attention of the American people, the Jews also took part on both sides. It has already been mentioned that Dr. Einhorn was forced to quit Baltimore on account of the strong stand against slavery, which he took in his sermons and in his German monthly, quote, Sinai, end quote. Rabbi Sabato Morias, found in Philadelphia, and so did Rabbis Bernhard Felsenthal and Liebman Adler in Chicago, more congenial surroundings for their work against slavery. Rabbi Morris J. Raffall of New York came out in 1860 with a strong sermon which later appeared in a pamphlet entitled, quote, Bible View on Slavery, end quote, in which he attempted to prove that since the Bible, which is the highest law, sanctioned slavery, it was futile to invoke an alleged, quote, higher law, end quote, against it. There was, of course, no lack of replies and refutations to this argument, but none was so strong or attracted so much attention as that came from the pen of a scholar who represented the very latest class of Jewish immigrants to the United States. This man was Michael Heilprin, born in Piotrkow, Russian Poland, 1823, died in Summit, New Jersey, 1888, the son of Pinchas Mendel Heilprin, born in Lublin, Russian Poland, 1801, died in Washington, D.C., 1863. His father, who was a scholarly merchant of the old Polish Jewish type and the author of several works in Hebrew, was his only teacher and brought him up in the spirit of enlightened orthodoxy, which was not antagonistic to the acquisition of secular learning. Michael's almost phenomenal memory and diligence helped him to master many languages and to become proficient in numerous sciences, which enabled him later to become one of the associate editors and an important contributor to Appleton's New American Encyclopedia. The Heilprins removed to northern Hungary about 1843, where Michael established himself as a bookseller in Miskolc. He soon mastered the Hungarian language, and his articles and poems in the cause of liberty attracted much attention during the stormy days of 1848 and 1849. He became the friend and confidant of Louis Kossuth, 1802-94, and other leaders, and when the short-lived independent Hungarian government was established, he became secretary of the Literary Bureau, which was attached to its Ministry of the Interior. After the suppression of the revolution, he spent some time in Krakow and in France, but returned to Hungary in 1850 and settled as a teacher in Satorja Uhili, where his second son, the well-known American naturalist Angelo Heilprin, was born in 1853, died in New York 1907. The elder son, Louis the Encyclopedist, born in Miskolc 1851, died in New York in 1912. Michael Heilprin came to the United States in 1856 and settled in Philadelphia, where for 2 years he taught in the schools of the Hebrew Education Society. He, quote, saw but one struggle here and in Hungary, end quote, and his sympathies were actively engaged in the anti-slavery movement. In 1858, he settled in Brooklyn, where he resided until 1863, when he removed to Washington, returning to New York in 1865. On January 16, 1861, he contributed a fiery denunciation and an exhaustive scholarly refutation of Raffles' views to the New York Tribune, which commanded wide attention, and owing to this vehement but convincing repudiation of alleged Jewish pro-slavery views, Heilprin succeeded in arousing the public in a more marked degree than any other Jewish anti-slavery champion. The bulk of the Jewish immigrants who came from Germany in the 40 years preceding the Civil War were almost unanimous against slavery, because they were under the influence of the liberal movements of the Old World. These immigrants were intensely interested in the anti-slavery movement and were among the first and most enthusiastic members of the newly formed Republican Party. The 2 Jews who were chosen delegates to the National Convention of that party in 1860, which nominated Abraham Lincoln for the presidency, and the Jewish member of the Electoral College, which ratified the choice of the people in that year, were all natives of Germany. The oldest among them was Sigmund Kaufmann, born in Darmstadt, 1824, died in Berlin, 1889, who participated in the German Revolution of 1848-49, and coming to America became a representative of the German Republican element in the United States. He took an active part in the leadership of German social and fraternal organizations in New York and was a director of the Hebrew Orphan Asylum and held the position of Commissioner of Immigration. He addressed anti-slavery meetings in English, German, and French, and was considered one of the influential politicians of New York in his time. He was chosen a presidential elector for the state of New York in 1860. Moritz Piner, born in Germany about 1828, one of the members of the Republican State Convention, which was held in St. Louis on February 12, 1860, was elected a delegate to the National Republican Convention to be held in Chicago the following May. He was opposed to the presidential candidate who was put forward by that convention, and when it adopted the unit rule, thereby forcing him to vote against his own favorite candidate, Seward, he offered his resignation. But the convention adjourned without taking action on it. He was at the Chicago Convention as a delegate, but abstained from voting on account of his declination to be bound by the decree of the state convention, which is one of the reasons why his name does not appear on the official roll of the Missouri delegates. Piner, who later removed to Elizabeth, New Jersey, was actively engaged for a number of years before the outbreak of the war in circulating anti-slavery literature in Missouri, and was for some time the editor of a German periodical devoted to the same cause. The third and youngest of the three Jews who directly participated in the official part of the work of nominating and electing Abraham Lincoln to the presidency in 1860 was Louis Naphtali Dembitz, born in Zierk, province of Posen, Prussian Poland in 1833, died in Louisville, Kentucky, 1907, who had been a practicing attorney at Louisville since 1853. He was previously occupied as a journalist and had at a later time written several works on legal and general, as well as on Jewish subjects. Dembitz took an active interest in Jewish affairs and held various communal positions in local and national bodies. He was considered one of the leaders of conservative Judaism in America, and is best known as the author of Jewish Services in the Synagogue and Home, 1898. At the convention of 1860, he was a delegate from the city of Louisville, where he resided for more than half a century, and where he held the position of assistant city attorney from 1884 to 1888. The one Jewish delegate to the convention which renominated Mr. Lincoln in 1864 was likewise a native of Germany, while the one Jewish member of the Electoral College which re-elected him was of German parentage. The former was Meyer Hirsch, 1829 to 76, a merchant of Salem, Oregon, who was one of the 6 delegates from that state to the Republican National Convention of 1864. He settled in Oregon in 1852 when he came to the United States from Wurtemberg. He settled in New York in 1874, where he died 2 years later. Meyer Hirsch was a brother of Solomon Hirsch, who was United States Minister to Turkey from 1889 to 1892, and of Edward Hirsch, at one time state treasurer and later a state senator of Oregon. The presidential elector of 1864 was A. J. Dittenhofer, born in South Carolina 1836, who came with his parents to New York when he was 4 years old, and has resided there continually since. He served as Justice of the Marine, now City Court, and held several positions of trust and honor in the Republican Party, of which he was one of the earliest members in New York. Among the personal friends of Lincoln was Abraham Jonas, born in Exeter, England, 1801, died in Quincy, Illinois, 1864, whose 4 sons, strangely enough, fought in the Confederate Army. Jonas, who first lived in Kentucky, was a member of the legislature of that state in 1828 to 30 and in 1833. And in the last named year, he was also chosen Grand Master of Masons of the state of Kentucky. He removed to Illinois in 1838, and there also became Grand Master of the newly organized Masonic Grand Lodge, which was founded in 1839. He was elected a member of the Illinois legislature in 1842, retiring from his mercantile pursuits on being admitted to the bar in 1843. He served as postmaster of Quincy from 1849 to 1852. Jonas, with Lincoln, was chosen by the Illinois State Republican Convention, held at Bloomington on May 29, 1856, a presidential elector on the Fremont ticket. A confidential letter which Lincoln, after his first nomination in 1860, wrote to Jonas denying that he was affiliated with the American or, quote, Know Nothing, end quote, party, is preserved in the authoritative Lincoln biography by Nicolay and Hay. During his last illness, when he knew that the doctors had no hope for his recovery, Jonas's only wish was to see his son, Charles H., a member of the 12th Arkansas Regiment, who was at that time a prisoner of war on Johnson's Island, Lake Erie. This wish was communicated by telegraph to Lincoln, who issued an order dated June 2, 1864, to, quote, allow Charles H. Jonas, now a prisoner of war at Johnson's Island, a parole of 3 weeks to visit his dying father, Abraham Jonas, at Quincy, Illinois, end quote. Benjamin F. Jonas, born in Williamstown, Kentucky, 1834, died in New Orleans, 1911, who served in the artillery of Hood's Corps in the Army of Tennessee, and who, after serving several terms in the legislature of Louisiana, was elected a United States Senator from that state, serving from 1879 until 1885, was one of the above-mentioned 4 sons of Abraham Jonas who served in the Confederate Army. The admiration which Jews felt for Lincoln was probably best expressed by the silk flag which City Clerk Abraham Cohn of Chicago sent to the President-elect before his departure for Washington in February 1861. It was painted in colors, its folds bearing Hebrew characters lettered in black with the 3rd to 9th verses of the 1st chapter in Joshua, the last verse being, quote, "Have I not commanded thee? Be strong and of good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest." End quote. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Chapter 25. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Participation of Jews in the Civil War. Judah P. Benjamin. Probable number of Jews in the United States at the time of the outbreak of the Civil War. Seddon's estimate of from 10 to 12,000 Jews in the Southern Army. Judah P. Benjamin, the greatest Jew in American public life. His early life and his marriage. Whig politician, planter, and slave owner. Elected to the United States Senate and re-elected as a Democrat. Quits Washington when Louisiana seceded and enters the cabinet of the Confederacy. Attorney General, Secretary of War, and Secretary of State. His foreign policy. His capacity for work. When all is lost, he goes to England and becomes one of its great lawyers. His last days are spent in France. The highest estimate of the number of Jews in the United States about the time of the outbreak of the Civil War was about 400,000. Jonas P. Levy in 1858. See Publications 11, page 39. While the lowest, given by Mr. Simon Wolfe in his work, which is the standard authority on the participation of the Jews in the war, thinks it, quote, altogether doubtful whether there were more than 150,000, if that many, when hostilities commenced, end quote. But it is certain that even if the higher estimate is nearer the truth, the Jews took their full share in the struggle, and quote, that the enlistment of Jewish soldiers, North and South, reached proportions considerably in excess of their ratio to the general population, end quote. Mr. Wolfe has collected data to the effect that over 7,000 Jews took part in the conflict on both sides, but he has by no means been able to come near completeness. Neither the government of the United States nor that of the Confederacy took notice of the religion of its soldiers. A large number of the young German Jewish volunteers were far from being strict adherents of religion, while many among the native Jews had American names and could not be easily recognized as Jews. Mr. Seddon, the Secretary of War of the Confederacy, when requested in the fall of 1864 to grant a furlough to Jewish soldiers who would like to keep Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, is quoted as replying that he believed that there were from 10 to 12,000 Jews in the Southern Army, and that it would perhaps disintegrate certain commands if the request was granted. While this number is probably an exaggeration, it cannot be very far from the truth, and considering the comparatively small number of Jews in the South at that time, this is a really remarkable showing. The number of Jews who distinguished themselves by their bravery and who attained high ranks and other forms of recognition was also correspondingly large, especially if we consider their inexperience in war. But before treating of the men who gained eminence on the field of battle, and of the others whose creditable record in the war helped them to attain positions of prominence in other walks of life afterwards, we shall speak of the one man who occupied a really commanding position in this gigantic struggle, the greatest Jew in American public life, Judah P. Benjamin. He was the son of Philip, born about 1782, and Rebecca de Mendez Benjamin, who immigrated from London, England, to St. Thomas, West Indies in 1808, shortly after their marriage, where their son was born August 6, 1811. The Benjamins removed to the United States, where they originally intended to go, about 1818, and settled in Charleston, South Carolina. Judah Philip entered Yale University in 1825 and left in 1827 without taking a degree. A year later, he came to New Orleans, where he taught English, learned French, and studied law as a notary's clerk. He was admitted to the bar in 1832, and a year later married his former pupil, Natalie St. Martin, who remained all her life a devout Roman Catholic. The marriage was not a happy one, and when their only child, which survived infancy, was about 5 years old, Mrs. Benjamin moved permanently to France to educate her, and Mr. Benjamin saw them only on his visits to Paris, which he made almost annually. Benjamin was associated with Thomas Slidell, who later became Chief Justice of Louisiana, in the preparation of the digest of the reported decisions of the superior courts in the territory of Orleans and state of Louisiana, which was published in 1834. He soon afterward became interested in politics and was elected to the lower house of the General Assembly of Louisiana on the Whig ticket in 1842. When he was forced by weakened eyesight to relinquish his law practice for a time, he took up sugar planting, in which he likewise succeeded very well. The plantation, however, was ruined by a flood, and Benjamin removed to New Orleans, together with the members of his family, whom he had brought over from South Carolina. They were his mother, died 1847, his oldest sister, the widow of Abraham Levy, whom she married in 1826, and his younger sister, who later became the mother of Julius Kreutzschnitt, born in New Orleans, 1854, the railroad manager. As a planter, Benjamin became a slave owner, and some of his slaves, who were still living at the beginning of the present century, quote, would tell visitors all sorts of tales of the master of long ago, none but kindly memories and romantic legends of the glory of the old place. End quote. He soon became one of the recognized leaders of the Whig party in his state, and, quote, no small share of the flashes of success that came to it in the last decade of its existence in Louisiana is attributable to his energy and political sagacity. End quote. He was, according to the journalistic custom of that time, savagely assailed by the newspapers which opposed him, and he was even charged in 1844 with belonging to the, quote, know-nothing, end quote, party, despite the fact that he was himself foreign-born. But he agreed with that party in his opposition to the granting of suffrage to immigrants into the state, even to natives of northern states, in whom he saw a source of danger to the South. His seat in the Constitutional Convention of 1844 being contested, he resigned and was re-elected by a much larger majority. When he again took his seat at the convention, which reassembled in New Orleans, Benjamin was a recognized leader of the delegates of that city in its disputes with the representatives of the country districts. One of his speeches at that convention proved that he clearly foresaw the war in 1845, though he was then considered an alarmist. He was elected a state senator in 1852 and soon became a leading candidate for the United States Senate. He received the nomination by an unexpectedly large majority and was elected in the same year as a Whig. When that party was split by the antagonism between the North and the South, he came out openly in 1855 with a declaration that it did not exist anymore as a national party. He urged the necessity of uniting in one great Southern party on a platform, quote, on which we can all stand together to meet with firmness the coming shock, end quote. When the formation of such a party proved impracticable, he turned to the Democratic Party and became more friendly to the administration. His first really powerful speech in the Senate was delivered May 2, 1856, on the Kansas Bill, in which he distinctly and calmly enunciated the right of secession. In 1859, Benjamin was re-elected to the United States Senate by a majority of 1 vote, that of the last, quote, know-nothing, end quote, in the Louisiana legislature. He was now one of the prominent senators and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He was in favor of secession only as a last resort, but he thought that this last resort was reached after Lincoln's election in 1860. He delivered 2 powerful orations in the Senate in the following winter and a memorable farewell speech February 4, 1861, on the right of Louisiana to secede. His last speech in the Capitol was delivered before the Washington Artillery on Washington's birthday, and soon after in New Orleans he took leave from his family, whom he was never to see again. Louisiana had already seceded from the Union on January 26, 1861, and 1 month later, February 25, Benjamin was named by the President of the new Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, 1808-89, as his Attorney General. Benjamin assumed his new office at the new capital, Montgomery, Alabama, but there was hardly any work for him to do as Attorney General to a government that practically had no courts. But he was often called upon by President Davis to perform other services which required tact and delicacy, and he soon gained the latter's confidence to a marked degree. On September 17, 1861, Benjamin was named Secretary of War ad interim to succeed Secretary Walker, acting also as Attorney General until November 15 of that year. He proved unpopular in his new office and was blamed by a congressional committee for not sending ammunition to General Wise, who lost an important battle about that time. But as a matter of fact, there was nothing to send, and the President and his Secretary of War preferred to accept official blame to disclosing the dearth and scarcity of powder to a committee of the Confederate Congress, feeling that it might become known to the Yankees. Benjamin shouldered the odium as usual, but he rose in the estimation of Davis and the other leaders who were conversant with the true state of affairs. Thus it happened that while everybody in the South expected Benjamin to be dismissed in disgrace, the surprising news was published on March 27, 1862, that he was promoted to the office of Secretary of State. His new department was the one for which he was preeminently fit, and while he could not, in the nature of things, accomplish all that was expected of him, he earned the undying fame which was best expressed in the description of him as the, quote, brains of the Confederacy, end quote. The great problem was to obtain assistance from a maritime power, the only one who could help the blockaded Confederacy, which was prevented by the blockade from selling its chief staple article, cotton. Spain, though a slave power herself at that time, was unfriendly to the former persistent filibusters, and her distrust could not be overcome. France was too friendly with England and would not interfere without the latter's consent or cooperation, so that even if the South could send out a new Benjamin Franklin to Paris, he could accomplish little. Benjamin, like almost all Southern statesmen, believed that England will be unable to get along without cotton, and ignoring or misunderstanding the moral forces which the cause of the North awakened in Europe, he displayed more independence at the beginning than was justifiable. Later, when he was in England, Benjamin declared, quote, I did not believe that your government would allow such misery to your operatives, such loss to your manufacturers, or that the people themselves would have borne it, end quote. Benjamin believed that recognition by England and France, even without intervention, would end the war, and he might have been right if recognition came early. Mason, the Southern representative in England, made little headway, and even had his cause been stronger, he was no match for Adams, the minister of the North. Slidell, Benjamin's friend, was apparently more successful in France. Benjamin authorized him to offer France a cotton subsidy valued at over 60 million francs for breaking the blockade or even for simple recognition of the Confederacy. Emperor Louis Napoleon, 1808-73, seemed to have been favorably inclined, and Mercier, the French minister at Washington, who visited Richmond with Lincoln's permission, was so influenced by Benjamin that he became almost enthusiastic. But communications were unsteady and unsafe, and some dispatches came 7 months after they were sent from Paris. As an instance, Benjamin received from Slidell on February 27, 1863, a message written December 27, 1862, stating that the envoy to France was, quote, without any dispatch from you later than April 15th, end quote. The fall of New Orleans, May 1, 1862, blasted the hopes of early intervention. Benjamin worked very hard as Secretary of State, although there were no ambassadors to be received and no social functions to be attended in Richmond. It has been stated on good authority that President Davis consulted with his Secretary of State more freely than with any other member of his cabinet, and finding him always willing and able, got in the habit of referring to the State Department anything that did not beyond any hope belong to some other department. Benjamin's Assistant Secretary, L.O. Washington, writes of him, quote, he was ever calm, self-poised, and master of all his resources. His grasp of a subject seemed instantaneous. His mind appeared to move without friction. His thought was clear. End quote. Mrs. Jefferson Davis wrote, quote, Mr. Benjamin was always ready for work. Sometimes with half an hour recess, he remained with the executive from 10 in the morning until night. Both the presidency and the Secretary of State worked like galley slaves, early and late. Mr. Davis came home fasting, a mere mass of throbbing nerves, and perfectly exhausted, but Mr. Benjamin was always fresh and buoyant. End quote. When New Orleans fell, his little family, after privations and misadventures, moved to LaGrange, Georgia, where he could again supply them with money. When the fortune of the Confederacy began to wane, his unpopularity increased, and attacks upon the score of his religion and race, which were never neglected by his opponents during his entire career, were now redoubled. He was especially blamed for the desperate plan, which was carried out through the desire and influence of General Robert E. Lee, 1807-70, of enlisting Negroes in the Confederate Army. On February 9, 1865, Benjamin made, at a mass meeting in Richmond, the last public speech of his life. His power over his audience was still great, but all was lost. Richmond fell in less than 2 months. After an anxious week at Danville, he accompanied President Davis to Greensboro, where the fugitive government halted for a few days. Taking leave from Mr. Davis, to whom he could no longer be of any assistance, he escaped to the West Indies, where he visited his native place for the last time, and after many dangers and adventures, he arrived in England July 22, 1865. Although England did not recognize the Confederacy, many sympathized with it, and Benjamin, whose fame preceded him, was received in London with great friendliness, despite the order which he gave as Secretary of State expelling from the Confederate States all British consuls, because they persisted in acting under orders from their superiors in Washington. He was befriended by many of the important men of the time in London, including both Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield, 1804-81, and William E. Gladstone, 1809-98. Having been born in an English colony, the son of an Englishman, he simply returned to his original allegiance, seemingly trying to forget his experience of more than 40 years as an American. He never made a political address or a public declaration after leaving America. His subsequent career as an English barrister, as one of the greatest of barristers in his time, was wonderful, especially when we remember that it was begun when he was over 55 years of age, with a past history which was so crowded with activity and exciting experience to wear out any man. He wrote there his treatise on the law of sale of personal property, with references to the American decisions, to the French Code and civil law, which became a legal classic on both sides of the Atlantic. His income from his law practice was for some years as high as £15,000 annually, which was much rarer than it is now. In 1872, he received a, quote, patent of precedence, end quote, which gave him rank above all other Queen's counsels. About 1877, he began to build a new house on Avenue de Jena, number 41, in Paris, in which city his wife and only child continued to reside, even after he settled in England. A bad accident caused by an attempt to jump off a tram car in 1880 left him a sick man for the rest of his life. Diabetes developed, and in February 1883 he was forced to announce his retirement from the English bar. After a notable banquet given in his honor by the Bench and Bar, the first of its kind in England, he retired to his mansion in Paris, where he died May 6, 1884, about 73 years old. He was buried according to the rites of the Catholic Church, although it is not believed that he was converted to Christianity. His wife survived him 7 years. His only daughter, Nanette, who married Captain Henri de Boussignac of the French army, died without issue in 1898. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Distinguished Services of Jews on Both Sides of the Struggle. More brothers in arms and a larger proportion of officers in the Confederate Army than in that of the North, because most Southern Jews were natives of the country. Some distinguished officers, a gallant private who later became a rabbi, paucity of Southern records, Generals Keffler, Solomon, Blumenberg, Joachimson, and other officers of high rank in the Union Army. New York ranks first, Ohio second, and Illinois third in the number of Jews who went to the front. 2 Pennsylvania regiments which started with Jewish colonels. Commodore Uriah P. Levi, the ranking officer of the United States Navy at the time of the outbreak of the war, is prevented by age from taking part in it. The disproportionately large number of Jews who served in the Confederate Army was already alluded to in the former chapter. Another proof of it is in the preponderance among the Jews in that army of instances of brothers in arms, as Mr. Wolfe calls them, i.e., of groups of several brothers who went to the front with their neighbors to fight the battles of the state and the section of the country in which they lived. 6 brothers Cohen, Aaron, Jacob H., Julius, Edward, Gustavus A., and Henry M., came from North Carolina. South Carolina contributed the 5 brothers Moses, Percy, Joshua L., Horace, J. Harvey, and A. Jackson. The 4 brothers Jonas have been mentioned in a former chapter, but they also had a 5th brother who, like their father, embraced the Union cause. Raphael Moses and his 3 sons were 4 Southern soldiers from Georgia, while Alabama sent also 3 Moses brothers, Mordecai, Henry C., and Alfred. 3 brothers Cohen came from Arkansas. Virginia and Louisiana each sent 3 brothers surnamed Levi, while of the 3 brothers, Goldsmith 2 came from Georgia and 1 from South Carolina. The reason for the presence of so many brothers in arms in the Confederate Army is given by the above-named authority as due to the fact that the Jews of the Southern states were, in a much larger proportion than those of the North, natives of the soil or residents of long standing. While the Jews of the North were much more numerous, they were, for the most part, immigrants of a comparatively recent date, and therefore less intensely imbued with the spirit of the conflict. There were about 23 Jewish staff officers in the Confederate Army, which is likewise a larger number than those who held similar positions in the Union Army, and probably for the same reason given above. The most distinguished of them were Surgeon General David de Leon, who participated in the Mexican War, Assistant Adjutant General J. Randolph Mordecai, and Colonel Raphael J. Moses, who served on the staff of General Longstreet and was Chief Commissary for the state of Georgia. Adolph Meyer, born in New Orleans 1842, died there in 1908, who later served 9 terms as a member of the House of Representatives in Washington from the 1st District of Louisiana, 52nd to 60th Congresses inclusive, entered the Confederate Army in 1862, and served until the close of the war on the staff of Brigadier General John S. Williams of Kentucky. There were also about a dozen Jewish officers in the Confederate Navy, one of whom, Captain Levi Myers Harby, born in Georgetown, South Carolina, 1793, died in Galveston, Texas, 1870, who had previously served in the War of 1812, in the Mexican War, and in the Bolivian War, and after resigning from the service of the United States and joining the Confederacy, distinguished himself in the defense of Galveston and was in command of its harbor at the close of the Civil War. Lionel Levi, a nephew of Judah P. Benjamin, served as judge advocate of the military court of the Confederate Army. Among those who served as privates in the ranks who deserve to be mentioned was Samuel Ullman of the 16th Infantry Regiment of Mississippi, who served gallantly through the war, being twice wounded, and later, 1891 to 94, was rabbi of Emmanuel Congregation of Birmingham, Alabama. There have also been preserved the names of 25 Jews among the Confederate prisoners who died in Elmira, New York, during the time which they were detained there. A list of 17 soldiers interred at the Jewish burying ground of Richmond, Virginia, contains the names of 1 captain, 3 lieutenants, and 1 corporal, which is an exceptionally large ratio of officers for the Civil War on either side. Even in the South, the Jews could at that time be numbered by tens of thousands, with a much larger proportion of poor men or immigrants than in former times, and the relative number of officers was perforce much smaller than at the time of the Revolution or of the War of 1812. Still, the Jews of the South were then, as it was stated above, much more assimilated or Americanized than those of the North, and the records of the Confederate Army were less carefully kept or preserved. Thus it happens that, while judging from inference and some general statements, it may appear that the number of Jews in the armies of the Confederacy was almost as large as, if not larger than, their number in the Union Army. The actual records compiled by Mr. Wolfe tell an entirely different story. His lists contain about 6,000 names of Jews who supported the Union cause, while among those who defended secession and slavery, there were only about a fifth of that number whose names and identity he ascertained. It is also to the Union Army that we have to go to find Jewish officers who commanded regiments on the battlefields. Brevet Major General Frederick Neffler, a native of Hungary, who rose to the colonelcy of the 79th Indiana Regiment and subsequently became a brigadier general, and was made brevet major general for meritorious conduct at Chickamauga, is classed as a Jew. Edward S. Solomon, known also as Solomon, born in Schleswig-Holstein, 1826, died 1909, emigrated to the United States after receiving a high school education in his native town, and settled in Chicago, where he was elected alderman in 1860. At the outbreak of the war, he joined the 24th Illinois Infantry as second lieutenant, participating in the battles of Fredericton and Maynardsville, Kentucky, and was promoted to the rank of major in 1862. He then resigned and assisted in the organization of the 82nd Illinois Infantry, in which regiment he became lieutenant colonel and afterwards became its colonel. He took part, under General Howe, in the battles of Chancellorsville, Gettysburg, Chattanooga, Lookout Mountain, and Missionary Ridge. In 1865 he was brevetted brigadier general. When peace was restored, he returned to Chicago and became clerk of Cook County, Illinois. In 1870 he was appointed by President Ulysses S. Grant, 1822 to 85, governor of Washington Territory, and held the position about 4 years. After resigning in 1874, he settled in San Francisco, where he was twice elected to the legislature of California and also held the office of district attorney of San Francisco. Leopold Blumenberg, born in Prussia 1827, died in Baltimore 1876, served with distinction in the Prussian-Danish War of 1848-49, and was promoted to the rank of first lieutenant. He came to the United States in 1854 and settled in Baltimore, where he engaged in a profitable business, which he abandoned at the outbreak of the war. He helped to organize the 5th Maryland Regiment, in which he became a major. His work for the Union cause excited the animosity of local secessionists who attempted to hang him, and he was forced to have his house barricaded and guarded for several nights. Blumenberg was acting colonel of his regiment near Hampton Roads. He was later attached to Mansfield's corps at the Peninsular Campaign and commanded his regiment as colonel at Antietam, where he was severely wounded. When he had partly recovered, he was appointed by President Lincoln provost marshal of the 3rd Maryland District, which position he held for 2 years. President Andrew Johnson, 1808 to 75, gave him a position in the Revenue Department and commissioned him Brigadier General, United States Volunteers, by brevet. General Blumenberg was a member of the Har Sinai Congregation and of the Hebrew Orphan Asylum of Baltimore. Philip J. Joachimson, born in Breslau, Germany, 1817, arrived 1831, died in New York, 1890, was appointed Assistant Corporation Attorney of the City of New York soon after his admission to the bar in 1840, and 15 years later he became Assistant United States District Attorney, being afterward appointed Substitute United States Attorney under a special provision of an act of Congress. Markins 223. During his term of office, he secured the first capital conviction for slave trading and also the conviction of some Nicaraguan filibusters. He organized and commanded the 59th New York Volunteer Regiment and was injured at New Orleans. He was made brigadier general by brevet. In 1870, he was elected a judge of the Marine Court of the City of New York and served a full term of 6 years. Judge Joachimson was active in Jewish communal affairs and was the first president of the Hebrew Orphan Asylum, 1859. 20 years later, he organized the Hebrew Sheltering Guardian Society. General William Mayer rendered valuable service during the draft riots in New York City, for which he received an autographed letter of thanks from President Lincoln. Subsequently, General Mayer devoted himself to journalism and was the editor of several German newspapers. Marcus M. Spiegel, the son of a rabbi of Oppenheim on the Rhine, enlisted in the 67th Ohio Infantry Regiment and was promoted step by step until he became lieutenant colonel, and for bravery manifested on the battlefield was appointed colonel of the 120th Ohio Infantry. He was wounded at Vicksburg, and after joining his regiment again, fell at Snaggy Point on the Red River, Louisiana. But for his untimely death, Colonel Spiegel would have been promoted to the rank of brigadier general, to which he was recommended by his superior officers. Max Einstein, born in Württemberg, 1822, arrived 1844, had considerable military experience prior to the outbreak of the war. He was a silk merchant and became first lieutenant of the Washington Guards in 1852. In the following year he joined the Philadelphia Flying Artillery Company and was chosen its captain. He became aide-de-camp with the rank of lieutenant colonel to Governor James Pollock of Pennsylvania in 1856. In 1860 he was elected brigadier general of the 2nd Brigade of Pennsylvania Militia. In the succeeding year he organized the 27th Pennsylvania Infantry Regiment, which was mustered into service May 31, 1861, for a 3 years' term. This regiment, under Colonel Einstein's command, succeeded in covering the retreat of the Union Army in the first battle of Bull Run, and won credit by its conduct. Einstein was subsequently appointed by President Lincoln United States Consul at Nuremberg, Germany, and later served as United States Revenue Agent at Philadelphia. It is worth noting as an example that this one regiment had nearly 30 Jewish officers, most of them in minor positions, and about 60 privates in the ranks. This was, of course, an exceptional case, but Jews were represented in most of the regiments, especially those of Philadelphia, almost if not quite as much as in the regiments of those states which sent a larger contingent of Jewish soldiers to the front than Pennsylvania. The first of those states was New York, with nearly 2,000, which had already at that time achieved the distinction of having the largest Jewish community in the New World. Ohio, which came second with 1,134, and Illinois with 1,076, clearly indicated the growing importance of the Middle West for the new immigration. Indiana contributed over 500, almost as many as Pennsylvania, while Michigan had more than 200 of its Jewish inhabitants in the Union Army. New England had the smallest representation, for the number of Jews there was very small at the time. There was still another Pennsylvania regiment, the 65th, 5th Cavalry, known as the Cameron Dragoons, on account of its being recruited under the authority of an order issued by Secretary of War Simon Cameron, 1799 to 1889, July 6, 1861, which first went to the front under the command of a Jewish colonel. His name was Max Friedmann, born in Mulhausen, Germany, 1825, and he came to the United States in 1848, settling in Philadelphia. He served as major of a regiment in the state militia prior to the Civil War. Colonel Friedmann remained with his regiment in the field until a severe wound received at the Battle of Vienna, Virginia, forced him to resign in the following month. He later, 1869, settled in New York as the cashier of the Union Square National Bank, of which he was one of the organizers. Abraham Hart, born in Hesse, Darmstadt, 1832, who arrived in this country at the age of 18, was a captain in the 73rd Pennsylvania Infantry Regiment, and when Colonel Coulter, under whom he served, was elevated to the command of a brigade in General Blenker's division of the Army of the Potomac, Captain Hart was detailed as adjutant general of the brigade. Moses Isaac, of New York, attained the same rank, that of adjutant general in the 3rd Army Corps of the Army of the Potomac, and participated in the battles of the Peninsular Campaign, subsequently serving under General Banks. Another New York Jew, of whom little else is known, besides a brief notice by Mr. Wolfe, was Lieutenant Colonel Leopold C. Newman, of the 31st Infantry Regiment of that state, whose foot was shattered by a cannonball in the Battle of Chancellorsville, May 2, 1863, and he was taken to Washington, where he died. President Lincoln visited him at his bedside and brought along his commission promoting him to the rank of brigadier general. While the number of Jewish soldiers was proportionally large, and many of them became distinguished for bravery and were promoted to responsible positions, it was in the other branch of the service, the Navy, in which a member of the Jewish community attained the highest rank up to that time. Commodore Uriah Phillips Levi, born in Philadelphia, 1792, died in New York, 1862, held the highest rank in the United States Navy prior to the outbreak of the Civil War, though his age prevented him from participating in that struggle. Levi sailed as a cabin boy before he was 11 years old, and at the age of 14 he was apprenticed as a sailor and also attended a naval school for 1 year, becoming a second mate 4 years later. He soon rose to be first mate and was master of a schooner at 20. While he was on a cruise on the George Washington, of which he was part owner as well as master, a mutiny took place, his vessel was seized, and he was left penniless, but he managed to return to the United States, and after obtaining the necessary means, he secured the mutineers, brought them to the United States, and had them convicted. Levi received his commission from the United States Navy as sailing master in October, 1812, when the war with England had already begun. Until June 13th he served on the ship Alert, doing shore duty. Then he went on the brig Argus, bound for France. The Argus captured several prizes, and Levi was placed in command of one, but the prize was recaptured by the English, and Levi and the crew were kept as prisoners for 16 months in England. In 1816 he was assigned as sailing master to the Franklin, and in March, 1817, he was appointed lieutenant in the Navy, which appointment was confirmed by the Senate. Levi had many difficulties in the Navy, partly due to his promotion from the line, which is never popular among officers who receive their training at the Naval Academy, and partly, as he himself and many others thought, on account of his faith and dissent. He fought a duel in which he killed his opponent, was court-martialed 6 times, and finally dropped from the list as captain, to which rank he had been promoted. He defended his conduct before a court of inquiry in 1855, which restored him to the Navy as captain. Subsequently he rose to the rank of commodore. Levi was the descendant of an old Philadelphia family, always acknowledged his Jewish allegiance, and was one of the charter members of the Washington Hebrew congregation. He purchased Monticello, the home of Thomas Jefferson, whom he greatly admired, and it is still owned by the family, the present owner being Congressman Jefferson M. Levi, a nephew of the Commodore. A statue of Jefferson, presented to the government by Uriah P. Levi, is still standing in the Statuary Hall of the Capitol in Washington. Levi is buried in the portion of Cypress Hills Cemetery in New York which belongs to Congregation Shearet Israel, of which another nephew, Louis Napoleon Levi, a brother of the congressman, is president, and on his imposing tombstone is recorded that he was the father of the law for the abolition of the barbarous practice of corporal punishment in the United States Navy. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeffery Smith. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. The Formative Period after the Civil War. Ebb and flow of immigration between 1850 and 1880. Decrease and practical stoppage of Jewish immigration from Germany. The breathing spell between 2 periods of immigration, and the preparation for the vast influx which was to follow. The period of great charitable institutions. Organization and consolidation. The Hebrew Union College and the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. The Independent Order B'nai B'rith, other large fraternal organizations and their usefulness, important local institutions in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, etc. The number of immigrants arriving in the United States increased in the middle of the last century and reached its highest point of that period in 1854, when the new arrivals numbered 427,833. It then began to diminish and fell to about 150,000 in 1860, and to less than 90,000 in each of the two first years of the Civil War, 1861 and 1862. In the following year, it began to rise again, and in the two last years of the war, when the final outcome was already easily foreseen in the Old World, it was considerably above the 3 years preceding the beginning of the conflict. In 1865, there came 247,453. In 1867, when the present system of figuring by the fiscal year ending June 30 was adopted, they numbered 298,967, and only a little less in 1868. In 1869, it rose to 352,569. In 1870, to 387,203. After a slight relapse in 1871 to 321,350, it rose in 1872 to 404,806, and in 1873 to 459,803, when the current receded again on account of the slackening of all business activity which followed the panic of that year. It sank to as low as 138,469 in 1878, rose again to 177,826 in 1879, and to 457,257 in 1880, when the country had fully recovered from the effects of the panic as well as from the ravages of the Great Struggle. But while Germans formed a large part of those who arrived in the 2 or 3 decades after the war, the number of Jews who left that country was now very small and sank to almost nothing about 1880. What was described by a Jewish traveler as the second German Jewish migration to America, which began about 1836, and to which Bavaria contributed the largest quota of Jewish immigrants because of her peculiarly harsh anti-Jewish marriage laws and commercial restrictions, practically ended in the decade of the Civil War, when the Jews were emancipated in most of the German states. The progress made by these immigrants in less than one generation can be best illustrated by quoting 2 passages from the same article by Mr. Kohler. The early German settlers commonly arrived here without means, frequently without any education other than of the most rudimentary character. Subsequently, he quotes a German-American politician who wrote in 1869, "The German Jews in America gain in influence daily, being rich, intelligent, and educated, or at least seeking education. They read better books than the rest of the Germans." This progress was largely accelerated by the great business activity which followed the war. A large number of the German Jewish immigrants amassed wealth, and the stoppage of the arrival of new poor immigrants, or rather of poor relatives, reduced the number of the needy and helpless among them to an insignificant fraction. It may be said that it was during these 15 years, 1865 to 80, between the preceding large German Jewish immigration and the following incomparably larger Russian Jewish influx, that the Jews of the United States succeeded in bringing their communal house to order, and in preparing for their historic mission of receiving the great masses which were soon to be driven thither from the Slavic countries by the iron hand of persecution. Most of the large charitable institutions, which are the pride of American Judaism and have served to relieve want and pain in various forms, actually date from that period. The date of organization or original foundation is in most cases much earlier. But at the beginning, these institutions were more like the small charities which are now founded by poor immigrants. There were very few great Jewish institutions in the United States prior to the Civil War, although most of the magnificent organizations in the older communities justly claim a continued existence from antebellum days. The largest number and the most important of them grew to their imposing size and vast usefulness in the 70s, that is, in that breathing spell which the Jews of America had between two periods of immigration. The tendency to organize, to consolidate, and take up the work of American Judaism in earnest, which characterized that period, manifested itself in the conferences of the Reform rabbis, although as occasions for squabbles about destructive innovations and for extremely radical declarations, they deserve to be classed as ephemeral sensationalism rather than events of historical importance. It was at the third of these conventions, held in Cincinnati in June 1871, that it was decided to establish the Hebrew Union College and to organize the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. The last named organization, which was founded in July 1873 with 34 congregations, numbering about 1,800 members, 42 now comprises about 200 congregations, with a total membership of nearly 20,000, and includes practically the entire American and Americanized German elements which are affiliated with Jewish religious institutions. The college, which was established 2 years later, has educated nearly 150 American rabbis, some of whom have attained eminence as preachers and communal workers. The independent order B'nai B'rith, Sons of the Covenant, which seems destined to be the great Jewish international organization of the future, though founded in 1843, did not assume its commanding position until about a quarter of a century afterward. It had less than 3,000 members in 1857. 3 years after the close of the Civil War, its membership rose to 20,000, which was probably a larger proportion of the Jewish population of the country at that time than it ever had before or after. It now has about 34,000 members, distributed in the 7 districts into which it has divided the United States, and in Germany, Austria, and Roumania, where there are flourishing lodges. A lodge has also recently been established in England. The guiding spirit of the order was Julius Bien, born in Hesse-Nassau, Germany, 1826, died in New York, 1909, who was its president in the years 1854 to 57 and 1868 to 1900. His successor was Leo N. Levy, born in Victoria, Texas, 1856, died in New York, 1904, who was in turn succeeded by the present incumbent, Adolf Krauss, born in Bohemia, 1850, arrived 1865, an eminent attorney who has resided in Chicago since 1871, where he has served as president of the Board of Education, Corporation Council of the city, and president of the Civil Service Commission. While no other Jewish fraternal organization succeeded in accomplishing as much as the B'nai B'rith in communal or charitable work and in representing general Jewish interests for a number of years, other organizations of the same kind, which kept more strictly to the activities for the benefits of their own members, also originated in that period. They are the order B'rith Abraham, organized 1859, and its offshoots, the Kesher Shel Barzel, founded 1860, the Independent Order Brith Abraham, 1887, the Free Sons of Israel, 1849, and the Free Sons of Benjamin, 1879. The two Brith Abraham orders, the second of which was formed by a secession from the first, have grown very fast of late years, the former having about 70,000 members of both sexes, and the latter about twice that number. Like most of the other Jewish orders, which originated later, the bulk of their membership consists of immigrants of the last period from the Slavic countries. Aside from the pecuniary benefits which members and their families derive from these organizations at lower rates than they could have obtained elsewhere, the educational value of these bodies is also great, for many obtain there the first glimpse of the systematic working of an organization which is amenable to its own rules. As much, if not more, progress was made in that time with the founding of institutions which are considered as local in their character, but which in large communities like New York, Philadelphia, or Chicago ultimately helped more people at a larger cost than many of the national organizations. The United Hebrew Charities of New York was organized in 1874, 2 years after the incorporation of the Home for the Aged and Infirm Hebrews. The Mount Sinai Hospital was originally the Jews' Hospital, organized 1857, but it was then a small institution, and its large structure, which was abandoned for a still larger one in 1901, which first bore the name of Mount Sinai, was erected in 1870. The Hebrew Benevolent Orphan Asylum, which was organized in its original form in the first quarter of the last century, had only 30 children in a rented house in 1860. Its first building, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 77th Street, was erected in 1862, and its magnificent structure on Amsterdam Avenue more than 20 years afterwards. The Hebrew Sheltering Guardian Orphan Asylum Society was organized in 1879. The Hebrew Free School Association, which gave the impetus to the organization in later years of important educational institutions like the Hebrew Technical Institute, the Technical School for Girls, and ultimately also to the Educational Alliance, originally the Hebrew Institute, organized 1891, originated in that period and existed until about 1899. The Young Men's Hebrew Association was organized in 1874. Philadelphia, likewise, enjoyed much communal activity in that formative period of American Jewish history. The first Jewish theological seminary in America, Maimonides College, was opened there in 1867 and existed for 6 years. The Hebrew Education Society, which was organized in 1848 and opened its school with 22 pupils in 1851, opened a second school in the vestry room of the B'nai Israel Synagogue on 5th Street in 1878, and a third school on the northwest corner of Marshall Street and Girard Avenue in 1879. The first Jewish Hospital Association of that city was incorporated in 1865. The Jewish Maternity Association was founded in 1873. The Jewish Foster Home, which erected its first small building in 1855, was organized in its present form in 1874, since which time it has become one of the most important communal institutions there. The Young Men's Hebrew Association was organized in 1875, a year later than the one in New York. The first Jewish hospital in Chicago was erected on LaSalle Avenue in 1868. It was destroyed by the Great Fire of 1871, and 8 years later, the funds which made possible the erection of the Michael Reese Hospital were donated for that purpose. The United Hebrew Charities of Chicago, Originally, the United Hebrew Relief Association was organized in 1859 and changed its name later. The United Hebrew Charities of St. Louis was organized in 1875. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aviva Apfel. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Chapter 28. New Synagogues and Temples. Immigration from Russia prior to 1880. Continued increase in the wealth and importance of the German Jewish congregations. New and spacious synagogues and temples erected in various parts of the country in the 60s and the 70s. Problems of Russian Jewish immigration prior to 1880. Economic condition of the Jewish masses in Russia worse in the Golden Era than under Nicholas I. Emigration from Russia under the famine of 1867 to 68 and after the pogrom of Odessa in 1871. Presumption of the new existence of a Hebrew reading public in New York in 1868. The New Hebrew and Yiddish Periodicals. The charitable institutions which were founded or enlarged in this period were not the only indication of the improved and settled condition of the Jews who came here in the preceding half-century. These institutions were later to be even more enlarged, and numerous others were to be established to meet the demands made upon them in the following quarter-century. It is to the synagogues or temples which date from these times that we have to turn in order to gain true conception of the general condition of the Jews. In this respect, there is a striking similarity between the condition of the Sephardim at the beginning of the 19th century and the German Jews at the end of its third quarter. In both cases, the numerical growth almost stopped with the cessation of immigration from the home country. The small number of arrivals and the natural increase were barely enough to replace the losses through death and through estrangements which were caused by outright defections or by the slower process of mixed marriages. And just as the Spanish and Portuguese elements in American Judaism, which had barely held its own after the suspension of the Inquisition, permitted the surviving Marranos to remain where they were, and improved conditions in Western Europe obviated the necessity of the Sephardim of Holland, France, or England looking for new homes, so did the much larger and more active German elements practically stop growing numerically after the emancipation of the Jews in the German states. The number of Jews who arrived here from Germany after 1880 is insignificant, and the same may be said for the relative number of German Jewish synagogues which were established after that time. As a matter of fact, the formation of German congregations stopped several years earlier. The better cohesiveness and discipline among the Americanized Jews made splits a very rare occurrence. Only in large cities the removal of many members of a congregation too far from the location of its synagogue caused the formation of new congregations, consisting mostly of members of older bodies, with some accessions of immigrants from the Slavic countries. In the smaller cities, there is even now only one German-American congregation, usually dating from before the Civil War or from the decade following it. In the larger cities, there may be several of them of about the same age, except in some communities like Charleston, South Carolina, where the Spanish and the Germans are fused in the one Reform congregation, or in New York, where each section of the community is sufficiently large to have several congregations of its own. It is therefore not to the increase in the number of German Jewish congregations, but to their increase in wealth and importance as demonstrated by the increase in size and splendor of the synagogues and temples, that we have to look for proof of the great progress which was made in that period. The most representative congregations of New York have been described in the preceding parts of this work. In Philadelphia, a new spacious synagogue of its oldest congregation, Mikveh Israel, was dedicated in 1860, and the new beautiful temple of the congregation Rodef Shalom, one of the earliest German Jewish congregations in America, was built in 1870. Kehila Anshe Ma'arab of Chicago had its first large synagogue ready, converted from a church, in 1868. The second oldest congregation, B'nai Shalom, erected its first temple on the corner of Harrison Street and 4th Avenue in 1864, at that time the handsomest Jewish house of worship in Chicago. The third eldest, Sinai congregation, purchased the site of its temple in 1872, after the fire of 1871 had destroyed its former house of worship, and the structure was finished 4 years later. In distant California, Temple Emmanuel of San Francisco was dedicated in 1866. In the District of Columbia, Washington, the first synagogue was dedicated in 1863 and the second in 1873. The oldest congregation of Savannah, Georgia, erected a new and much larger synagogue in 1876. Temple Achdut V'Shalom of Evansville, Indiana, which was erected in 1856, was replaced by a more costly one in 1874. In Indianapolis, the capital and largest city of that state, a new temple was dedicated in 1868, about 3 years after the cornerstone was laid. The first temple of the Congregation Adat Israel of Louisville, Kentucky, was finished in 1868. About 3 years later, congregations were organized in Owensboro and Paducah in the same state. Temple Sinai of New Orleans, Louisiana, of which Dr. Maximilian Heller, born in Prague, Bohemia, 1860, has been rabbi since 1887, dates from 1870. In Monroe, in the same state, a congregation was organized in that year, and in Shreveport, Louisiana, several years before. The Synagogue of the Baltimore Hebrew Congregation, which was erected in 1845, was enlarged in 1860, while the Chizuk Emunah, which succeeded from it in 1871, erected its synagogue on Lloyd Street 5 years later. The older synagogues of both Boston, Massachusetts, and Detroit, Michigan, date from that same period. Mount Zion Congregation of St. Paul, Minnesota, was founded in 1871. Meridian, Natchez, Port Gibson, and Vicksburg in the state of Mississippi have synagogues which originated within the decade of the war. The same is true of Kansas City, St. Joseph, and St. Louis in Missouri, and of Temple Israel of Omaha, Nebraska. The first houses of worship of Hoboken and Jersey City, New Jersey, were established about 1870, while the largest city of that state, Newark, the synagogue, built 1858, of the Congregation B'nai Yeshurun, organized 1848, was replaced by an imposing temple which was dedicated in 1868. In the state of New York, outside of its chief city, the same can be seen. The first considerable synagogue of Albany, that of Congregation Bethel, was erected in 1865. The first congregation of Buffalo, organized in 1847, built its own synagogue in 1874. In both of these cities, like in many others, larger and more costly temples were erected later. But there was much less wealth in the country in general after the Civil War, and a building costing $50,000, which was erected in the 60s or the 70s, represented perhaps a further advance from preceding times than one 3 times as costly indicated in the 90s. In some instances, like that of Rochester, where the first Jewish community was organized in 1848, the purchase of a spacious church building early in its career, 1856, postponed the necessity of a large edifice until later. It was not until Rabbi Max Landsberg, born in Berlin 1845, appointed 1871, had been with the Congregation Brit Kodesh of Rochester for nearly a quarter century that the present fine temple was erected 1894. In other communities, divisions or splits made it impractical to build large houses of worship until a later time. So we find that in Syracuse, where the first religious organization was formed in 1841 and the first synagogue was opened in 1846, a building erected in 1850 sufficed for the needs of the congregation more than half a century afterwards. This was because a new congregation was formed in 1854, another succession took place in 1864, and one more congregation was founded in 1870. Brooklyn, on account of its proximity to New York City, could not develop a really independent communal life until it had a very large Jewish population, and in some respects has not done so even yet. The Keep Street Synagogue, which dates from the period which we deal with in this chapter, was the largest of its kind in the city for many years. The marked diminution or practical cessation of the Jewish immigration from Germany by no means meant a stoppage of Jewish immigration. There was a steady flow of immigration from Russia, which, beginning in the exodus from Russian Poland of 1845, see above, page 189, has never actually ceased until this day, although it did not assume the immense proportion of the last 30 years. The Aufruf on behalf of the Russian Jewish refugees, which Rabbi S. M. Schiller Senesi, born in Altofen, Hungary, 1820, died in Cambridge, England, 1890, published in the Orient for 1846, page 67 to 68, is a sufficient indication of the comparative antiquity of the problem, which many suppose never arose until after the anti-Jewish riots in 1881. What is even less known in Western countries is that the economic condition of the Jews in Russia was much worse in the so-called Golden Period under Tsar Alexander II, 1818 to 81, than under his more despotic predecessor. There was a popular saying among Russian Jews at that time, when it could not have occurred to anybody that these years of starvation would later be considered a golden age, that Tsar Nicholas I, 1796 to 1855, wanted the persons of the Jews, but left them their goods, while his son was less concerned about the persons, but despoiled them of their goods. This allusion to the passage in the Pentateuch, Genesis 14:21, in which the king of Sodom says to Abraham, "Give me the persons and take the goods to thyself," meant that Nicholas, who first began to enroll Jews in the Russian army and attempted to convert as many Jews to Christianity as possible, afforded the Jews in general better opportunities to earn a living than the more liberal Alexander. The fact that no proper provision was made for the Jews in the readjustment which followed the emancipation of the serfs, and that even the slight concessions, like the permission to skilled artisans to live outside of the pale of settlement, were never carried out honestly, is at the bottom of much of the Jews' trouble here. In less than 5 years after the emancipation of the Russian serfs, there came a crisis, occasioned by the hard times which followed the crop failure of 1867, which caused a state of distress in East Prussia and a famine on the other side of the border. The Jews of Germany did much to alleviate the distress of the large number of Russian Jews who lived at that time in East Prussia, and also to send relief to the needy co-religionists of Western Russia. But then, as now, the suffering was too widespread and the general condition too hopeless to be relieved by almsgiving, and the result was an exodus of considerable magnitude. This new exodus was treated in a series of articles in the Allgemeine Zeitung des Judentums of the 1869 entitled Emigration of the Jews from the Provinces of Western Russia. M. Anatoly Leroy Beaulieu, in his Les Immigrants Juifs et le Judaïsme aux États-Unis, Paris, 1905, page 5, tells of 500 Jewish emigrants from Russian Poland, which the Alliance Israelite Universelle sent to the United States in 1869 from the famine-stricken districts. The great anti-Jewish riot in Odessa on Passover 1871, which shattered the hope of the Jews for emancipation in the then near future, and marked the beginning of the reaction which accumulated in the reign of the following Tsar, which was also followed by a considerable emigration of the Jews. Many remained in Prussia, which was yet open for Russian subjects, but a large number proceeded to the United States or went there after remaining for some time in England. The Jewish population of the United States, and especially the city of New York, was therefore constantly increasing, though neither the number of Jews nor the relative proportion as to the country of origin is possible to ascertain for that time. Judge Daly, page 56, quotes Joseph A. Scoville, author of Old Merchants of New York, as saying in 1868, "There are now 80,000 Israelites in this city, and it is the highest standard of excellence of the old Israelite merchant of 1800 that has made the race occupy the proud position it now holds in this city and in the nation." Daly himself thought the number to be somewhat smaller. He says, page 58, "The Jews have now, 1872, in New York 29 synagogues, and as a proportional part of the population, they are now estimated at about 70,000. Whether the lower estimate or the higher is nearer the truth, it is clear that there were already in New York a large number of Jews, and that a considerable portion of them were from Russia." A rare little volume in rabbinical Hebrew, entitled Emek Raphaim, against the heresy of the Reformed Jews, which was published by the author Elijah Holzman, a shochet from Cortland in New York in 1868, is a good indication that there were already here at that time a sufficient number of readers of that language to warrant a publication of a work of that nature. As only the intellectual aristocracy among the Jews of the Slavic countries read Hebrew, and a large majority of the Russian Jewish immigrants of that period belonged to the poorest and most ignorant classes, the belief in the existence of a Hebrew-reading public, even if it proved to be a mistaken one, implies the presence of a large number of Russians. The first attempts to establish periodicals for this public soon followed. Hirsch Bernstein, born in Vladislav or Neustadt Shervin, government of Suwałki, in 1846, died in Tannersville, New York, 1907, arrived in New York in 1870, and in the same year established the first Judeo-German or Yiddish paper, and also the first periodical publication in the Neo-Hebraic language in the United States. The Yiddish publication, called The Post, had a brief existence, but the second, Hazofa Be'erez HaChadasha, of which Mordechai ben David Yalomstein, born in Suwałki, 1835, appointed 1871, died in New York 1897, was editor for most of the time, appeared weekly for more than 5 years. His brother-in-law, Kazriel H. Saracen, born in Pisa, Russian Poland, 1835, died in New York 1905, who arrived in the United States in 1866 and settled in New York, founded there in 1874 the Weekly Jewish Gazette, which with its daily edition, the Jewish Daily News, established 1886, later became the most prosperous Jewish periodical publication in any country. Jalomstein was the principal contributor to these publications for about 20 years. Another Yiddish weekly, the Israelitische Press, was founded in Chicago in 1879 by Nachman Ber Edelson and S. L. Marcus. It had a Hebrew supplement and existed for several years. The Jewish press in general will be treated in a later chapter, but it deserves to be mentioned here that some of the best representative Jewish papers of the country, like the American Hebrew of New York and the Jewish Exponent of Philadelphia, both founded in 1879, and the Jewish Advance of Chicago, founded 1878, existed about 4 years, contributed to place the Jews of the country in the proper condition for the reception of the large number of persecuted Jews which were soon to arrive. End of chapter 28. Read by Aviva Apfel, December 2023.
Part 6, Chapter 29 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Victoria. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Part 6, Chapter 29. Part 6, the Third or Russian Period of Immigration. Chapter 29. The influx after the anti-Jewish riots in Russia in 1881. The country itself is well prepared for the reception of a large number of Jewish immigrants. Absence of organized or political antisemitism. Increase in general immigration in 1880 and 1881. Arrival of the Am Olam. Imposing protest meetings against the riots in Russia. Welcome and assistance. Emma Lazarus. Heilprin and the attempts to found agricultural colonies. Hermann Rosenthal. Failures in many states. Some success in Connecticut and more in New Jersey. Woodbine. Distribution. Industrial workers and the new radicalism. The favorable economical and political conditions of the country itself were, however, the best preparation for the reception of a larger number of Jewish immigrants from Russia, who came as the result of the greatest Jewish migration since the exodus from Egypt. The strong congregations, the well-organized charities, and the considerable number of wealthy Jews who were able and willing to assist the refugees, as well as the numerous able, energetic, and tireless workers who did their best to alleviate the sufferings of the new arrivals and to help them find their way in the new surroundings. All these were necessary and, to some degree, indispensable to solve as much of the problem as circumstances would permit. But all would have been useless if there was not room for new immigrants to settle here and work for them to do. It would also have been well nigh impossible to take full advantage of the opportunities which this country offers to willing workers if it were not for the absence of that organized or official anti-Semitism which is found in one form or another in almost all civilized countries outside of the English-speaking world. Individual instances of social antipathy and personal dislike, or even hatred of Jews, were not rare in the United States at that period or at any other. But the Jew baiter was never encouraged or even approved by the all-powerful public opinion of the country at large. Sympathy for the suffering Jews was easily aroused, and those who pleaded the cause of the victim of persecution were not hampered by open opposition or by covert political influences. There was a sudden increase in immigration in the 2 years preceding the Russian influx. The country was recovering from the Panic of 1873 and from the effect of the contraction of the currency, which was incident to the resumption of specie payment by the government at the beginning of 1879. The number of immigrants who came here in 1876 was 169,986. In 1877, it fell to 141,857. In 1878, to 138,469. There was a slight rise in 1879 to 177,826, but in 1880 it jumped to 457,257, and in 1881, in the fiscal year ending June 30, when there was as yet no increased immigration from Russia on account of the riots, to 669,431. The people who came were needed, as is the case with the 1 million or more who had come here in the 3 years preceding the Panic of 1907, and again in the last 2 or 3 years, which is proven by the fact that they are easily absorbed. Not only the general conditions, but even the times were favorable for an increased Jewish immigration. There was neither economic nor national or racial cause for abstaining from giving those who fled from the pogroms the best public and open-hearted welcome that Jewish refugees ever received when coming in masses from one country to another. The first of the anti-Jewish riots of that period took place in Elisavetgrad on April 27, 1881. Another outbreak in Kiev followed on May 8, and there were over 160 towns and villages in which cases of riot, rapine, murder, and spoliation have been known to occur in the last 9 months of 1881. Joseph Jacobs' Persecution of the Jews in Russia, 1881, page 13. These riots, and the relief which was afforded to its victims, and especially to those who left Russia by way of Germany and Austria, have created a small literature of their own. But the subject in general belongs rather to the history of the Jews in Russia than to the present work, which can only be concerned with the emigrants after their arrival here. The first to arrive as a direct result of the riots, and among whom the new tendencies which were called forth by the calamities were prevalent to an appreciable degree, were included in a group of about 250 members of the Am Olam, Eternal People, Society, which came to New York July 29, 1881. Unlike the time of the Damascus affair in 1840, the Jews of America not only took the leading part in arousing public opinion against the outrages, but they could do much more than enlist the sympathies of their non-Jewish fellow citizens. They collected money to aid the sufferers and bade them welcome to these shores. A call for a meeting of the citizens of New York without distinction of creed to be held on Wednesday evening, February 1st, 1882, for the purpose of expressing their sympathy with the persecuted Hebrews in the Russian Empire, was signed by about 75 of the most prominent non-Jewish citizens of New York, headed by ex-President U.S. Grant. The memorable meeting was held in Chickering Hall and was presided over by Mayor William R. Grace. It was addressed by distinguished men in various walks of life, including 3 Christian clergymen, and had a marked effect on the public opinion. It was on the same day that a similar meeting, at which the Lord Mayor presided, was held in London at the Mansion House. 2 weeks later, February 15th, a meeting of the same nature with the same excellent moral result was held in Philadelphia, where 4 clergymen, 2 of them Protestant bishops and 1 representing the Roman Catholic Archbishop, were among the speakers. The Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society collected over $300,000 for the new arrivals, and nearly 2/3 of that sum was contributed by residents of this country, the balance coming from Germany, England, and France. Some groups of immigrants were given a public welcome. Temporary quarters were built for their accommodation on Ward's Island and at Greenpoint, LI, where several thousand were housed and maintained until they found employment. There was one other voice raised at that time in behalf of the Jew and of Judaism, only to be prematurely silenced forever a few years afterwards. The most gifted poet which American Jewry has produced, Emma Lazarus, born New York, 1849, died there, 1887, was aroused, and her noble spirit reached its full height by the stirring events of the martyrdom of the Russian Jew. Like so many other intelligent Jews in various countries, Emma Lazarus, the daughter of an old Sephardic family of social position, the friend of Emerson and other noted literary men, was up to that time mainly interested in general and classical subjects and devoted to them her poetical and literary talents. She needed a great theme to bring her genius to full flower, and she found that theme in the Russian persecution of 1881. Her poetry took on a warmer, more human glow. It thrilled with the suffering, the passion, the exaltation of a nation of the Maccabees. Her family, though nominally Orthodox, had hitherto not participated in the activities of the synagogue or of the Jewish community. But contact with the unfortunates from Russia led her to study the Bible, the Hebrew language, Judaism, and Jewish history. She suggested, and in part saw executed, plans for the welfare of the immigrants. The fruit of her latter literary activity included Songs of the Semite, 1882, an epistle to the Hebrews, poems like The Banner of the Jew, The New Ezekiel, and By the Waters of Babylon, Little Poems in Prose, 1887, her last published work. A collection of her works in 2 volumes appeared after her death, 1889, and in 1903 a bronze tablet commemorative of her was placed inside the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor. See Jewish Encyclopedia, S.V. Lazarus, Emma, by Miss Henrietta Sold. The number of those who received direct assistance was only a small fraction of the arrivals from Russia at that time. According to the opinion of the author from the article United States in the Jewish Encyclopedia, the various committees and societies assisted about 5% of the total Jewish immigrants. One of the most active and self-sacrificing of the workers for refugees, Michael Heilprin, who was himself brought up under the influence of the Haskalah movement, was, like all maskilim of the old school, a strong believer in the theory that the Jewish problem was to be solved by inducing or helping the Jews to become agriculturalists. Many of the immigrants who belonged to the class described as intellectuals or intelligents, whose dreams of political liberty and assimilation in Russia were shattered by the pogroms, also entertained fantastic notions about the virtue of agriculture. They fell in with all colonization plans for which they had more enthusiasm than natural aptitude, and this gave rise to a series of experiments in the colonizing of Russian immigrants, none of which were immediately successful, though it contributed to the inception of a small class of Jewish farmers which is slowly growing in the United States, and in which many see considerable promise for the future. The first Jewish agricultural colony of that period was founded on Sicily Island, Catahoula Parish, Louisiana. The settlers, including 35 families from Kiev and 25 from Elisavetgrad, had partly organized in Russia. Its leading spirit was Ermin Rosenthal, born in Fredrikstad, Kurland, 1843, arrived 1881, who is now chief of the Slavonic department of the New York Public Library. Before the colony was fairly started, it was literally swept away by an overflow of the Mississippi in the spring of 1882, and the colonists scattered, a few of them, however, settling as independent farmers in Kansas and Missouri. In July 1882, Rosenthal headed another group of 20 families, which formed the colony Cremeau in Davison County, in the present state of South Dakota. It led a precarious existence for about 3 years and was finally abandoned. Another attempt, which was made by the Alliance Israelite Universelle, with the formation of a colony named Bethlehem Judea in the same region, was no more successful. Colonies founded in the same year in Colorado and Oregon met with no better fate. The colonies founded in North Dakota, 1, in Kansas, 5, in Michigan, 1, and in Virginia, 2, remain but memories. Those founded later in Connecticut were more successful, and some of them are still in existence and even growing. The most successful were those established in New Jersey, where 4 of the 9, which were founded there since 1882, are still in existence, and, considering the drawbacks of such enterprises, are in a flourishing condition. They are Alliance, Salem County, founded by the Alliance Israelite in 1882. Carmel, Cumberland County, founded by the aid of Michael Halperin in the same year. Rosenhain in the same county, which owes its origin to 6 families which were settled there by the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society of New York in 1883. And Woodbine, Cape May County, which was founded by the trustees of the Baron de Hirsch Fund in 1891 and is the largest as well as the most thriving of all Jewish colonies in America. Woodbine now has over 2,000 inhabitants and is an incorporated borough with a government of its own, which was instituted in 1903, with Professor Hirsch Loeb Savasevich, born Berdinsk, Russia, 1860, arrived 1888, the former superintendent of the Baron de Hirsch Agricultural and Industrial School of that place, as the first mayor. He was succeeded by M.L. Baird, who is likewise a native of Russia. While the assistance rendered to the needy immigrants and the large sums expended in the formation of colonies and in supporting them attracted the most attention, a larger number were effectively helped by being distributed over various parts of the country where they could engage in trade or find work for which they were much better fitted. While the assistance rendered to the needy immigrants and the large sums expended in the formation of colonies and in supporting them attracted the most attention, a larger number were effectively helped by being distributed over various parts of the country where they could engage in trade or find work for which they were better fitted than for farming. The largest number received little, if any, assistance, except such as was rendered by their relatives or countrymen who they found here. The least successful, and those who became helpless or dependent from various causes, were assisted by the old charitable institutions which were enlarged or strengthened by the new demands made upon them and by new ones which sprang up everywhere as the occasion required. But the bulk of the newcomers succeeded remarkably well, and many of them were soon in a position to assist those who came after them and to contribute to charities from which they received assistance but a short time before, or to found new charitable institutions which were conducted in a manner more suitable to the character of the immigrants. The number of applicants to Jewish charitable institutions was increasing, and so was the number of people who crowded the districts in the larger cities where Jews lived together. But in both cases, there was going on a continual change, due to the steady inflow of new immigrants on the one hand, and on the other to the steady rising in the social and economic scale and the continued departure to other and better neighborhoods or to other cities. The same people did not apply for charity or dwell in tenement houses long. They soon made room for those who came after them, and what seemed to the superficial observer a solid, unmovable mass of poverty and helplessness, which presented a very difficult problem, was in reality a state of constant flux. This transient, fleeting mass slowly spread over the country until we find communities of Jewish immigrants practically in every city in the Union, and hardly a place without some individuals of that class. Most of those Jewish immigrants living in smaller places, as well as almost all of them who lived in more comfortable quarters in the large cities or their suburbs, passed through the tenement house districts, or the so-called Getty, which proves that the distribution considered by some as a desirable process which must be artificially accelerated is actually being accomplished by the free movement of individuals and is hardly noticed. The number of those who remained, though temporarily, in the congested centers of population, especially in New York, was very large and was constantly becoming larger because more immigrants came each year than the number of those who left those centers. This mass was hardly affected by the small withdrawals from it for the purpose of colonization. It was too large and was replenished too fast to be able to disperse as small traders over the country or to go in business, even on a small scale, in the cities, as did the number of Jewish immigrants who came in the former periods. And so, after all deductions are made, including those who went to become farmers and those who went to become peddlers, of those whose intelligence and the learning they brought with them enabled them, sometimes with little aid, to pursue their studies, and those whose business acumen or the small capital which they brought enabled them to engage in trade and to prosper in a short time. After all these deductions, there remained a very large class, steadily increasing by the excess of arrivals over departures, which could do the only thing which poor people can do in a country where capital is abundant and industries flourish: go to work. The Jewish immigrants soon began to fill the factories and the shops, especially those of the clothing trade, which was then, to a certain extent, already in Jewish hands. The trades to which they flocked began to extend fast. Immigrant workers themselves soon ventured to open small shops where they employed those who came after them. While wages were comparatively small and sweating was common, the earnings were so much above what the poor man can make in Russia, and the standard of living so much higher than the one to which the laborer is accustomed over there, that even those who worked under what an American would consider the worst circumstances soon saved enough money to begin sending for their families, their relatives, and even their friends. The great mass was solving its own problem by hard work and by thrift. It built up and multiplied the industries in which it was occupied, and thus made it easy to absorb the newcomers year after year and to become part of the great industrial army which is doing the work of the country. Thus, there arose a third and new class of Jewish immigrants, unlike the first or Sephardic small groups who came here usually with large means and took their position among the higher classes as soon as they arrived. Also unlike the second and larger group of German, Polish, and Hungarian Jews who came in the second period, most of whom began as peddlers and artisans, but ultimately became merchants or professional men. Among the immigrants of the third period, which began in 1881, there were many men of means and skilled men who at once joined the better situated classes. There were also among them a large number who took up peddling or petty trade with various degrees of success. But the agriculturists and industrial workers, or proletariat, are distinctive features of the new period. The colonist was mostly assisted and usually failed. Then he joined the trading or the working classes in the cities. The industrial classes took care of themselves and fared much better. Even their new problems presented difficulties which were more apparent than real. The seeming persistence in airs, which are characteristic of those who are here only a short time, is easily explained when it is considered that in cities like Philadelphia or Chicago there are always thousands, and in New York there are always tens of thousands of Jewish immigrants from Slavic countries who came to this country within the last year. So there is always at hand a mass which is not aware of what a similar mass, which to the outsider seems the same, did a year before, and what seems to be repetitions year after year of the same actions which lead to the same results, or to the same lack of results, are actually experiments made but once by each successive wave of immigration, and soon abandoned, only to be taken up later as a novel experience by those who come later. As the worker succeeded the trader, so the political extremist comes to the force in this period, as the radical in religious matters did in the former. Many of the intellectuals sympathized with the revolutionary movement in Russia and were infected by the socialistic virus, which is the bane of that movement and has made its success well nigh impossible. While the German or Austrian revolutionary of the 40s or 50s wanted nothing for his fatherland which the people of the United States did not already enjoy, the Russian theorist was dreaming of a social revolution and of fantastic victories for the peasantry and the proletariat, which should put Russia far in advance of the civilization of the rotten West. There was plenty of opportunity under the freedom of speech and of the press prevailing in this country to continue the struggle against capital amongst the sweatshop workers. For a while the socialist agitator became the most active leader among the immigrant masses, the Maskilim, or half-Germanized Hebrew scholars, were forced into the background, and the large Orthodox majority confined itself to the ever-increasing number of synagogues and kept quiet as usual. But as the years went by and the immigrants of the beginning of the period became more Americanized and more conservative, it became clear that radicalism was a passing phase in the development of the Russian Jewish immigrant, that the largest number outgrow it in several years at the utmost, and that the extreme movements depend almost entirely on the new arrivals who are attracted by its novelty and those who cater to them. Excepting what may be described as pronounced tendency to socialism in the Yiddish sensational press, the socialist movement has not held its own proportionally among the Russian immigrants, and the fears of some of their friends that the neighborhoods where the noisy agitation was carried on would develop into politically socialistic strongholds were dispelled almost before the first decade of this period was over. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Victoria. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Communal and Religious Activities Among the Newcomers. Congregational and social activities among the newcomers. Ephemeral organizations. The striving after professional education. Synagogues as the most stable of the new establishments. Landsleut congregations. The first efforts to consolidate the Orthodox community of New York. The Federation of Synagogues. Chief Rabbi Jacob Joseph. Other chief rabbis in Chicago and Boston. Prominent Orthodox rabbis in many cities. Dr. Philip Klein. The short period in which the cantor was the most important functionary in the Orthodox synagogue. Synagogues change hands, but are rarely abandoned. A large majority of the Russian immigrants, like the overwhelming majority of the Jews in Russia, were Orthodox Jews, and the younger men who were temporarily attracted by the radical movements which were, in Russian fashion, mostly anti-religious, began drifting back into the synagogues as soon as they grew older and became more settled and more Americanized. The older and the middle-aged needed congregational life from the moment of their arrival, and this gave rise to the establishment of a surprisingly large number of new synagogues in all places where the new arrivals settled. The situation in New York is again typical. The 29 congregations in 1872 increased more than tenfold in about 16 years, which far exceeds the growth of charitable institutions, of labor organizations, and of fraternal or self-education societies, all of which were springing up at that time in large numbers. The legal restrictions, which make the organization of any form of societies a difficult matter in Russia, were to some extent responsible for the formation of numerous organizations here for the most variegated number of purposes. The ease with which a charter or papers of incorporation could be obtained tempted many to form themselves into organizations to enjoy that privilege, while the equally novel experience of being permitted to form organizations without obtaining charters, to hold meetings and elect officers without fear of interference by the authorities, was another strong inducement to overdo things in the matter of organizations. But that same lack of experience was also the cause of unfamiliarity with voluntary corporate existence and of inability to hold the organization together after it was formed. A large percentage of the societies formed existed only a short time. The same was true of all forms of organizations, especially of labor unions. Only those which were subject to the discipline of a central body, notably lodges which form part of the larger and better conducted orders, showed a better proportion of survivals. The conditions prevailing in Russia were also largely the cause of the disproportionately large number of young people who attempted, by their own efforts or assisted by their often hard-pressed parents, to study for the professions. Under the educational restrictions in Russia, only the highly gifted or the children of the wealthy could hope to enter the higher institutions of learning. Here, the same opportunities were open to all alike, with free education up to the universities. It was natural for the poor to strive to make use of those opportunities and to spare no efforts to enter the ranks of the college graduates, who are looked upon by the Russian populace as superior beings. But in the course of years, as the proportion of those who are more Americanized became larger, and the new arrivals, though they kept coming in increasing numbers, were a constantly diminishing majority as compared with the entire mass of immigrants, there was a decrease in the number of hastily conceived and immature organizations, and a larger proportion of those which were formed had sufficient strength to survive. Of late years, there has been even a slackening of the rush for higher or professional education among the children of the poorer classes, which is also partly due to the more exacting requirements for entrance into the better class of colleges and universities. All these economic, fraternal, and educational activities, the last, of course, only as far as it concerns adults who could not benefit by the public school system, and the agitation about political and economic questions, and, to some extent, even the occupation of the immigrants, were novel experiences and largely temporary. The only activity which might be considered normal and to which there was a constant reversion even among those who abandon it abruptly, one may also say violently, was that relating to the synagogue. As compared with other institutions, a surprisingly small number of congregations formed by the immigrants succumbed, and the steady increase in the number and solidity of these religious establishments, as well as of the Talmud Torahs or religious schools, and later of the yeshivot or strictly Orthodox Talmudic academies, are the best proof of Israel's taking root in the United States. Most of the work of a public or semi-public character in the new Jewish settlements or communities, including even the work of numerous charitable institutions ministering to wants which are due to the exigencies of immigration, cannot, in the nature of things, be otherwise than temporary, even if they last for decades. It is only the building of synagogues, which represents that continuity of Jewish existence through the centuries, which unites us with the Jews of other countries and other times, and demonstrates the ability and willingness of the Jewish masses to support the old faith under all circumstances. These thousands of small synagogues all over the country, of which there are now about 800 in New York, bear also strong marks of Slavic, especially Russian, influence. The only place where it was safe for Jews to gather and have intercourse in that country was the synagogue, which, for that reason, served not only as a house of worship, but also as a meeting room, and, to some degree, as a clubhouse. Here it served all these purposes for the old-fashioned Jew, to whom the new social organizations which grew up here remained strange or became repugnant after short contact. In addition to this, the exceedingly unchurch-like small synagogue is usually composed of members who come from the same town in the old country or from the same district. The Landsleute meet here, receive the newest arrivals and the latest news from home. It is not unfrequently made the headquarters for extraordinary charitable activity when the hometown is visited by a conflagration or a pogrom. The tendency is to break away from those little synagogues and to join larger ones in the more comfortable neighborhoods, as well as to enlarge them by admitting members who hail from other towns and even from other countries. But the changes are mainly accomplished by slow transition. The gaps which are left by departures are easily filled up by new arrivals, so that the transformation is much nearer to a slow process of evolution than to the decay of Judaism in this country, of which many are complaining. The earliest manifestation of this new development was the first effort which was made, less than a decade after the beginning of the new immigration, to consolidate the Orthodox Jewish community of New York under the leadership of a great rabbinical authority, and to raise the expense of the new institution by the same method by which the Jewish communities of Russia are financed, by an income from the kosher meat business. In Russian Poland, as in Germany or Austria, members of the Jewish community pay a direct tax for the support of the rabbinate and the communal institutions, and while the Jewish taxpayers elect the officers who assess them, the tax, or etat, is collectible by force, i.e., with the aid of the police authorities, if it is not paid voluntarily. Only those members of the community who pay comparatively larger sums are entitled to vote for communal officers, so that the poorer classes are taxed without being represented in the governing body of the community, and the very poor are not taxed at all. In Russia proper, including Lithuania and the balance of the Pale of Settlement, where the masses of the Jews dwell, the korobaka, or tax on kosher meat, more correctly a tax on the slaughtering of animals for kosher food, takes the place of the etat of Poland and the kultussteuer of some Western countries. This indirect tax, which rests more heavily on the poor, is less felt and therefore considered less burdensome, though it is and always has been hated by the Jewish masses in Russia. The absolute separation of church and state in this country made any form of enforced taxation out of the question. And when the want of a recognized religious authority for the large mass of Orthodox Jews of New York began to be seriously felt, and the question of providing for his salary and for other communal needs of a general nature, for which the individual synagogues did not feel themselves bound to provide, became a subject for discussion among the public-spirited Jews in the community, the plan of control over the business of kosher meat, over which the new rabbi should have complete religious supervision, suggested itself as the only practicable solution of the problem. A federation of congregations comprising about 15 of the more important Orthodox synagogues was consequently formed in 1888, and one of the greatest rabbinical authorities of Russia, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, born in Kroz, government of Kovno, Russia, 1840, arrived 1888, died in New York, July 28, 1902, who was at that time the preacher of the old Jewish community of Vilna, was brought over as chief rabbi of the Federation. He was received with great honor by the Orthodox masses and was recognized by them as the greatest rabbi that ever came to this country. But the Federation of Synagogues soon fell to pieces. The scheme of controlling the supervision of the kosher meat supply failed almost from the beginning. There was too much prejudice against a form of korobka, even among the Orthodox masses, despite the fact that they continued to pay, as they still do, a higher price for kosher meat. And a systematization of the business could produce a large revenue for communal purposes without further increase in the price. Many independent Orthodox rabbis did not submit to the authority of the great rabbi. His influence was weakened, and several years afterward, he fell the victim of a severe illness which incapacitated him for hard work or for leadership. But the failure of the system was due to the impossibility of conducting Jewish affairs in America after patterns designed in and for Russia. The chief rabbi personally was revered by the multitudes of religious Jews, and when he died after a lingering illness, his funeral, July 30, 1902, though it was marred by a disturbance in which a number of persons were injured, was one of the most imposing ever seen in New York. Several other attempts to choose chief rabbis with the hope of uniting or solidifying under them the Orthodox congregations of a large city were not more successful. The most notable of them was the selection, by a union of congregations which was formed for that purpose in Chicago, of another great Talmudical scholar, Rabbi Jacob David Wilowski, Ridbaz, born in Kobrin, government of Kovno, 1845, as its chief rabbi in 1903. Rabbi Walensky, who was Rabbi Joseph's predecessor in Vilna, first came to the United States in 1900 in the interest of his great work on the Talmud Yerushalmi. It was during his second visit to this country that the effort to detain him as the spiritual head of a united Orthodox community in the second largest city of the New World was made. But a strong opposition, which centered around Rabbi Zebi Simon Album, made his position untenable, and he resigned after holding it for 10 months. After traveling for more than a year over the United States, he left, 1905, for the Holy Land and settled in Safed, where he still resides. It was again seen in his case and confirmed because it occurred 15 years after the importation of the first and greatest chief rabbi in the greatest Jewish community that both the rabbis and the religious laymen are too independent here to submit to a chief rabbi, regardless of his importance as a Talmudical authority. The last to assume the title was Rabbi Gabriel Z. Margoliouth, born in Vilna, 1848, arrived 1906, who was considered the greatest rabbinical scholar among the Orthodox rabbis of the United States. Rabbi Margoliouth held the office of chief rabbi in Boston about 4 years until his removal, 1911, to New York to become rabbi of the Adat Israel. In most of the other large cities, there are prominent Orthodox rabbis who are held in high esteem and recognized as spiritual leaders of the religious masses, although their actual jurisdiction extends only over the one or several congregations of which they are the appointed rabbis. The best known of that class in New York was the Moskauer Rab, Chaim Jacob Vidrevitz, born in Dobromysl, government of Mohilev, 1836, arrived 1891, died in New York, 1911. Among the living, Rabbi Moses Zebulon Margoliouth, born Croz, 1851, arrived 1889, formerly of Boston. Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Alperstein, born in Kobrin about 1854, arrived 1881, formerly of Chicago. And Rabbi Shalom Elechan Jaffe, born in Wolbolnik, government of Wilna, 1858, arrived 1889, formerly of St. Louis, are among the better known of the numerous Orthodox rabbis of New York. Outside of New York, Rabbi Abraham Jacob Gerser Lesser, born in Mir, government of Minsk, 1835, arrived about 1880, formerly of Chicago, and for about the last 10 years in Cincinnati, is considered the dean of the Orthodox rabbis in this country. He is the author of several rabbinical works, one of which was translated into English by Mr. H. Eliasov. Of about the same age is the Nestor of the Chicago Rabbinate, Rabbi Eliezer Annixter, who occupied the rabbinical position there for about 40 years. In Philadelphia, Rabbi Bernhard Louis Leventhal, born Kovno, 1864, arrived 1891, occupies a leading position and is perhaps the most Americanized of the strictly Orthodox rabbis in the country. Rabbi Moses Simon Sivitz, born in Zitwan, government of Kovno, 1853, arrived 1886, formerly of Baltimore, 1886 to 1889, and Rabbi Aaron Mordechai Ashinsky, born in Rayrod, Russian Poland, 1866, formerly of Detroit, Michigan, and Montreal, Canada, are the foremost representatives of the Orthodox element in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Rabbi Asher Lipman Zaharay, born in Kovno, 1862, arrived 1892, formerly of Brooklyn, New York, 1892, and of Des Moines, Iowa, 1893 to 1903, is at the head of the United Orthodox Hebrew Congregations of Louisville, Kentucky. The number of prominent Orthodox rabbis among the immigrants who came from other countries than Russia is comparatively very small. The Hungarians, who belong to an earlier period, slowly draw nearer to the German and American element in religious matters. The Austrians, or Galicians, who began to arrive in larger numbers somewhat later than the Russians, took a longer time to settle down to local conditions, and being at liberty to return to their old home whenever they liked, the large number who went back only to return again in a few years retarded the gradual development of their communal life. They are, on the other hand, much more successful relatively in their social organizations, such as lodges and Landslut societies, on account of the larger liberty of organization which they enjoyed at home. Their leading rabbi in New York was Rabbi Naphtali Reiter, born in Hungary, 1844, arrived 1887, died in New York, 1911, who officiated as rabbi of the congregation Magen Abraham Dukler, Attorney Street, the leading Galician synagogue of New York from 1893 until his death. The leading Hungarian rabbi of New York is Dr. Hillel HaKohen or Philip Klein, born in Bariska, Hungary, 1849, arrived 1891, who occupies a unique position in the Jewry of New York and of the country, being recognized as a Talmudic authority, and at the same time possessing the secular learning obtained by studying at the University of Berlin. Dr. Klein was rabbi of Libau, Russia, for 10 years before he came to this country to officiate as rabbi of the Hungarian congregation Oheb Zadik of New York, which position he still holds. At the beginning of the period of development among the Jewish immigrants from Slavic countries, it was, however, not the rabbi, but the Hazan, or cantor, who was considered the most important functionary of the Orthodox congregation, especially of the larger ones. The number of wealthy members was insignificant, and while the smaller congregations holding services in rented rooms could subsist on the modest contributions and donations from regular attendants and from those who came occasionally for the high holidays or on account of marriages, the naming of newborn children, Jaureitzen, etc. The large synagogue, with a building of its own, which was usually heavily mortgaged, often had a hard struggle for existence. The rabbi, unless he was a popular preacher, was considered as a somewhat superfluous burden. He received only a small salary or none at all, having to rely for a living on the emoluments of the rabbinical office. But a popular cantor attracted new members and also large audiences on the special occasions when a charge for admission was made. His salary was therefore considered a profitable investment, and some of the best-known cantors of Russia were induced to come to America, especially to New York. The most renowned among the synagogue singers who were brought over in that period were Israel Makalovsky, born in Suwalki, Russian Poland, 1831, arrived 1886, died in New York, 1911. Israel Cooper, born in Alsulnitz, government of Kamenets-Podolsk, 1840, arrived 1885, died in New York, 1909, and Pinchas Minkowski, born in Bylaya, Tserkov, 1859, who, after spending a short time in New York, returned in 1892 to Odessa, whence he came. But the circumstances under which the influence of the cantor was predominant were abnormal and could not last long. The improvement in general material conditions, the increase in the number and proportion of wealthy members, and the growing sense of duty and responsibility in religious matters helped to bring the rabbi nearer to the front where he belongs. There are even now many excellent and well-paid hazanim in large cities, and the Orthodox rabbis are yet far from the security of tenure and of income which is enjoyed by the rabbis in the Old World. But some sort of equilibrium has been restored, and the rabbinate has gained morally as well as materially. In the last few years, many of the larger synagogues in the older Jewish neighborhoods of the great cities have been again in precarious financial condition, which is due to the removal of its older, wealthier members to the more fashionable quarters or to the suburbs. But no one would think now, as it was thought a quarter century before, of attempting to strengthen the position of a synagogue by the importation of a famous hazan. In many cases, the well-to-do older members feel it to be their religious duty to keep up the large synagogues which they built in districts which are now inhabited mostly by the poorer and later arrivals, though they themselves now live too far to reach it, and have built new synagogues in their new neighborhoods and have engaged English-speaking rabbis to deliver sermons. In other instances, the immigrants of latter years are ready and willing to take over the synagogues, sometimes by the simple method of joining as members and obtaining control by becoming the majority. It also happens that the synagogue itself is removed to a location to which most of the members have moved, and the old building is sold to a smaller or to a newly formed congregation. But as was stated above, the number of congregations which disbanded and of synagogue buildings which are abandoned for other purposes is small. The continuance of immigration and the steady increase among the earlier comers of the number who affiliate themselves with a religious community obviates the necessity of giving up old religious organizations at the time when new ones are being established all over the country. This is the end of Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. New Communal and Intellectual Activities. The Jewish Alliance of 1891 as the first attempt to form a general organization in which the immigrants of the latest period should be officially recognized. Some of the prominent participators. The New Exodus of 1891. The Baron de Hirsch Fund. Various activities. Decrease in the numbers and proportion of the helpless and the needy. The American Jewish Historical Society. The Jewish Publication Society of America. The Jewish Chautauqua. Participation in the World's Columbian Exposition in 1893. The Council of Jewish Women. In less than a decade after the first influx from Russia, an attempt was made to establish some form of cooperation between the immigrants of the new period and the American or Americanized Jews who belonged to the former periods. The latter were complaining that the burden of charities was becoming too heavy, while from the former, especially from the more intelligent immigrants who were interested in Jewish matters, there arose even at that early date a demand for recognition and a share of responsibility in communal work. The theory that the two elements, described respectively as the German and the Russian, must be brought nearer together,
and that the latter element must be prepared to take over the hegemony of the Jewish community from the former, just as the German took it over from the Sephardim, was already then, as it is to some extent still now, a favorite with those who consider themselves representatives of the immigrants. And it was the effort to apply part of this theory to practice, and perhaps, according to some, to put it to the test, that a call was issued for a convention of the Jewish Alliance of America, which met in Philadelphia on February 15, 1891. 19 cities were represented, some of them as far as San Francisco, California, by Bernard Marx, and Portland, Oregon, David Solis Cohen. Boston was represented by David Blaustein, born in Lida, Russia, 1866, approximate death 1886, who later became eminent as an educator and communal worker. The Honorable Simon Wolf, born in Rhenish, Bavaria, 1836, approximately 1848, a recognized representative in Washington of the Jews of the country, came from the capital. There were 20 delegates from Baltimore, including Samuel Dorff and B.H. Hartogensis. Chicago sent 6 men, including Dr. A.P. Cattison and Leon Zolotkov, born in Wilna, 1865, A. 1887. Among the 7 delegates from New York were the Russian immigrants Nicholas Olinkov and P. Kaplan, and the Native American Ferdinand Levy, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1843, who served in the Union Army with his father and 2 brothers during the Civil War, and held various offices in New York City and in Jewish fraternal organizations. The largest contingent was, of course, from Philadelphia. Its 54 delegates, including many well-known men from both elements, like the inventor Louis E. Levy, born in Bohemia, 1846, Dr. Solomon Solis Cohen, a native of Philadelphia, Bernhard Harris, who was chosen secretary, and Dr. Charles D. Spivak, born in Kremenchug, Russia, 1861, A. 1882, who was president of the temporary organization. A constitution was adopted and a permanent organization formed, of which a well-known local Jewish philanthropist, Simon Murr, born in Bavaria, 1845, died in Philadelphia, 1895, was elected president. Simon Wolf, treasurer, and Bernhard Harris, secretary. The Board of Trustees, which was elected, included as representatives of New York, the communal leader Daniel P. Hayes, born in Pleasantville, New York, 1854, and the educator Henry M. Leipziger, born in Manchester, England, 1854. There was some enthusiasm in numerous communities for the plan, which was to unite Israelites in a common bond for the purpose of more effectually coping with the grave problems presented by enforced immigration, and 31 branches were formed throughout the country. But the entire plan came to nothing. In February 1892, the Jewish Alliance was consolidated with the American Committee for Ameliorating the Condition of the Russian Refugees, which was organized in New York apparently for the purpose of heading off the activity of the Alliance. Both organizations were soon forgotten, and the historical value of the Alliance consists chiefly in its having been the first formal manifestation of a desire which was partly satisfied in an entirely different manner 15 years later by the formation of the American Jewish Committee. There was another reoccurrence of persecutions in Russia in the same year, which did not take the sensational form of massacre and pillage, but had as much or even more effect in forcing Jews to leave the country. Relentless expulsions from Moscow and from villages in which the Jews have dwelt peacefully and on good terms with their neighbors forced tens of thousands to leave the country. And as many of them now had relatives or friends in the United States, it was natural for them to turn their faces towards the New World. Conditions were again favorable for several reasons. The tide of general immigration, which fell from 788,992 in 1882 to 334,203 in 1886, rose after some vacillations in the following 3 years to 455,302 in 1890, to 560,319 in 1891, and to 623,084 in 1892. In the year ending June 30, 1893, which includes a few months of the hard times which began in the spring of that year, the number of immigrants was still as high as 502,917, and it is only in the following 12-month, when only 314,467 arrived, and in 1895 when immigration fell to 279,948, which was the lowest number since 1879, that the deterrent effects of the Panic of 1893 were visible. Not only had the Jews in general made progress in the decade after 1881, and were better able to cope with the new situation because they discovered their own strength in the work of helping their less fortunate brethren, and had also learned by experience that the new element adjusted itself to the new surroundings with remarkable rapidity, but there was also a new agency to assist in the work of helping some of the newcomers to find their way to work and independence. The great Jewish philanthropist Baron Maurice de Hirsch, born in Munich, Bavaria, 1831, died in Hungary, 1896, some time before the new increase of immigration from Russia, created and endowed the Baron de Hirsch Fund for ameliorating of the condition of certain Jewish immigrants in the United States. The fund, which he originally endowed with the sum of $2,400,000, and which had grown later to nearly $1 million more, was incorporated under the laws of the state of New York, February 12, 1891, the trustees being M. S. Isaacs, President; Jacob H. Schiff, born in Frankfurt of the Main, 1847, approximate 1865, Vice President; Jesse Seligman, born in Bavaria, 1827, died in California, 1894, Treasurer; Dr. Julius Goldman, who later became President, Honorary Secretary. The other trustees were Henry Rice, born in Bavaria, 1835, A. 1850, who for many years was president of the United Hebrew Charities of New York; James H. Hoffman and Oscar S. Strauss, born in Germany, 1850, A. 1854, of New York; and Mayer Sulzberger, born in Hildesheim, Baden, 1843, A. 1848, and William B. Hackenberg, born in Philadelphia, 1837, of Philadelphia. Adolphus S. Solomons, born in New York, 1826, died in Washington, 1910, was the first general agent. The present trustees are Eugene S. Benjamin, President; Jacob H. Schiff, Vice President; Murray Guggenheim, Treasurer; Max J. Kohler, Honorary Secretary; Nathan B. Jor, Abram I. Elkus, Henry Rice, Louis Seibert, S. G. Rosenbaum, all of New York City; Mayer Sulzberger, W. B. Hackenberg, and S. S. Fleischer of Philadelphia. H. L. Sabsevich succeeded A. S. Solomons as general agent. The trustees of this fund, which has an annual income of about $125,000, at first used the amount at their disposal in relieving the immediate necessities of the refugees, and in order to make the immigrants self-supporting, a number of them were given instructions in the work which is required in the manufacture of clothing, white goods, etc. The United Hebrew Charities of New York was made the agent through which the material necessities were relieved, and certain sums are still granted by the fund to institutions which make a specialty of assisting immigrants. On the other hand, the fund itself is receiving assistance from the Jewish Colonization Association, ICA, to which Baron de Hirsch left a large share of his fortune, in the activities which it carries on through the Jewish Agricultural and Industrial Aid Society for the encouragement of farming and the Industrial Removal Office for the distribution of working men from the crowded centers of population to places further inland. Both of these institutions were organized in 1900. When the great pressure due to the rapid immigration had somewhat relaxed, the trustees carefully matured their plans of education and of colonization, doing a large amount of good with the various forms of instruction, including technical as well as elementary knowledge. While the colonization plans, which resulted in the establishment of the colonies, which have been mentioned in a former chapter, meet with so many difficulties that progress is made at a less rapid pace. The Jews of America were thus even better prepared to receive a large number of Jewish immigrants at the beginning of the last decade of the 19th century than they were 10 years before. There was also at this time a smaller number and a much smaller proportion of helpless people among the Russian refugees, or those who lived in the interior of Russia, outside of the Pale of settlement, and would have remained there had it not been for the expulsions, were as a rule active and fairly successful men, and therefore better able to take care of themselves than those whom poverty or lack of employment forced to immigrate. Many more found relatives and friends here than in 1881 to 82, and among those who were here there were also many more who could be of assistance to new arrivals than in former times. As a matter of fact, Jewish immigration from the Slavic countries had then assumed its natural form, which it has retained ever since, except in the years following the massacres in the present century. Most men come to kinsmen or personal friends who are willing and able to assist them in finding their way. A large majority consists of wives and children, of parents and other near relatives, who come because they were sent for and because the breadwinner or the most energetic member of the family has previously established himself here and demands their presence or feels certain that they will soon be able to provide for themselves. The helpless Jewish immigrant who has nowhere to go and nothing to do when he arrives is now very rare, and has been rare for the last 2 decades. The number of the new immigrants needing assistance immediately after their arrival had been reduced to such a small fraction that those having the interest of the Jewish masses at heart began to express their opinion that it would perhaps be better if organized charity would leave them alone altogether. At first this opinion was uttered mostly in the Yiddish press or at meetings of immigrants, but in time there came not only a still further improvement in the general condition of the Jews, and also a further diminution in the number of helpless immigrants, but the voice of the immigrant citizen became more potent in communal affairs. The folly of appeals, in which the wants of that class were exaggerated, became apparent. A large number of the employees of charitable institutions and even some of the directors were now Russian or Galatian or Roumanian Jews, with a closer acquaintance with the needs and also with the lack of needs of the new arrivals. Much of the friction due to the resentment against help, which was rendered sometimes with more ostentation than the circumstances required, was obviated under the altered conditions, and the ground was prepared for a new cooperation of all elements of the community. The foundation about this time of the American Jewish Historical Society, whose objects are the collection and preservation of material bearing upon the history of the Jews in America, may be taken as an indication that the times were now again considered normal in the Jewish community. It was organized in June 1892 with Oscar S. Strauss as president and Dr. Cyrus Adler, born in Van Buren, Arkansas, 1863, as secretary. The latter is now, since 1899, its president, and Albert M. Friedenberg and Dr. Herbert Friedenwald, secretaries. It has thus far issued 20 annual volumes of its publications, which form an invaluable collection of material on the subject, much of which has been used in the preparation of this work. The president and both secretaries, as well as its curator, Leon Hühner, and some of its officers and members of its executive council, like Professor Richard J. H. Gottheil, born in Manchester, England, 1862, who came here with his father, Rabbi Gustav Gottheil, 1827 to 1903, of Temple Emmanuel, New York in 1873, of Columbia University, Professor Jacob H. Hollander, born in Baltimore, 1871, of Johns Hopkins University, and Max J. Kohler, born in Detroit, Michigan, 1871, are among the most important contributors of papers and monograms on various historical subjects to the publications of the Society. Another society of a kindred nature, but appealing to a wider circle, the Jewish Publication Society of America, organized in Philadelphia, 1888, incorporated there, 1896, began to attain prominence about that time. It is published for distribution among its members and also for sale to the general public about 60 books on a large variety of subjects, some of them, like the English edition of Gratz's History of the Jews, Schechter's Studies in Judaism, and the earliest works of fiction by Israel Zangwill, are highly valuable. Morris Neuberger, born in Hohenzollern, Sigmaringen, 1834, a 1854, was its first president and held the office for 14 years, until he was succeeded by the present incumbent, Edwin Wolfe, in 1902. The leading spirit of the society is the chairman of its publication committee, Mayer Sulzberger, the eminent communal leader and Jewish bibliophile, who has been a judge of the Court of Common Pleas in Philadelphia since 1895. The secretary of that committee, Henrietta Zold, has done much useful work in translating or preparing for publication a considerable part of the works which the Society has published. This society is the third of its kind in the United States. The first, which was called the American Jewish Publication Society, was founded by Isaac Leeser in 1845, and in the same year an auxiliary society was established at Richmond, Virginia. It published 14 works between that year and 1849, but went out of existence after its plates and books were destroyed by fire in 1851. The second, the Jewish Publication Society, was established in New York in 1873 by Leopold Baumberger, Benjamin I. Hart, Meyer Stern, Edward Morrison, and several others of New York. William B. Hackenberg, born in Philadelphia 1837, of Philadelphia, and Simon Wolfe of Washington. Rabbis Gustav Gottheil, Moses Meisner, born in Schüben-Posen 1828, died in Cincinnati 1903, where he had been professor of Talmud in the Hebrew Union College since 1879, and Wise's successor as president. And Frederick de Sola Mendez, born in Jamaica, West Indies 1850, since 1874 rabbi of Congregation Sha'arei Tefillah. Marcus Jastrow of Philadelphia, and Moritz Ellinger, born in Germany 1830, A. 1854, died 1907, editor of the Menorah and of the Jewish Times, constituted its publication committee. It existed only for 2 years. The Jewish Chautauqua Society for the dissemination of knowledge of the Jewish religion by fostering the study of its history and literature, giving popular courses of instruction, issuing publications, establishing reading circles, holding general assemblies, and by such other means as may from time to time be found necessary and proper, is also a product of this new period of spiritual and literary activity in the American Jewish world. It was founded in 1893 by Dr. Henry Berkowitz, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 1857, since 1892 rabbi of the Congregation Rodef Shalom, Philadelphia, who is still its chancellor. It now has about 3,000 members. The World's Columbian Exposition, which was held in Chicago in the year 1893, offered the Jews an opportunity to participate in the great event in diversified ways. What they did and what they exhibited as artists, scientists, manufacturers, and merchants does not belong to the subject of this work, which is mostly concerned with Jewish matters. But the Jews participated, as such, in the World's Parliament of Religions, which was held in Chicago at that time. Among the separate denominational congresses which constituted that parliament was also a Congress of Jewish women, the first of its kind ever held. This Congress resulted in the organization of the National Council of Jewish Women to further united efforts in behalf of Judaism by supplying means of study, by an organic union to bring about closer relations among Jewish women, to furnish a medium of interchange of thought and a means of communication and of prosecuting work of common interest, to further united efforts in the work of social betterment through religion, philanthropy, and education. Hannah G. Solomon and Sadie American, respectively chairman and secretary of the Congress, were elected president and secretary of the council. In 1896, the word national was eliminated from the name on account of the entrance of sections from Canada. The council now consists of more than 60 sections and is doing noble work in pursuance of its program. Miss American still retains the office of secretary, while Mrs. Solomon was succeeded as president by Mrs. Marion L. Meisch of Providence, Rhode Island. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. The Labor Movement and New Literary Activities. Difficulty of securing data for the history of the labor movement among Jewish immigrants. John R. Commons' characterization of a Jewish labor union. A constantly changing army of followers under the same leaders. The movement under the control of the radical press. The leaders as journalists and literary men. They popularize the press and teach the rudiments of politics. The Voter. The Hefton. Neo-Hebrew Periodicals. The Yiddish Stylists. The Plight of the Hebraists. Any attempt to give even the merest outline of the history of the labor movement among the immigrant Jews in the United States would lead into a maze of unreliable figures, exaggerations, and conflicting statements, not only between opponents, but also among those most friendly to their cause. The Russian Jew in America, like the Russian himself at home, has not yet learned to divorce trade unionism from politics. His labor organizations are either organized and managed by socialistic agitators and politicians, and in the end split from within on account of the continuous wars among the adherents of various schools of socialistic principles and tactics, or, if it is not socialistic and would not permit the machinery of its organization to be used for the benefit of the party, or, rather, of one of the socialistic parties, it is opposed and sometimes ruined by open attacks or by neglect. And so it comes that as long as a labor union is typically Jewish, i.e., as long as it differs from the American trade union in its being much more political and being more interested in a general struggle against capital or against the present order of society, it leads a precarious existence. The small number of labor unions whose members are exclusively Jewish immigrants, which are strictly trade unions and permit their members to have their own political views or preferences, are usually affiliated with American central labor bodies and belong to the history of the labor movement of the country rather than to one which deals with the Jews as a separate entity. But the radicalism of the laborer as such, and the radicalism of the union which he enters and upholds, is like the radicalism of the immigrant in general, and like his dwelling in tenement houses, a passing phase which seems permanent because new arrivals take up the place of those who are continually dropping out from the ranks on account of their improved material and educational condition. Isaac A. Auerwitsch, born in Wilna 1860, A. 1892, the economist and statistician, in his attempt to review the labor movement among the Jews in this country, could do no better than to quote the following characterization from the pen of a recognized specialist on the subject. Quote, "The Jews' conception of a labor organization is that of a tradesman rather than that of a workman. In the clothing manufacture, whenever any real abuse arises among the Jewish workmen, they all come together and form a giant union, and at once engage in a strike. They bring in 95% of the trade. They are energetic and determined. They demand the entire and complete elimination of the abuse. The demand is almost always unanimous, and is made with enthusiasm and bitterness. They stay out a long time, even under the greatest of suffering. During a strike, large numbers of them are to be found with almost nothing to live upon and their families suffering, still insisting, on the streets and in their halls, that the great cause must be won. But when once the strike is settled, either in favor of or against the cause, they are contented, and that usually ends the union, since they do not see any practical use for a union when there is no cause to fight for. Consequently, the membership of a Jewish union is wholly uncertain. The secretary's books will show 60,000 members in 1 month, and not 5,000 within 3 months later. If, perchance, a local branch has a steady 1,000 members, and if they are indeed paying members, it is likely they are not the same members as in the year before." End quote. This is, with the modifications pertaining to time and place, the history of practically every trades union organization among the Jewish immigrants from the Slavic countries. From the first Union of Jewish Tailors, which was organized in New York in 1877, through the time of the first comprehensive strike of workers in the clothing trade in that city in 1890, the still larger one in 1894, down to the great waist makers' strike in 1909 and the great strikes in New York, Chicago, and Cleveland in 1910 and 1911, the leadership has remained almost the same for about a quarter century. Abraham Kahan, born in Podbiersy, near Wilna, 1860, A. 1882, who was the first to deliver socialist speeches in Yiddish in the United States, is still practically at the head of that movement among his countrymen. Morris Hillquit, born in Riga, Russia, 1870, A. 1887, began his activity as a socialist leader among the immigrants before he was of age, and is now a recognized leader of the socialists of the country, being also the author of A History of Socialism in the United States. Joseph Barundis, born in Kametz-Poltz, 1867, A. 1885, the leader of the second great cloak makers' strike, who is now a communal worker and a leader among the Zionists, is still looked upon as a representative of the Jewish working classes in New York. The same conditions prevail in other large cities, only there the movement began somewhat later, and the local leaders seldom attained lasting prominence even locally. For the movement is more than anything else a newspaper movement, and those who control the Yiddish socialist press in New York are masters of the situation in every center of population where there is a socialist movement among the Jewish immigrants. As the radical press is the means by which the unstable and mostly temporary labor organizations are held in control, it has played a much more important part in the entire Jewish labor movement than the general labor press has played in the much stronger and more lasting American labor movement. This is again on account of its political radicalism, which appeals to a wide circle of readers who may be neither trade union laborers nor even socialists. In its latest phase of development, the Jewish radical press becomes a sensational afternoon paper, only with a stronger tinge of red than the journal of the same type printed in the vernacular. This preponderance of the literary side of the movement had the results which were to be expected. It produced better writers than labor leaders, more talented literary artists than organizers or disciplinarians, and while most of the radical periodicals also succumbed sooner or later, they had a more lasting effect on the development of the immigrant than the extremist labor organizations. This is also a reflex of Russian conditions, where the labor movement is entirely in the hands of the intelligentsia, or learned classes, though for an entirely different reason, the laborers themselves being the mostly illiterate. Here every Jewish labor leader is a journalist or an author, often both, and they belong more properly to the chapters treating of Jewish literature in America. The agitator among the immigrants has also rendered other highly useful service, besides the impetus which he gave to the development and popularization of the Yiddish press. The average laborer immigrant from Russia knew very little of newspapers, although practically every one of them could read his mother tongue, Judeo-German or Yiddish. But the Russian government did not permit at that time the publication of popular newspapers, and we find, for instance, in the year 1886, 3 daily papers in Russia in the Old Hebrew language, which is understood by the more educated classes, and not one in Yiddish. But little as the immigrant knew about newspapers, he knew less, or actually nothing at all, about politics. The explanation of the aims of the one party for which the agitator wanted to win him had to be preceded by introductory explanations of the nature and functions of parties generally, of their utility as a means of inaugurating reforms, and their power to carry them out when a successful campaign places the government in their hands. The socialist agitator was thus the first teacher of civics, and he was a very active worker for the cause of naturalization. He was anxious that the immigrant working man should become a citizen and build up with his vote the socialist party, which the native laborer was so slow to recognize. But the large majority of the Jewish laborers had enough of socialism by the time they were entitled to citizenship. The number of voters of that party increased very slowly, and like the above-mentioned case of the unions, they were not the same from year to year. While the Jewish population was increasing rapidly in some parts of New York and other large cities, and the number of non-Jewish, or rather non-immigrant voters in some districts became very small or practically disappeared, the number of socialist votes was fluctuating, and never becoming a majority or even a plurality in a district. While the leaders were preaching that all opportunities were now gone and all avenues of advancement were closed for the poor man, every individual among their followers was struggling to raise himself above his surroundings. Americanization meant the abandonment of extreme views on all subjects, and the naturalized immigrant, even when he remained a manual worker, was soon voting for one of the 2 great American parties. He still retained a leaning towards radical reform, for the Russian mind is much inclined to theorizing, but he would now seldom go further than support an American reformer or join one of the movements instituted by the better elements for the purpose of purifying city governments. But as a reform element usually signalizes its accession to power by a severe enforcement of Sunday closing laws and other interferences with personal liberty which smack of persecution, the immigrant Jew usually joins the other disappointed classes to turn the reformers out of office at the next election. There was a slow and steady turning away from the dry and monotonous radical literature of that period, which was a counterpart of the turning away from extreme politics. In one respect, the change in literary taste or requirements amounted to a revulsion. One might almost say to a revolution. The first attempt to publish in Yiddish a sensational novel in weekly or semi-weekly installments popularly known as Hefton, which was made in New York about 1890, met with extraordinary success. The number of such ventures soon multiplied, and the sales were large in other cities as well as in the place of publication. The Yiddish periodical press became endangered, but it saved and revenged itself by beginning to publish 1, 2, and sometimes as much as 3 serial stories in daily installments, a practice which in a short time ruined the business of the Hefton. It was also about this time that the Maskilim, or half-Germanized Hebrew scholars, who were forced to the background by the domination of the radicals at the beginning of the Russian period, began to forge to the front again. The number of Jews who could read Hebrew was fast increasing, the proportion of intelligent and well-educated men being much larger among those who were forced to emigrate than among the earlier immigrants. Well-known Hebrew scholars who arrived in that period began the publication of Hebrew periodicals, and while none of the publications survived, some of them existed for a number of years and exerted a certain influence, besides contributing to develop the talents of new writers and to lay the foundation for a neo-Hebrew literature in America, which is progressing slowly but surely. One of the first of the Hebrew editors of the new period was Ephraim Dinard, born in Courland 1846, a 1888, the author and traveler. He established the weekly Hai Leome Nationalist in New York in 1889, and it existed for about 2 years. Another traveler and author, Wolf or William Schur, born in Utian, Russia 1844, died in Chicago 1910, established his weekly Ha Pishga, The Summit, which appeared in New York and Baltimore in the years 1890 to 94, and in Chicago 1897 to 1900. The Ha Ibri, The Hebrew, also a weekly, was founded by K. H. Saracen and edited by Gershon Rosenberg, born in Karachin in the government of Grodno, Russia 1861, a 1888, during the time of its existence, from 1892 to 1898. Of the Hebrew monthlies of that period, only the Nir He Ma'arabi, Western Light, which appeared in 1895 to 97, edited first by Abraham H. Rosenberg, born in Pinsk, 1838, a 1891, and afterwards by Samuel B. Schwartzberg, deserves to be mentioned. In one respect, the Hebrew and the Yiddish writers were struggling with the same difficulty, that of making themselves understood to the largest possible number of readers. The method prevailing in Russia of writing as hard or using as high a language as possible, so that the highly intelligent reader, the title to which every reader of a newspaper there at that time laid claim, should take pride in being able to understand the contents, would not attract readers here as it does where scarcity of printed matter makes the public accept with eagerness whatever is offered. But the Hebrew writer came here with a style that may be termed aristocratic, and the Yiddish writer, who had to begin everything anew, had hardly any style. It was all easy as far as the work of the agitator was concerned. Denunciations and accusations are always easily understood, and this alone is one of the reasons of their popularity. But when it came to the parts where the writer wanted to describe or to explain, especially in the scientific or semi-scientific articles, which a public that has no systematic schooling so eagerly devoured, the language of most of the writers was inadequate and not easily understood. Thus it comes that, although most of the Yiddish periodicals of that time were advocating, some of them with great vehemence, certain principles or leading certain movements, the earliest reputations were made by stylists who were not identified with particular movements. The highest popularity among the reading masses was attained by Abner Tannenbaum, born in Sherwint, Russia 1848, a 1887, whose perspicuous writing, whether as the author of the Hefton, which he inaugurated, or on his favorite subject, popular science, simply could not be misunderstood. George Selikovich, born in Ritovo, government of Kovno, Russia, in 1863, a 1887, a linguist and a good Hebrew stylist, is another writer whom everybody could easily understand, and who acquired popularity with the public to whom Yiddish periodical literature was brought down here for the first time in its history. Nahum Meir Shekaiwitz, Shomer, born in Nishve, government of Minsk, Russia, 1849, a 1888, died in New York, 1905, The novelist and playwright also appealed to the masses with his easy-flowing style, and was a favorite here with the same classes which used to read his works and see his plays in the old country. The recognition accorded to these writers, none of whom were agitators or even party men, proves that even in the time when it seemed that the Ghetto or neighborhoods of the Jewish immigrants were seething with movements and agitations, the great masses were not much interested in them. Though the curious crowded the largest meeting rooms, and many who were not yet sure of their newly found freedom were inclined to test it by participating in a march or some other form of demonstration which was forbidden in their old home. Some writers, on the other hand, who followed the Russian usage of subordinating their art to the cause which they were advocating, were extolled by their partisans as great geniuses, but had a much smaller public than the above-mentioned literati. The writers of Hebrew, who by reason of their training and inclination held more aloof even from their own public, have not yet solved the great question of style, which partly accounts for the remarkable fact that their periodical literature has actually vanished in the 2 decades in which the old possible number of their readers has increased almost tenfold. Some of the best-known Hebrew literati from the Old World came here since the establishment of the Neo-Hebrew periodicals, which were mentioned above. Men like the poet Mendehem Mendel Dolitsky, born in Bialystok 1856, A 1892, the exeget Abraham Ber Dobsevich, born in Pinsk 1843, A 1891, died in New York 1900, the philosopher Joseph Loeb Sosnitz, born in Bierz 1837, A 1891, died in New York 1910, the grammarian Moises Rikerson, born in Wilna 1827, A 1890, died in New York 1903, and the knight-errant of Hebrew literature, Naphtali Hirsch-Imber, born in Zloko, Galatia, 1856, A 1892, died in New York 1909. But neither they nor others less known, who could perhaps be more productive under more favorable circumstances, could accomplish much even in those branches of literary journalism where Yiddish has not penetrated. They were not entirely idle, and some of the results of their literary labor will be mentioned in the proper place in a following part of this work. But they have not influenced the Jewish spirit and have contributed little to the general intellectual development of the community. The traditional war for progress which they waged in their old homes, where they were often the only learned or enlightened men in the community, had no place in a world where general education is so easily accessible, and they could not feel at home in the ranks of the conservatives where they belong in this country. Most of them floundered until the rise of the Zionist movement, which they joined half-heartedly. Many took to teaching of Hebrew and are still waiting for the expected revival of interest in Hebrew literature, which the new nationalism is supposed to produce. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Relations with Russia, the passport question. The normal rate of Jewish immigration is but slightly affected by the Panic of 1893. Oppressiveness of the Sunday laws are felt by the new immigrants. The extradition treaty with Russia. Beginning of the struggle about the passport question. The first resolution against Russia's discrimination, introduced in Congress by Mr. Cox in 1879. Diplomacy and diplomatic correspondence. More resolutions. Rayner, Fitzgerald, Perkins. Henry M. Goldfogel. John Hayes' letter to the House. More letters, speeches, and discussions. The Sulzer Resolution and the last step to abrogate the Treaty of 1832. The large increase in Jewish immigration from Russia after the renewed persecutions of 1891, like the general increase in the beginning of the last decade of the 19th century, lasted only till the effects of the hard times, which began in the spring of 1893, began to be felt. But the increase in Jewish immigration was more than ordinarily large, or what might be considered for those times as abnormal only in one year, 1892. If this year, in which there arrived 76,417 Jews from Russia, should be eliminated, it is seen that Jewish immigration fell off much less in proportion than general immigration. The general figures are 560,319 for 1891, 502,917 for 1893, 314,467 for 1894, and 279,948 for 1895. The number of Jewish immigrants from Russia for those years was 42,145 for 1891, 35,626 for 1893, 36,725 for 1894, and 33,332 for 1895. The cause of it was mentioned in a former chapter, that the largest part of the Jewish immigration now consisted of families or near relatives brought over by those who have established themselves here. The condition of those remaining there was becoming continually worse, while those who were here could, with a little exertion and self-denial, save enough, even in slack times, to save their immediate relatives from the conditions which were becoming unendurable in Russia. For this large and increasing mass of Russians, the relations between the United States and Russia were a matter of grave concern, and to them, in conjunction with the Galatian Jews and the Roumanian Jews, who were, roughly estimated, nearly half as strong numerically as the Russians, the question of the restriction of immigration, which was then being discussed in Congress and in the country generally, was of most vital interest. The fear that the oppressed Jews who were left home could not come in now, and that there might be difficulty even in bringing over members of the family, sufficed to make this question overshadow all others in the mind of the Jewish immigrant, to make it not only the most important, but with many the sole Jewish problem. A minor problem which had also become more acute under the changed conditions was the Sunday laws of the various states. While the laws themselves date further back, some of them from the 18th century, and they were not enforced with any more severity than before, the opportunities for conflict with them were now much more frequent. The Jewish immigrants of the former periods, who were mostly traders doing business with their Gentile neighbors, and were also inclined towards Reform Judaism, usually rested Sunday, for economic reasons as well as on account of their religious views. But now there were in many large cities, and especially in New York, large Jewish neighborhoods where brisk trading was done among Jews themselves. There were Jewish shops and factories in which the owners, the managers, and foremen, as well as the workers, were Jews. And not only was the proportion of Orthodox Jews among them very large, but even the unbelievers and the radicals among them thought the Sunday laws oppressive and incongruous. It was certainly not what most of them expected to find in the land of liberty, to be hampered and interfered with for practices which were then practically permissible in countries like Russia and Austria, where the churches rule supreme and where Jews are harassed on every imaginable pretext. Two incidents in the relations with Russia aroused the interest of the Russian Jews in America at that time. The first related to the Treaty of Extradition, which was negotiated between the two governments during the first administration of President Cleveland, but was not pressed for ratification, owing to protests which were made against it by Russian Jews, and which were seconded by many liberal Americans and by a considerable portion of the press. But the document itself, signed by the representatives of the two governments 7 or 8 years before, remained in the State Department and was again presented to the Senate by John W. Foster, a former American minister to Russia, who held the office of Secretary of State in the last months of the administration of President Benjamin Harrison, 1833 to 1901. It was ratified by the Senate in February 1893, and the report of its ratification and exchange with Russia was a painful surprise for the Jews of the country, especially for the natives of Russia. Happily, the fears about the possible effects of the treaty proved absolutely groundless. Every extradition case under this treaty which was fought in the United States courts was won, and as far as it is known, not one Russian refugee who made the plea against extradition, claiming that he was wanted for political offenses, was ever delivered to Russia. The second occurrence pertained to a difficulty of long standing, to the general treaty between the United States and Russia, which was concluded in 1832. The number of Jews in the United States at that time was comparatively small, and very few of them came from Russia. The intercourse between the two countries was insignificant, and probably no Jew of that time thought of going from America to Russia for any purpose. It could therefore not have occurred to the representatives of our government in negotiating the treaty that Russia would discriminate against American Jews who might come there. As a matter of fact, the language of the treaty implied equal treatment for all American citizens alike, and is much less objectionable than was the treaty with Switzerland, which was concluded later. See above Chapter 23, in which discrimination against Jews was knowingly accepted. And while a case of discrimination against an American Jewish citizen in Switzerland was under consideration by the State Department in Washington at the very time when the Treaty of 1855, with the highly objectionable clause, was adopted, more than 40 years passed after the adoption of the Russian Treaty of 1832 before the question of Russia's disloyalty to the terms of the treaty attracted the attention of the American government, although there seems to have been some correspondence about it as early as 1866. The name of a naturalized Jewish citizen, Theodor Rosenstrauss, appears frequently in the diplomatic correspondence of the State Department from 1873 to 1879, and his case was the cause of the following joint resolution being introduced in the House of Representatives of the 46th Congress in June 1879 by Mr. Samuel S. Cox of New York, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Joint resolution in relation to treaty negotiations with Russia as to American citizens. Quote, whereas it is alleged that by the laws of the Russian government no Hebrew can hold real estate, which unjust discrimination is enforced against Hebrew citizens of the United States resident in Russia, and whereas the Russian government has discriminated against one T. Rosenstrauss, a naturalized citizen of the United States, by prohibiting him from holding real estate after his purchasing and paying for the same, because of his being an Israelite, and whereas such disabilities are antagonistic to the enlightened spirit of our institutions and age, which demand free exercise of religious belief and no disabilities therefrom, and whereas the Secretary of State under date of April 29, 1879, expresses doubt of his ability to grant the relief required under existing treaty stipulations. Therefore resolved, by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the rights of the citizens of the United States should not be impaired at home or abroad because of religious belief, and that if existing treaties between the United States and Russia be found, as is alleged, to discriminate in this or any other particular as to any other classes of our citizens, the President is requested to take immediate action to have the treaties so amended as to remedy this grievance. End quote. After a debate in which the fact that English Jews were permitted to own land in Russia was brought out, this resolution passed the House of Representatives June 10, 1879, and as far as known was not heard of again. In the diplomatic correspondence which followed, the American government insisted on its rights under the treaty and urged its minister to claim absolutely equal treatment for all American citizens alike, Jews as well as others. The arguments and the mode of procedure, which are now familiar to everyone who is interested in the question, were all used 30 years ago, though the only effective remedy, suggested by the first resolution, to take immediate steps to have the treaties amended, had not been resorted to. But the question of former Russian subjects who returned to Russia as American citizens, in which the principle of expatriation and right of naturalization is involved, is not touched upon in these early disputes. There is even a clear intimation that the Russian government's chief objection was against naturalized Jews from Germany. Mr. Foster, who was then our representative in St. Petersburg, in a dispatch dated December 30, 1880, reports an interview which he had with an M. de Geers, the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and says, quote, so far as concerned Jews who are bona fide American citizens, not disguised German Jews, he would assure me of the most liberal treatment, as he knew it was the desire of the Emperor to show all possible consideration to American citizens. If such came to St. Petersburg and encountered any trouble, if I would merely send him an unofficial note, he would give them all the time I might ask for them to remain here to attend to their business. End quote. The same dispatch reports also a conversation with the Minister of Worship, who listened with much interest to my presentation of the subject. He said that a commission was now engaged in studying the question of reform in these laws, and frankly recognized that the laws were not fully in accordance with the spirit of the age. But in the end of this document, Mr. Foster acknowledges his failure to obtain what he wanted and says that the Russian government was disposed to grant what we desired only as a favor when my government asked it as a right. Quoting Loris Milikov. In a dispatch sent by Secretary of State James G. Blaine to Mr. Foster, dated July 29, 1881, the entire subject is historically reviewed and the principles involved are restated in strong and lucid terms. Two passages from this dispatch are worth quoting. One reads, quote, "From the time when the Treaty of 1832 was signed down to within a very recent period, there had been nothing in our relations with Russia to lead the supposition that our flag did not carry with it equal protection to every American within the dominions of the Empire." End quote. The second is the last sentence of the dispatch and reads, quote, "I cannot but feel assured that this earnest presentation of the views of this government will accord with the sense of justice and equity of that of Russia, and that the questions at issue will soon find their natural solution in harmony with the spirit of tolerance which pervaded the ukase of the Empress Catherine a century ago, and with the statesmanlike declaration of the principle of reciprocity found in the later decree of the Tsar Alexander II in 1860. End quote. Actual dealings with Russia were a novel experience for American diplomatists, and even so eminent a statesman as Mr. Blaine could believe, after the pogroms of the spring of that year, that the question would be solved in the same manner as in Switzerland, by the final emancipation of the Jews of that country. In the meantime, new cases had arisen, and the question was again brought before Congress. Representative Samuel S. Cox of New York introduced a second resolution in the House of Representatives on January 26, 1882, which was passed 4 days later, requesting the President, if it was not incompatible with the public service, to communicate to the House all correspondence between the Department of State and the United States Minister at St. Petersburg relative to the expulsion of American Israelites from Russia and the persecution of the Jews in the Russian Empire. Another resolution asking for further correspondence on the subject was introduced by Mr. Cox on July 31 of the same year and referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. He submitted the same resolution again in February 1883, when it was passed. There was another resolution in 1884 and more correspondence in 1886 between the Secretary of State Thomas F. Bayard and the American representative in Russia, with no better results than before. The subject was taken up more earnestly than before in the following decade. Congressman S. Logan Chipman of Michigan reintroduced in the House in February 1892 a resolution, quote, "to inquire into the operation of the anti-Jewish laws of Russia on American citizens." End quote. It was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and reported on April 6, 1892, in a much amplified form, but its passage is not recorded. Mr. Irvine Dungan of Ohio introduced on June 10, 1892, a joint resolution, quote, "directing the severance of diplomatic relations with Russia," end quote, which seems not to have gone any further than the Committee on Foreign Affairs. There was new correspondence, too, as the result of new cases, and probably also an indirect result of the resolutions which were introduced in the House. A letter written from the State Department in 1893 to Mr. Andrew D. White, born 1832, the educator and historian, the greatest man who ever represented the United States in Russia, contained the, quote, "surmise that some strange misapprehension exists in this regard in the mind of His Majesty's government, which your accustomed ability and tact may explain and perhaps remove." End quote. The events proved that he could do neither. In 1894, the subject was again brought before the House, for a first time by a representative of Jewish extraction. Isidore Rayner, born in Baltimore 1850, who was successively a member of the Maryland legislature, a state senator, a representative in Congress for 3 terms, the Attorney General of the state of Maryland, and is now serving his second term as United States Senator from that state, beginning March 4, 1911, was then serving his 3rd term in the House and was recognized as one of the ablest orators and leaders of his party, the Democratic, in the popular branch of Congress. But his resolution, which was introduced May 28, 1894, in which the President was directed to call the attention of the government of Russia to its continued violation of the treaty rights, met with no better fate than the preceding ones which were introduced by non-Jews. The disposition of the resolutions made, however, little difference, for the government was urging a settlement of the difficulties as strongly as if it was commanded by Congress to do so. Minister Breckinridge, who was in St. Petersburg in 1895, writing to the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs in that year, states, quote, that it has long been a matter of deep regret and concern to the United States that any of its citizens should be discriminated against for religious reasons while peacefully sojourning in this country." End quote. The subject was apparently taken up more seriously now than before, and there was justification for the belief that it would have to be settled soon. Mr. H.H.D. Pierce, Secretary of Legation, writing in June 1895 of an interview which he had with a high Russian official, declares that the latter admitted the force of the argument and, quote, expressed himself as hopeful that it would be possible to bring about a satisfactory revision of Russian practice as regards to the admission of American Jews into the empire. End quote. In the following month, Assistant Secretary of State A. Addy wrote to the legation at St. Petersburg, quote, "Your conclusion that it is inexpedient to press the complaint to a formal answer at present appears to be discreet, but the Department must express its deep regret that you have encountered in the Foreign Office a reluctance to consider the matter in the light in which this government has presented it. The Russian government cannot expect that its course in asserting inquisitorial authority in the United States over citizens of the United States as to their religious or civil status can ever be acceptable or even tolerable to such a government as ours, and continuance in such a course after our views have been clearly but considerately made known may trench upon the just limits of consideration." End quote. There were 3 more dispatches of considerable length sent about this subject in the same year, 1895. One from Mr. Breckinridge to Secretary of State Richard Olney, dated July 4, the second from Mr. Addy to Mr. Breckinridge, dated August 22nd, and a third dated October 23rd, from Washington to the Russian capital, beginning with the acknowledgement of the receipt of a set of regulations relating to the Jews in Russia, and commenting on it that, quote, "if anything, it presents the subject in a still more unfavorable light, for it seems that those Russian agents in a foreign territory may in their discretion inquire into the business standing of the principal of the commercial house employing a Hebrew agent, and act favorably or unfavorably according to their own judgment of its importance." End quote. It continues that even, quote, "assuming for the argument's sake, but not by way of admission, that such a right may technically exist, the question remains whether the assumption to exercise it in face of the temperate but earnest remonstrances of this government against foreign interference with the private concerns of its citizens is in accordance with those courteous principles of comity which this government is so anxious to observe in its relations with all foreign states." End quote. All of this was to no avail, and the question was again brought before Congress. Representative John F. Fitzgerald, born in Boston 1863, now mayor of Boston, of Massachusetts, introduced the following resolution in the House of Representatives, March 31, 1897, which was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Quote, "Resolved, that the Secretary of State be requested to demand from the Russian government that the same rights be given to Hebrew American citizens in the matter of passports as now are accorded to all other classes of American citizens, and also inform the House of Representatives whether any American citizens have been ordered to be expelled from Russia or forbidden the exercise of the ordinary privileges enjoyed by the inhabitants because of their religion." End quote. The same resolution was reintroduced by Mr. Fitzgerald in December 1899 with no better results. In the meantime, a Jewish banker from California, Mr. Adolph Kuttner, was refused admission to Russia in 1897, and this caused Senator J.C. Perkins of that state to introduce a lengthy resolution about this question in the United States Senate, May 25, 1897, which was followed by a shorter one presented in the House of Representatives, Curtis H. Castle of the same state in December of that year. In 1902, the question was again brought to the attention of the House by a representative who not only is himself a Jew, but represents a district most of whose inhabitants are immigrant Jews, who are interested in the passport question. Henry Mayer Goldvogel, born in New York City, 1856, who was twice elected judge of the municipal court in an East Side district, was in 1900 elected, as a Democrat, to represent the 9th Congress District of New York, which includes the most thickly populated part of the East Side, and has been re-elected at every congressional election since, serving now, 1911, his 6th term. It was during his first term that he introduced what became well known as the Goldvogel Resolution, and has been before Congress in one form or another for nearly a decade. Its original form, as it was introduced March 28, 1902, was as follows. Quote, Resolved by the House of Representatives of the United States that the Secretary of State be, and he is hereby, respectfully requested to inform the House whether American citizens of the Jewish religious faith holding passports issued by this government are barred or excluded from entering the territory of the Empire of Russia, and whether the Russian government has made or is making any discrimination between citizens of the United States of different religious faiths or persuasions visiting or attempting to visit Russia, provided with American passports, and whether the Russian government has made regulations restricting or specially applying to American citizens, whether native or naturalized, of the Jewish religious denomination, holding United States passports, and if so, to report the facts in relation thereto, and what action concerning such exclusion, discrimination, or restriction, if any, has been taken by any department of the government of the United States. End quote. This resolution was amended by adding the words, quote, if not incompatible with the public interest, end quote, after the word, quote, House, end quote, in the third line. It was passed by the House April 30th, 1902. Shortly afterwards, June 27, Senator E. W. Pettis of Alabama introduced a resolution in the Senate requesting the President, quote, if not incompatible with the public interest, to inform the Senate as to the attitude of the Russian government toward American citizens attempting to enter its territory with American passports, end quote. This was also passed by the Senate, but the reply was given to the House before the Senate resolution was introduced. The essence of the letter to the House, written by Secretary of State John Hay, 1838 to 1905, dated May 2, 1902, that American Jews are not at a greater disadvantage before that government than are the Jews of other countries, that the exclusion of naturalized citizens of Russian origin was explained by Secretary Olney in his report to the President in 1896 as due to circumstances under which, quote, a conflict between national laws, each absolute within its domestic sphere and inoperative beyond it, is hardly to be averted, end quote, that the effort to secure uniform treatment for American citizens in Russia, begun many years ago, had continued, although it had not been attended with encouraging success, and that the Department of State send to all persons of Russian birth who receive passports an unofficial notice showing what were the provisions of Russian law liable to affect them, in order that they might not incur danger through ignorance. The subject has been treated officially and semi-officially in various manners since that time, but practically without results. It came up several times in Congress and was ably discussed by Jewish representatives and their friendly colleagues, hardly a voice ever being raised in defense of the Russian government. There were new resolutions by Judge Vogel, who was now recognized as the Jewish representative in Congress, new correspondence between the State Department and the American ambassador in St. Petersburg, a personal letter from President Theodore Roosevelt to Count Witt, who came to the United States to negotiate a treaty of peace with Japan in 1905, in which that Muscovite statesman was begged, quote, to consider the question of granting passports to reputable American citizens of the Jewish faith, end quote, and a letter from Secretary of State Elihu Root, born 1845, now a senator from New York, to Mr. Jacob H. Schiff in October 1908, telling him that the administration, quote, had urged the making of a new treaty for the purpose of regulating the subject, end quote. It was the subject of a notable address delivered by the well-known attorney and communal worker Lewis Marshall, born in Syracuse, New York, 1856, at the convention of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, which was held in New York in January 1911, and was afterward brought before President William H. Taft, born 1857, by a delegation which was appointed by that convention. Public men in various parts of the country became interested in the question. They were encouraged by an almost unanimous public press to stand up for the rights of American citizenship, regardless of creed, and the movement became well-nigh irresistible. Numerous state legislatures adopted resolutions favoring the abrogation of the treaty unless the American passport be fully recognized as conferring the right of domicile in all parts of the Russian Empire. Congress was flooded with resolutions which were adopted by Jewish organizations all over the country, and many meetings were held to express the public indignation, as well as the dissatisfaction with the government's dilatoriness in obtaining justice for its Jewish citizens. The most imposing meetings were held under the auspices of the National Citizens League, a newly formed organization composed mostly of the prominent non-Jews, of which Andrew D. White became the chairman. In December 1911, the resolution for the abrogating of the treaty, which was introduced in the House of Representatives by William Sulzer of New York, was adopted with practical unanimity. But President Taft had anticipated this action by the instructions which he gave several days before to the American ambassador in St. Petersburg to serve formal notice on Russia that the Treaty of 1832 would be abrogated on December 31, 1912, i.e. after 1 full year shall have elapsed after the notice of abrogation, as it is provided by the terms of the agreement itself. Both houses of Congress soon afterwards approved the President's act without a dissenting vote, and the battle was won as far as the American side of it was concerned. But the work of negotiating and concluding a new treaty was perforce left to the slow procedure of diplomacy, which is doubly slow when a government like the Russian, which is so unwilling to recognize the rights of Jews, is one of the contracting parties. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Legislation about Immigration, Sunday Laws and Their Enforcement. Jewish Interest in Immigration, the first legislation on the subject, the Nativist or Know-Nothings, a congressional investigation in 1838, President Taylor's invitation to foreigners to come and settle here, a law to encourage immigration passed on Lincoln's recommendation in 1864, the General Immigration Law of 1882, the Ford Committee, permanent immigration committees in Congress, continued agitation and legislation on the subject. A bill containing the requirement of an educational test is vetoed by President Grover Cleveland in 1897. The last immigration law of 1907. The Immigration Commission of 1907 and its report in 1910. Sunday laws and their significance for the Orthodox Jew. Laws of various states and territories. Their effect on movements for municipal reform. Status of the problems. The question of immigration, or rather of its restriction, was always of great interest to the Jews, not only because they are great wanderers and many of them are looking for a home, but also because to the many who came from countries where they were persecuted or from which they were exiled, exclusion meant a much more serious matter than to those who had a home to go back to. The immigrants of the second period, from 1815 to 1880, were more fortunate in this respect than those who came very early and were harassed by frank discrimination against them as Jews, as was related in earlier parts of this work, and also more than the later arrivals, many of whom were excluded as undesirable, along with the defective and helpless of other races and nationalities. From the time of the establishment of the government of the United States until about 1835, immigration was taken as a matter of course. The only legislation enacted, and practically all that was proposed, was the law of 1819 for the regulation of the carriage of steerage passengers at sea, which law also for the first time provided that statistics relative to immigration to the United States be recorded. The second period, from 1835 to 1860, is sharply defined by the so-called Native American and Know-Nothing movements, which, as it is well known, were largely based on the opposition to the immigration of Catholics. The hostility early took the form of a political movement, and in 1835 there was a nativist candidate for Congress in New York City, where that party nominated a candidate for mayor in the following year. It spread over various states, and in 1845, when it held its first national convention in Philadelphia, it had 6 representatives in Congress from New York and 2 from Pennsylvania. The chief demands of this convention were a repeal of the naturalization laws and the appointments of Native Americans only to office. While these societies were stronger in local politics than in national, their few representatives in Congress attempted to make nativism a national question. As a result of their efforts, the United States Senate in 1836 agreed to a resolution directing the Secretary of State to collect certain information respecting the immigration of foreign paupers and criminals. In the House of Representatives on February 19, 1838, a resolution was agreed to which provided that the Committee on Judiciary be instructed to consider the expediency of revising the naturalization laws so as to require a longer term of residence in the United States, and also to consider the propriety and expediency of providing by law against the introduction into the United States of vagabonds and paupers deported from foreign countries. This resolution was referred to a select committee of 7 members, and its report, House Report Number 1040, 25th Congress to 2nd Session, was the first resulting from a congressional investigation of any question bearing upon immigration. It proposed a system of consular inspection, and there was even talk of a tax of $20 to be paid by the immigrant upon his receipt of a passport from the consul. The bill presented on recommendation of the committee provided heavy penalties for any master taking on board his vessel with the intention of transporting to the United States any alien passenger who was an idiot, lunatic, maniac, or one afflicted with any incurable disease, or anyone convicted of an infamous crime. It was further provided that the master should forfeit $1,000 for any alien brought in who had not the ability to maintain himself. Congress did not even consider this bill, and during the next 10 years little attempt was made to secure legislation against the foreigner. In a message to Congress on June 1, 1841, President John Tyler, 1813-62, referred to immigration in part as follows, quote, "We hold out to the people of other countries an invitation to come and settle among us as members of our rapidly growing family, and for the blessing which we offer them, we require of them to look upon our country as their country, and unite with us in the great task of preserving our institutions and thereby perpetuating our liberties." End quote. As a consequence of the increase of immigration about the middle of the 19th century, the old dread of the foreigner was revived, and in the early 50s the nativist politicians again became active. The new, like the earlier movement, was closely associated with the anti-Catholic propaganda. The new organization assumed the form of a secret society. It was organized probably in 1850 in New York City, and in 1852 it was increased in membership by drawing largely from the old established Order of United Americans. Its meetings were secret, its endorsements were never made openly, and even its name and purpose were said to be known only to those who reached the highest degree. Consequently, the rank and file, when questioned about their party, were obliged to answer, "I don't know," so they came to be called Know-Nothings. They participated in local, state, and even in national elections, and claimed as many as 43 representatives and 5 senators in the 34th Congress. But in the end, they disappeared without having accomplished anything against immigration, adopted citizens, or Catholics, and, as a matter of fact, some legislation favorable to foreigners was passed during these periods of agitation. The Passenger Law of 1819 was amended in 1847 and again in 1848 in order to improve the condition of the steerage of immigrant ships. The act organizing the territories of Nebraska and Kansas, passed in 1854, was also favorable to foreigners, it being provided that the right of suffrage in such territories should be exercised by those declaring their intentions to become citizens and taking an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the provisions of the act. During the discussion of the Homestead Act in 1854, which act, however, was not finally passed until 1862, there was considerable reference to immigrants and to whether they should be allowed to enjoy the advantages of the act. The Know-Nothings proposed to strike out the section of the bill permitting the granting of land to foreigners who had filed their intention of becoming citizens, but the attempt failed. Although the national government did not assume control of immigration until 1882, Congress in 1864, on the recommendation of President Lincoln, passed a law to encourage immigration. It provided for a Commissioner of Immigration to be under the direction of the Department of State, and that all contracts that should be made in foreign countries by immigrants to the United States, whereby immigrants pledged the wages of their labor for a term not exceeding 12 months to repay the expense of immigration, should be held to be valid in law and might be enforced in the courts of the United States or by the several states and territories, and that no such contract could in any way be considered as creating a condition of slavery or servitude. Following the enactment of the law, several companies were established to deal in contract labor, but they were not satisfied with the law and wanted its scope enlarged. This indirectly led to the abolition of the entire law in 1868, and the brief period of national encouragement of immigration was over. A campaign against contracting for foreign labor began soon afterward, though no legislation to forbid it was enacted until many years later. A law, enacted in 1875, which provided for the exclusion of prostitutes, was chiefly designed to regulate Chinese immigration, and thus early touched two subjects with reference to which the most stringent exclusion laws were to be enacted in the period of national control over immigration, which was now approaching. In 1876, the Supreme Court of the United States declared laws enacted by several states to regulate and tax immigration to be unconstitutional, and expressly recommended that Congress should exercise full authority over immigration. This ultimately led to the enactment of the first general immigration law, which was approved by President Chester A. Arthur, 1830-86, August 3, 1882. It provided for a head tax of 50 cents on all aliens landed at United States ports, the money thus collected to be used to defray the expenses of regulating immigration and for the care of immigrants after landing. It also provided that foreign convicts, except those convicted for political offenses, lunatics, idiots, and persons likely to become public charges, should not be permitted to land. Aside from a law forbidding the importation of contract laborers adopted in 1885 and strengthened by supplementary laws in 1887 and 1888, and aside from the laws about Chinese immigration, which do not concern us here, there was no legislation affecting general immigration for nearly a decade, though the question was now widely discussed in the press and there was considerable agitation for further restriction. In 1888, the House of Representatives authorized, by resolution, the appointment of a select committee to investigate the charges which were made that the immigration laws were being extensively evaded. The committee, known as the Ford Committee, in its report more than sustained the charges. It praised the immigrants of the past and deprecated those who were then coming, and proposed a new bill which added polygamists, anarchists, and persons afflicted with a loathsome or dangerous contagious disease to the excluded classes. Congress, however, did not act upon the recommendations of that committee. In 1889, a standing committee on immigration in the Senate and a select committee on immigration and naturalization in the House were established. In 1890, these committees were authorized jointly to make an inquiry relative to immigration. Various reports were submitted, and the conclusion was that a radical change was not advisable, although it had been found that throughout the country there existed a demand for a stricter enforcement of the immigration laws. During 1890, one or more political parties in 23 states had demanded additional regulation of immigration. Consequently, a law strengthening the existing law in several important details, but making no radical departure from the former policy, was adopted in 1891. But the question continued to receive the attention of Congress. There was another investigation by a joint committee in 1892, which reported in July of that year, and still another investigation ordered by the Senate. Two new bills were proposed, one establishing additional regulations, the other entirely prohibiting immigration for 1 year, on account of the epidemic of cholera then prevailing in Europe. But neither this measure nor the educational test, which was then for the first time recommended by a congressional committee, was adopted, and the revised immigration law, which was approved by President Harrison March 3, 1893, was by no means radical. The head tax on immigrants was raised from 50 cents to $1 by an amendment to an Appropriation Act in 1894. The agitation of the subject in Congress continued, however, and finally both houses adopted a bill for an educational test, excluding persons physically capable and over 16 years of age who could not read and write the English language or some other language, parents, grandparents, wives, and minor children of admissible immigrants being excepted. President Grover Cleveland, 1837 to 1908, returned the bill with his veto on March 2, 1897. He objected to the radical departure from the previous national policy relating to immigration, which welcomed all who came, the success of which policy was attested by the last century's great growth. And referring to the claim that the quality of recent immigration was undesirable, he said, quote, "The time is quite within recent memory when the same thing was said of immigrants who, with their descendants, are now numbered among our best citizens." End quote. And referring to, quote, "the best reason that could be given for this radical restriction," end quote, the protecting of our population against degeneration and saving our national peace and quiet from imported turbulence and disorder, President Cleveland said that he did not think that the nation would be protected against these evils by limiting immigration to those who could read and write, for in his mind it was safer, quote, "to admit 100,000 immigrants who, though unable to read and write, seek among us only a home and an opportunity to work than to admit one of those unruly agitators who can not only read and write, but delight in arousing by inflammatory speech the illiterate and peacefully inclined to discontent." End quote. Those classes which we ought to exclude, he claimed, should be legislated against directly. Some sections of the bill against aliens who come regularly into the United States from neighboring countries for the purpose of obtaining work he declared to be, quote, "illiberal, narrow, and un-American." End quote. On March 3, 1897, the House passed the bill over the President's veto by a vote of 193 to 37, but no action was taken in the Senate, and the veto was thus sustained. The same bill was introduced in the following Congress, 55th, and passed by the Senate, but the House, by a vote of 103 to 101, refused to consider it. By an act of June 18, 1898, Congress created an industrial commission, quote, "to investigate questions pertaining to immigration, and to report to Congress and to suggest such legislation as it may deem best upon these subjects." End quote. The final report of this commission was submitted to Congress in February 1902, and shortly afterward a bill was introduced in the House which was substantially in accord with the recommendations made. The House added a literacy test to this bill, but it was eliminated by the Senate, which raised the head tax from $1 to $2. This was accepted by the House, and the bill, as it was approved by the President March 3, 1903, made no radical change in the existing laws. The same may be said of the present immigration law, which was approved February 20, 1907, which, besides raising the head tax from $2 to $4 and somewhat strengthening the provisions against the defective or undesirable classes, made no innovation or departure from the policy of admitting all who may be expected to be able to provide for themselves and to become good citizens. The number as well as the percentage of those excluded is now considerably larger than in former years. But the tide of immigration is not stemmed, and after the quick recovery from the hard times which began with the Panic of 1907, there is now again a very large influx of immigrants, among whom the proportion of Jews is by no means smaller than in former years. The Act of 1907 also created an immigration commission to, quote, "make full inquiry, examination, and investigation by subcommittee or otherwise into the subject of immigration," end quote. This commission submitted its report in 40 volumes in 1910 and recommended some strong restrictions with a view that, quote, "a sufficient number may be debarred to produce a marked effect upon the present supply of unskilled labor," end quote. It also advised that, quote, "as far as possible, the aliens excluded should be those who come to this country with no intention to become American citizens or even to maintain a permanent residence here, but merely to save enough by the adoption, if necessary, of low standards of living to return permanently to their home country. A majority of the Commission favor the reading and writing test as the most feasible single method of restricting undesirable immigration," end quote. Congress has not acted on these recommendations at the time of this writing, 1911. The question of enforced rest on Sunday is much older than the question of regulating immigration. Several states have Sunday laws which were in their original form enacted in the 18th century. In the Carolinas, these laws have but been little changed since colonial times. But the reviews of these laws in the various states and territories, their effect on the Jews, and the leading cases under them in various times and places give no adequate idea of their significance for the Orthodox immigrant of the later period. What our best authority on the subject, Albert M. Friedenberg, could collect and collate, contains only a record of such cases which originated in or were carried up to higher courts of record. These are usually lawsuits which affected men of means who could hire attorneys and fight the question as a matter of principle. But these recorded cases gave no indication of the tens of thousands of arrests which were made in the large cities, especially in New York City, in the last years, where the cases never went higher than the first instance, because the poor man, if he was not discharged in the police court, had to pay his fine or be imprisoned. Appeals to higher courts and insistence upon constitutional or statutory rights are out of the question, not only on account of poverty or ignorance, but also because of familiarity with such procedure in the Old World. The Sunday laws are not constantly enforced in the same manner, there being periods of severity and periods of lenience even under the same local administration, and often a complete change of policy under a new administration, though the statute or state law remains the same. The Jew of Russia or Roumania has been too well accustomed to intermittent police tyranny for the purpose of extortion at home, to be able to interpret the frequent changes in administrative policy or in police regulations here in any other way, and this also tends to discourage appeals to higher courts. The question ought to be investigated not juristically, but statistically. The number of arrests made, the loss of time and money sustained by those who are charged with transgressing these laws, and the contrast in the enforcement of them at various periods. If such facts and figures were placed before the American people and before legislatures, the attitude of many in regard to Sunday laws would probably be changed. But the figures are not available in a form to be used in a work like the present, and only the hope can be expressed here that they will be collected in the near future by one of the agencies which gather data of that kind relating to Jewish subjects. There is no federal Sunday law, although the distillation of spirituous liquors on the first day of the week is prohibited. California only prohibits labor by any employee on more than 6 days out of every 7, but not specifying any compulsory day of rest. In Colorado, only trafficking in liquors and barbering are prohibited on Sunday, and in Montana there is a law against barbering only. In most of the other states, as well as in the territories and in the District of Columbia, which is also counted as a territory, there are more or less stringent laws, most of them forbidding not only manual labor, but also the carrying on of trade or business. There are 11 states, Arkansas, Illinois, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, South Dakota, Texas, and Virginia, where servile or manual labor is permitted on Sunday to those who observe Saturday as their day of rest. In 13 more, Connecticut, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, West Virginia, and Wisconsin, the exceptions in favor of Seventh-day Sabbatarians affect both manual labor and trade or business. But the statute is not always a criterion of the observance or enforcement of Sunday laws in a certain locality. Some of the laws, like that of New York, decree that, quote, it is a sufficient defense to a prosecution for work on the first day of the week, that the defendant uniformly keeps another day of the week as holy time, and does not labor on that day, and that the labor complained of was done in such manner as to not interrupt or disturb other persons in observing the first day of the week as holy time. End quote. In many localities, especially in large cities, the Sunday laws are simply obsolete, and are usually revived in the name of reform after the success of a reform party at the polls, only to become obsolete again when that party is voted out of office at the succeeding election. The defeat usually comes for no other reason than the dissatisfaction of a large number of citizens with the strict enforcement of the Sunday laws. Jews are by no means the only element of the population which resents stringency in these matters. It may be said that the coupling together of strict enforcement of the Sunday laws with the good government movements in the large cities has been a greater drawback to municipal reform in the United States than any other single cause. Of these 3 problems, which are of special interest to the Jews of the United States, the first, or the passport question, seems at the present moment to be nearest to solution. The immigration question is certain to remain open for many years to come, as neither side of the conflicting interest who work against each other is likely to yield in the near future. The trade unions, which see in the immigrant a menace to the highly paid laborer, and the so-called patriotic societies, which fear a deterioration of the American race or stock by the admixture of people from nationalities and races, which they consider to be inferior, keep up a constant agitation for more restrictive measures against the influx of strangers. On the other hand, there is a constantly increasing demand for workmen in the expanding industries, for farm laborers, and for domestic servants, and the 1 million or more immigrants who now arrive in a year of ordinary business activity are so easily absorbed that their usefulness cannot be denied. While the adoption of some restrictive legislation may be forced on Congress by the pressure of those who agitate for it, real restriction seems to be out of the question before the country is filled up and built up, and this will take so long a time that all speculations as to what may happen afterwards are at present premature. There is hardly any agitation for or against the Sunday laws as such. New and most restrictive measures are adopted, either against the liquor business as a concession to the prohibition element, which is backed by the churches, or against single trades like those of butchers or barbers as a concession to the sentiment in favor of overworked laborers. The time for abolishing the Sunday laws, or for adopting explicit exemptions in favor of Jews, making the observance of Saturday not a defense against prosecution, but a security against molestation, has not yet arrived. But the sense of justice and righteousness is unmistakably growing, and there is no doubt of the ultimate triumph of liberal tendencies over this heritage of intolerant ages, when nobody considered himself bound to respect the rights, especially the religious rights, of helpless minorities. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. End of the Century, the Spanish-American War, the Dreyfus Affair, Zionism. Jews in the Spanish-American War. Commissioned and non-commissioned officers, privates, and Rough Riders. Jews in the Navy. Simon Cook, Joseph Strauss, and Edward David Taussig. The career of Rear Admiral Adolph Merix. His part in the inquiry about the Maine and in the war. The significance of the Dreyfus Affair. Its influence on the spread of Zionism. The American press almost as pro-Dreyfus as the Jewish. The Zionist movement in America. Their rank and file consists of immigrants from Slavic countries under the leadership of Americans. In the short war between the United States and Spain in 1898, in which the most progressive and liberal of modern nations was pitted against a nation whose greatness began to wane soon after it expelled the Jews in the year of the discovery of America, a large number of Jews enlisted as volunteers, besides the number who were in the regular service of the Army and Navy. It is roughly estimated that about 4,000 Jews were found in the military and naval forces, which operated against Spain, most of them immigrants of the last period, of whom a considerable proportion had served in the armies of Russia, Austria, and Roumania before their arrival here. The Jewish army officers of the highest rank were 4 majors, who were officers in the army before the outbreak of the war. They were Major Surgeon Daniel M. Apfel, born in Pennsylvania 1854, and Major Surgeon Aaron H. Apfel, born 1856, both of whom are now colonels in the Medical Corps of the regular Army. The third was Major of Volunteers George W. Moses, a native of Ohio, who graduated from the Military Academy of West Point in 1892, and was a lieutenant in the 3rd Cavalry Regiment when he was assigned to duty as a Major of Volunteers and returned to the regular service in 1899. The fourth was Major Felix Rosenberg of Cleveland, Ohio, who was stationed at Fort Thomas. There were also in the Army about a half-dozen captains, one of whom, Moses G. Zielinski, born in New York 1863, a graduate of the Artillery School 1894, is now a lieutenant colonel in the regular Army. There were also about a dozen lieutenants, most of whom graduated from the Military Academy of West Point. Several hundred Jews served as non-commissioned officers and privates in the regular Army, or enlisted as United States volunteers. The bulk of the Jewish soldiers, however, served in the regiments of state volunteers and were represented among the soldiers of every state of the Union, having among them a goodly proportion of non-commissioned officers, and also a number who held commissions from the state organizations. They were naturally represented in largest numbers in the regiments or companies which were organized in the large cities. Some companies in New York regiments containing between 25 and 30 Jewish recruits. At least a half-dozen Jews are known to have served in the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, known as the Regiment of Rough Riders, which was organized by Theodore Roosevelt, born in New York City 1858, who later served as President of the United States from September 14, 1901 to March 4, 1905, as a successor of President William McKinley, 1843 to 1901, and then served a full term, March 4, 1905 to March 4, 1909, until he was succeeded by the present incumbent, William Howard Taft, born in Cincinnati, Ohio, 1857. There were about 20 Jewish officers of various ranks in the Navy during this war, and almost all of them were graduates from the United States Naval Academy of Annapolis, Maryland. One of them, Simon Cook, born in Illinois, 1856, died in St. Louis, Missouri, 1907, who was appointed to Annapolis from the old 3rd Congressional District of Missouri in 1873 and graduated in 1877, served with distinction in the Philippines. In a disease which he contracted there forced his retirement, with the rank of commander, before he reached the age limit of retirement. Another Jewish officer of the Navy during the war, Lieutenant Joseph Strauss, is still in the active service with the rank of commander, which is equivalent to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army. A third officer of Jewish descent attained to a higher rank. Edward David Tausig, born in St. Louis, 1847, entered the Naval Academy in 1863 and graduated in 1867, and was a lieutenant commander since 1892 at the time of the outbreak of the war. He served on the Pacific and European stations and in the Coast Survey until 1893, when he was made commander of the Bennington. He took possession of Wake Island, Oceania, for the United States, and was placed in charge of Guam when that island was ceded by Spain on February 1, 1899. In 1902, he became a captain, which is equal to the rank of colonel in the Army. In 1903, he was appointed commander of the Navy Yard at Pensacola, Florida. He was retired with the rank of Rear Admiral, the equivalent of Brigadier General, in 1909. The most conspicuous part played by a Jew in the events which led to the war with Spain, if not in the war itself, fell to the lot of Lieutenant Commander, now Rear Admiral, retired, Adolf Marix, born in Germany, probably of Russian parents, 1848, who came to America in his boyhood and entered the Naval Academy in 1864, graduating 4 years later. He advanced step by step, becoming an ensign in 1869, a master in 1870, a lieutenant in 1872, after which he was assigned to special service in the Judge Advocate General's office, where he gained valuable experience and became an expert in naval and maritime law. In 1893, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant commander, and in September 1895, he was transferred from the command of the receiving ship Minnesota to be the first commander of the ill-fated battleship Maine, which was then put in commission. He was transferred to the Scorpion in January 1898, several weeks before the Maine arrived in the harbor of Havana, where she was destroyed by an explosion on February 15 of the same year. Lieutenant Commander Merrick was chosen secretary or recorder of the Court of Inquiry, which investigated the blowing up of the Maine, and he prepared the report, which was one of the contributing causes of the war. He himself laid the ominous document before President McKinley on March 26, 1898, and soon returned to engage in the war, which was to terminate Spanish dominion in the New World. In the same month, he was advanced to the rank of commander and was later advanced by act of Congress 2 numbers for eminent and conspicuous conduct in battle in 2 engagements at Manzanillo, Cuba, July 1 and July 18, 1898. When President Taft was Governor General of the Philippines, Commander Merix was a naval attaché in the islands. He later rose to the rank of Rear Admiral, and having attained the age limit, 62, he was retired in April 1910 after 46 years of service. He now resides in New York City. By the time the Spanish War was over and Spain was stripped of the last vestige of advantage which she gained by the discovery of America, the attention of the civilized world was concentrated on the celebrated Dreyfus case. The last desperate effort of the forces of reaction to foist an anti-Jew policy on a great progressive nation served only to prove in the end that the world has advanced beyond such tactics, and that the voice of justice cannot be stifled in a civilized community, where the people ultimately decide all important questions. Not only was France shaken to its foundations and the existence of the government itself endangered on account of the grievous wrong which was done to the Jewish army officer, but the entire civilized world was aroused by the incident, as it probably never was before, by the fate of one insignificant individual. It was the first and only attempt of a real Judenheit in a modern free country, and so much depended on the outcome that not only the Jews everywhere were intensely interested, but also their friends and their enemies felt the full importance of the affair, and the bearing which the issue must have on Jewish conditions everywhere. Had anti-Semitism triumphed in France, it would mean that even political liberty, universal suffrage, and government by the people could not solve the Jewish problem, that Western culture could not effect the true emancipation which was expected of it, and that other means than those suggested by the principles of the great liberal movement of the last century, adjustment to surroundings, adoption of the speech and mode of life of the nations among whom they live, must be sought to deliver Israel from his ancient suffering even in the most highly civilized countries. Fortunately for France, for civilization, and for the Jews, anti-Semitism was utterly defeated in the open political combat for the first time in modern history. The barrier erected by liberty proved sufficiently strong to stem the tide of raging injustice. The very excitement caused by the wrong was the best warning against the danger which the revival of medieval bigotry brings to an enlightened country. Persecution and discrimination were again forced back and confined to the more shady corners of the earth, to the countries where the masses of the people are still oppressed by tyranny and handicapped by ignorance. It was in these countries that the Dreyfus agitation was seized upon by the enemies of the Jews and exploited to the utmost extent, and it was there that many Jews began to despair. If France could become anti-Semitic at the end of the 19th century, what hope was there for the Jew in the backwards countries, in political progress and cultural development? The full force of the victory over the French reactionaries was known and felt only in the free countries. Elsewhere, the impression remained that the Jews of France remained in a lamentable position and that the future looked as gloomy to them as is usually the case in Russia after a new outbreak of anti-Jewish riots. The result of this new hopeless view of the Jewish situation was the sudden spread of the new Zionist movement, which was inaugurated about that time on the continent by Dr. Theodor Herzl, 1860 to 1904. He and his first supporters were Austrians. They obtained their largest following in Russia and Galatia, and in the large cities and other countries where there were numbers of Jewish immigrants from Slavic countries. When the movement began to show signs of life in the English-speaking countries, native or assimilated Jews joined it and became its leaders. And so it came to pass that although the American press, with few and unimportant exceptions, was as strongly pro-Dreyfus as the Jewish press itself, and the victory of justice and liberalism was as much emphasized here as in Paris, a limited field was prepared here for the Zionist movement, as well as in Russia, Austria, and Roumania. The old Chowawi Zion, or believers in the colonization of Palestine, joined the new political movement here, as they did abroad, and the Maskilim, or Germanized Hebrew scholars, who were forced to the background by the advent of the popular radical leaders of the new period of immigration, were also attracted by the new movement, which helped to restore the equilibrium among the intellectual Jewish classes. The first Zionist societies of New York consisted almost entirely of immigrants, but when the Federation of Zionist Societies of Greater New York and vicinity, organized 1897, expanded by absorbing societies outside of New York, and became, at a convention held in New York in July 1898, the Federation of American Zionists. American Jews were placed at the head of the movement. Professor Richard J. H. Gottheil was elected president of the Federation and held the position for 6 years, when he was succeeded in 1904 by Dr. Harry Friedenwald, born in Baltimore 1864, whose father, Dr. Aaron Friedenwald, born in Baltimore 1836, died there 1902, was one of the first vice presidents of the Federation. The first secretary was Reverend Stephen S. Wise, born in Budapest, Hungary 1872, who was brought to this country in his childhood and is now the minister of the Free Synagogue in New York. His successors were Isidore D. Morrison, Jacob De Haas, Reverend Dr. Judah L. Mangus, born in San Francisco, California 1877, and Miss Henrietta Sold. The Federation consisted of about 25 societies, having a membership of about 1,000 when it was first organized. At the 13th Annual Convention, which was held in Pittsburgh in July 1910, it was reported that the number of societies was 215, and of shekel payers 14,000. The Order Knights of Zion, which has its headquarters in Chicago, is considered an independent Western Federation of Zionists. End of chapter 35.
Part 7, The 20th Century, Present Conditions. Chapter 36 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Synagogues and Institutions. The Encyclopedia, Roumania and the Roumanian Note. Synagogues and Other Jewish Institutions. General Improvement and Moderation. The Jewish Encyclopedia. Its editors and contributors. The Roumanian situation and the American government's interest in it since 1867. Benjamin F. Pichetto, United States Consul General in Bucharest. Diplomatic correspondence between Kazan and Everts. New negotiation with Romania in 1902.
the Roumanian note to the signatories of the Berlin Treaty, the question still in abeyance. More than 600,000 Jews arrived in the United States from the beginning of the new Exodus in 1881 until the end of the 19th century, and the total number in the country was now considerably more than 1 million. There were Jews in more than 500 places, and there were 791 congregations, 415 educational, and nearly 500 charitable institutions of a distinctly Jewish character, according to an enumeration made at the beginning of the new century. But the number of congregations or synagogues was very much larger, probably more than double than the figures gathered by the enumerators. For the American, even the American Jew, had then not yet learned to take seriously those small and exceedingly unchurch-like synagogues of the small congregations, of which 5 or 6, or even a larger number, can sometimes be found in one block in a thickly settled Jewish neighborhood in the great cities. A second and more thorough enumeration made in 1907 gave to New York City alone a number of synagogues almost as large as one given by the statistics of 1900 to the entire country. But the actual increase was very far from such proportions. Probably 4/5 of the congregations of New York and of the other great Jewish centers in the East and the Middle West were more than 10 years old, and they simply escaped the notice of former enumerators. The organizing of small synagogues is now out of fashion. The tendency is to consolidate the smaller ones and to erect more fashionable and spacious buildings in the newest neighborhoods, to which the immigrants usually move after they leave their earliest abode in the tenement house districts. In the field of charity and education, the predilection for new organizations is disappearing, and there is a desire to build on more solid foundations and to improve and strengthen rather than form anew. New synagogues are now built usually in new communities or in new Jewish neighborhoods, or by old congregations who need a larger edifice. America now had the largest community of free Jews in the world, i.e., of Jews who labored under no special disadvantages and who had no special difficulties, like those which are making life a burden to the Jews of Russia or Galatia. The great masses, which arrived in the last 20 years, progressed rapidly and were becoming Americanized in every respect. There arose new intellectual needs. The extremists had to yield to the influence of those who were more acclimatized, and even the most radical periodicals began to respect the susceptibilities, if not the opinions, of the other classes. The number of the educated and the well-to-do was fast increasing, and the community was now well prepared for the capital event in the history of Jewish learning in America, the publication of the Jewish Encyclopedia. This monumental work, the greatest Jewish work of reference in any language, was projected by Dr. Isidor Singer, born in Weiskirchen, Moravia, 1859, died approximately 1895, and edited by a board of well-known scholars, of whom Dr. Isaac Funk, born in Clinton, 1839, died 1912, of the firm of Funk and Wagnalls which published the work, was chairman, and Frank H. Visitelli, born in London, England, 1864, secretary. The original editors were Cyrus Adler, Goddard Deutsch, born in Kaunitz, Austria, 1859 to 1891, professor of history at the Hebrew Union College. Louis Ginsburg, born in Kovno, Russia, 1873-1899, now professor of Talmud at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York. Richard Godhiel. Joseph Jacobs, born in Sydney, New South Wales, 1854, died approximately 1900, the folklorist and statistician. Marcus Jastrow, Morris Jastrow Jr., Kaufman Kohler, Frederick de Sola Mendez, born in Jamaica, West Indies, 1850, approximately 1873, rabbi of the West End Synagogue of New York. Isidore Singer and Crawford H. Toy, born in Norfolk, Virginia, 1836. Professor, now emeritus, of Hebrew and Oriental languages at Harvard University. This editorial board was given on the title page of the first volume, which appeared in May 1901, but several changes were made during the 5 years of its publication. From the beginning of the second volume, Hermann Rosenthal became editor of the new Department of the Jews of Russia and Poland, and it is due to his efforts that the Jews of the Slavic countries are more extensively treated in the historical and biographical parts of the Encyclopedia than was ever the case in the works of Jewish science which appeared outside of Russia. Dr. Emil G. Hirsch of Chicago succeeded Morris Jastrow as editor of the Department of the Bible, with the beginning of the third volume. From the fourth till the seventh volume, the name of Solomon Schechter, born in Folkschen, Romania, 1847-1902, the president of the Jewish Theological Seminary, appears as editor of the Department of the Talmud, and from the eighth volume to the end, name of William Bacher of Budapest, born in Hungary, 1850, appears as editor of the Department of the Talmud and Rabbinical Literature, succeeding both Scheider and Ginsburg. The editorial board was assisted by boards of American and foreign consulting editors, which included many of the best-known Jewish scholars and Orientalists, and many other scholars from various countries were among the 400 contributors who participated in the preparation of the work, in which the vast record of the history, religion, literature, and customs of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day was for the first time systematized, classified, and made available in a modern scientific manner. The situation of the Jews in Romania had been growing worse since the financial crisis of 1899, and in the last year of the century there was a stampede of Jews from that country, some of them walking hundreds of miles before they could find a place to rest or until they reached a port from which they could embark for England or America. Still, neither the Jewish immigration in general nor the immigration from Romania could give the slightest cause for uneasiness to the government of the United States. The tide of immigration was now again rising from the lowest ebb it had reached since 1879, 229,295 in 1898, and neither the 5,613 Romanian Jews who arrived at the port of New York in 1901, nor the 6,395 who came in 1902, when the general immigration was 487,918 and 648,743, respectively, could be taken seriously as a cause for interference or protest. There would have been much more cause for protest of that nature after the great massacres in Russia several years later, when the number of Jews who arrived in 1 year, 1906, exceeded 150,000. The interest that the government of the United States took in the Romanian situation is therefore believed to have been due principally to the friendly attitude of President Theodore Roosevelt and Secretary of State John Hay towards Jews in general. It was, however, nothing new for the American government to use its good offices in behalf of the persecuted Jews of Romania. As early as 1867, Secretary of State Seward corresponded with Mr. Morris, the American minister to Constantinople, about the persecutions of that year, and the latter reported having told Mr. Golesco, the agent of the Danubian principalities, that the suffering of the Jews there has all the appearance of religious persecution, and that the confidence of the government of the United States would be impaired in the government of Bucharest, unless the prescriptive measures against the Jews discontinued. In 1870, official, or it would perhaps be more correct to call it semi-official, relations with Romania were established temporarily by the appointment of a Consul General of the United States in Romania. The man chosen by President Grant for this position was a prominent Jewish attorney at law, Benjamin Franklin Peixoto, born in New York 1834, died there 1890, who later served as United States Consul at Lyon, France, 1877-85, and when he returned to New York founded, 1886, the Menorah, a monthly Jewish magazine which existed for more than 2 decades. The Jewish official became an intimate friend of Prince, now King, Charles, but Romania continued on its own ways, and the riots of Ismail and Bessabia occurred during Peixoto's stay in Bucharest. His reports to the United States government resulted in that government addressing letters to its ministers at the various European courts, inviting cooperation in the humane endeavor to stop Jewish persecution in Romania. Peixoto's reports were also the cause of a great meeting at the Mansion House in London, which called forth Lord Shaftesbury's message of sympathy. Peixoto was instrumental, too, in founding the Society of Zion in Romania, an organization with similar aims to the B'nai B'rith, and it was his influence as a United States official, his intimacy with the European philanthropists, and the force of his own personal magnetism that finally caused the calling of the Conference of Brussels, to which he was a delegate, and which culminated in the actions taken by the Berlin Congress of 1878, when Romania acquired the status of a sovereign kingdom only upon the express condition that the civil and political rights of the Jews should be recognized. E. A. Cardoza in Encyclopedia 9, page 582, Picciotto. Picciotto remained in Romania 6 years, and about 2 years after he left Bucharest, Mr. John A. Casson, the American minister to Austria, wrote to Secretary of State Evarts, under date of June 5, 1878, that in anticipation of Romanian independence, which was soon to be granted by the Congress of Berlin, Germany, had begun negotiations with the Romanian government for a commercial treaty. But Germany finally dropped the negotiations because, according to the information received here, the hostility of Romania to the recognition of equal rights for Jews of a foreign nationality with other citizens or subjects of the same nationality would have practically proscribed a portion of the German subjects. Yet Mr. Casson proposes in the same letter that it would be the honor of the United States government if it could initiate a plan by which at once on the condition of American Hebrews resident or traveling in Romania and the condition of natives in the same race be ameliorated and their equality before the law at least partially assured. In the following year, Mr. Casson reports about the attempt to enter into diplomatic relations with Romania and about a conversation he had with Mr. Bolețanu, the envoy and minister of Romania to Austria, in the course of which allusion was made to the preliminary requirements of the Berlin Treaty in respect to the Jews. According to the letter, dated February 16, 1879, the representative of Romania replied that the necessary changes would be made in their laws to give satisfaction on this point, and to establish for the Jews the basis of absolute equality with other races. On November 28, 1879, Secretary Evarts wrote to Mr. Casson, "In connection with the subject of Romanian recognition, I enclose for your consideration the copy of a letter under date of the 30th ultimo from Mr. Meyer S. Isaacs, President and other officers of the Board of Delegates on Civil and Religious Rights of the Hebrews, asking that the government of the United States may exert its influence towards securing for its Hebrew subjects and residents in Romania the equality of civil and religious rights stipulated in Article 44 of the Treaty of Berlin. As you are aware, this government has only ever felt a deep interest in the welfare of the Hebrew race in foreign countries, and has viewed this abhorrence the wrongs to which they have at various periods been subjected by the followers of other creeds in the East. This department is therefore disposed to give favorable consideration to the appeal made by the representatives of a prominent Hebrew organization in this country in behalf of their brethren in Romania. And while I should not be warranted in making a compliance with their wishes, a sine qua non in the establishment of official relations with that country, yet any terms favorable to the interest of this much injured people which you may be able to secure in the negotiations now pending with the government of Romania would be agreeable and gratifying to this department. I am, etc., William M. Evarts." It was therefore only a continuance of its old policy when the government of the United States, which has, as Mr. Evarts expressed in 1879, ever felt a deep interest in the welfare of the Hebrew race in foreign countries, again began, in 1902, to pay attention to the pitiable conditions of the Roumanian Jews. There still existed no treaty or diplomatic relations between the United States and Romania, and a new attempt was made by our Department of State to negotiate a naturalized convention, and perhaps by these means influence that country to treat its Jews more favorably. The negotiations were carried on through the American legation at Athens, Greece, and Secretary Hay sent, on July 17, 1902, a long confidential dispatch to Mr. Charles L. Wilson, the charge d'affaires ad interim in Athens, which contained the largest part of the famous Roumanian note, to the signatories of the Treaty of Berlin, which was issued in the following month. Wilson's reply, dated August 8, states that since the draft of the treaty approved by the department was submitted to the Romanian Minister for Foreign Affairs, nothing further has been accomplished, as the Romanian government refused to consider the project favorably. The Romanian minister to Greece frankly admitted to the American representative that the king was against the proposed treaty because, according to His Majesty's opinion, a naturalization treaty would be most injurious to Romania, for the reason that it would complicate the already troublesome Jewish question in that country. 3 days after the date of that dispatch, John Hay issued, on August 11, 1902, the Roumanian Note, which was sent to the representatives of the United States to France, Germany, Great Britain, Italy, Russia, and Turkey. The full text of this unique circular note, which made a profound impression in the entire civilized world, is as follows. Department of State, Washington, August 11, 1902. Excellency, in the course of an instruction recently sent to the minister accredited to the government of Roumania in regard to the base of negotiations begun with that government looking to a convention of naturalization between the United States and Roumania, certain considerations were set forth for the minister's guidance concerning the character of the immigration from that country, the causes which constrain it, and the consequences so far they adversely affect the United States. It has seemed to the President appropriate that these considerations, relating as they do to obligations entered into by the signatories of the Treaty of Berlin of July 13, 1878, should be brought to the attention of the governments concerned, and commended to their consideration in the hope that, if they are so fortunate as to meet the approval of several powers, such measures as to them may seem wise to be taken to persuade the government of Roumania to reconsider the subject of the grievances in question. The United States welcomes now, as it has welcomed from the foundation of its government, the voluntary immigration of all aliens coming hither under conditions fitting them to become merged in the body politic of this land. Our laws provide the means for them to become incorporated indistinguishably in the mass of citizens, and prescribe their absolute equality with the native born, guaranteeing to them equal civil rights at home and equal protection abroad. The conditions are few, looking to their coming as free agents, so circumstanced physically and morally as to supply the healthful and intelligent material for free citizenhood. The pauper, the criminal, and the contagiously or incurably diseased are excluded from the benefit of immigration only when they are likely to become a source of danger or a burden upon the community. The voluntary character of their coming is essential. Hence we shut out all immigration assisted or constrained by foreign agencies. The purpose of our generous treatment of the alien immigrant is to benefit us and him alike, not to afford to another state a field upon which to cast its own objectionable elements. The alien, coming hither hereafter in domestic and international relations, the initial character of free agency, in the full enjoyment of which is incumbent upon his adoptive state to protect him. The foregoing considerations, whilst pertinent to the examination of the purpose and scope of a naturalization treaty, have a larger aim. It behooves the state to scrutinize most jealously the character of the immigration from a foreign land, and, if it be obnoxious to objection, to examine the causes which render it so. Should those causes originate in the act of another sovereign state, to the detriment of its neighbors, it is the prerogative of an injured state to point out the evil and to make remonstrance. For with nations, as with individuals, the social laws hold good that the right of each is bounded by the right of the neighbor. The condition of a large class of the inhabitants of Roumania has for many years been a source of grave concern to the United States. I refer to the Roumanian Jews, numbering some 400,000. Long ago, while the Danubian principalities labored under oppressive conditions, which only war and a general action of the European powers sufficed to the end, the persecution of the indigenous Jews under the Turkish rule called forth in 1872 the strong remonstrance of the United States. The Treaty of Berlin was hailed as a cure for the wrong, in view of the express provisions of its 44th article, prescribing that in Romania the difference of religious creed and confessions shall not be alleged against any person as a ground for exclusion or incapacity in matters relating to the enjoyment of civil and political rights, admission to public employments, functions, and honors, or the exercise of the various professions and industries in any locality whatsoever, and stipulating freedom in the exercise of all forms of worship to Romanian dependents and foreigners alike, as well as guaranteeing that all foreigners in Romania shall be treated without distinction of creed on a footing of perfect equality. With the lapse of time, these just prescriptions have been rendered nugatory in great part as regards to the native Jews by the legislation and municipal regulations of Romania. Starting from the arbitrary and convertible premises that the native Jews of Romania, domiciled there for centuries, are aliens not subject to foreign protection, the ability of the Jew to earn even the scanty means of existence that suffice for a frugal race has been constricted by degrees, until every opportunity to win a livelihood is denied, and until the helpless poverty of the Jew is constrained an exodus of such proportions as to cause general concern. The political disabilities of the Jews of Romania and their exclusion from the public service and learned professions, the limitation of their civil rights and the imposition upon them of exceptional taxes, involving as they do wrong repugnant to the moral sense of liberal modern peoples, are not so directly in point for my present purpose as the public acts which attack the inherent right of man as a breadwinner in the ways of agriculture and trade. The Jews are prohibited from owning land or even from cultivating it as common laborers. They are debarred from residing in the rural districts. Many branches of petty trade and manual production are closed to them in the overcrowded cities where they are forced to dwell and engage against fearful odds in the desperate struggle for existence. Even as ordinary artisans or hired laborers, they may only find employment in the proportion of 1 unprotected alien to 2 Roumanians under any one employer. In short, in the cumulative efforts of successive restrictions, the Jews of Romania have become reduced to a state of wretched misery, shut out from nearly every avenue of self-support which is open to the poor of other lands, and ground down by poverty as the natural result of their discriminatory treatment. They are rendered incapable of lifting themselves from the enforced degradation they endure. Even were the fields of education, of civil employment, and of commerce open to them as Romanian citizens, their penury would prevent their rising by individual effort. Human beings so circumstanced have virtually no alternative but submissive suffering or flight to some land less unfavorable to them. Removal under such conditions is not and cannot be healthy, intelligent immigration of a free and self-reliant being. It must be, in most cases, the mere transplantation of an artificially produced disease growth to a new place. Granting that, in better and more healthful surroundings, the morbid condition will eventually change for good, such immigration is necessarily for a time a burden to the community upon which the fugitives may be cast. Self-reliance and the knowledge and ability that evolve the power of self-support must be developed, and at the same time avenues of employment must be opened in quarters where competition is already keen and opportunity scarce. The teachings of history and the experience of our own nation show that the Jews possess in a high degree the mental and moral qualifications of conscientious citizenhood. No class of immigrants is more welcome to our shore, when coming equipped in mind and body for entrance upon the struggle for bread, and inspired with the high purpose to give the best service of heart and brain to the land they adopt of their own free will. But when they come as outcasts, made doubly paupers by physical and moral oppression in their native land, and thrown upon the long-suffering generosity of a more favored community, their immigration lacks the essential conditions which makes alien immigration either acceptable or beneficial. So well is this appreciated on the continent that, even in the countries where anti-Semitism has no foothold, it is difficult for these fleeing Jews to obtain any lodgment. America is their only goal. The United States offers asylum to the oppressed of all lands, but its sympathy with them in no wise impairs its just liberty and right to weigh the acts of the oppressor in the light of their effects upon this country and to judge accordingly. Putting together the facts now painfully brought home to this government during the past few years that many of the inhabitants of Romania are being forced, by artificially adverse discriminations, to quit their native country, that the hospitable asylum offered by this country is almost the only refuge left to them, that they come hither unfitted, by the conditions of their exile, to take part in the new life of this land under circumstances either profitable to themselves or beneficial to the community, and that they are objects of charity from the outset and for a long time. The right of remonstrance against the acts of the Romanian government is clearly established in favor of this government. Whether consciously and of purpose or not, these helpless people, burdened and spurned by their native land, are forced by the sovereign power of Romania upon the charity of the United States. This government cannot be a tacit party to such an international wrong. It is constrained to protest against the treatment to which the Jews of Romania are subjected, not alone because it has unimpeachable right to remonstrate against the resultant injury to itself, but in the name of humanity. The United States may not authoritatively appeal to the stipulations of the Treaty of Berlin, to which it was not and cannot become a signatory, but it does earnestly appeal to the principles consigned therein, because they are the principles of international law and eternal justice, advocating the broad toleration which that solemn compact enjoins and standing ready to lend its moral support to the fulfillment thereof by its co-signatories. For the act of Roumania itself has effectively joined the United States to them as an interested party in this regard. You will take an early occasion to read this instruction to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and should he request it, leave with him a copy. I have the honor to be, your obedient servant, John Hay. The note made a great impression on the entire civilized world, but was followed by no practical results. The only government which took any notice of it was, as could have been expected, the British. Mr. John B. Jackson, who had in the meantime been appointed Minister of the United States to Greece and was also accredited to Roumania, wrote from Athens, March 31, 1903, that having been in charge of the American Embassy at Berlin at the time when the note was received, he understood that immediately after the same instruction had been communicated to the Foreign Office at London, the British government, without in any way making known its own views contained therein, had addressed a communication to the other governments which were parties to the Berlin Treaty of 1878, inquiring what they proposed doing in the matter. So far as I am aware, however, no action was taken by any of these governments, and the contents of the circular was never formally brought to the attention of the Roumanian government. This letter and another dated Athens, April 18, and still another dated September 7, 1903, contain statements made by Roumanian statesmen explaining the situation from their point of view, and observations made by Mr. Jackson himself during his travels through Roumania. The last letter, which closes the correspondence, ends with a remark that the general feeling in Roumania is that the naturalization of Jews must be a gradual matter as they become educated up to being Roumanians, a feeling much more likely to be found in America than in Roumania. There is still no treaty with Roumania, but there is an American envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary, the usual designation of an ordinary minister, sent to Roumania and accredited also to Serbia and Bulgaria, who resides at the Roumanian capital, Bucharest, where there is also an American consul general. The representation is, as was the case in the time of Picotto, one-sided, the Romanian government having no representative in the United States. The Roumanian question may therefore be considered neither as solved nor as abandoned, but to be in abeyance until a favorable opportunity shall present itself for further negotiations, which may ultimately lead to the only adjustment which can be acceptable to the United States as well as to the Jews. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Help for the victims of the Russian massacres in 1903 and 1905. Other proofs of sympathy. The Kishinev Massacre, Official Solicitude and General Sympathy, Protest Meetings and Collections, the Kishinev Petition and its fate, less publicity given to the later pogrom, whose victims were helped by land swept from the country, the influence of pogroms on immigration, the frightful massacres in Russia in the fall of 1905, and the assistance rendered by this country. A resolution of sympathy adopted in Congress. The 250th anniversary of the settlement of the Jews in the United States. Relief for Moroccan Jews proposed by the United States. Oscar S. Strauss in the Cabinet. While the correspondence about the Jews of Roumania was still carried on by our State Department, the civilized world was shocked by the reports of the brutal massacre of Jews in Kishinev in the 3 days of April 19 through 21, 1903. This massacre, which is still within everyone's memory, aroused the press and the people of the United States more than the riots of 1881. Almost from the first, the world's indignation centered in the United States. Served by a vigorous press whose liberal spirit voices the prevailing attitude, animated by a humanitarianism which lies at the foundation of all of our public institutions, realizing also that America was the chief refuge of all victims of persecution, the people of the United States became again, the world's logical leaders in a campaign of humanity. President Roosevelt's opening remarks in his speech to the Executive Committee of the Independent Order of B'nai B'rith on June 15, 1903, when he said, "I have never in my experience in this country known of a more immediate or a deeper expression of sympathy for the victims and of horror over the appalling calamity that has occurred," was fully justified. The news filtered very slowly through the usual channels, and more than a week passed before the enormity of the Russian crime became fully known. On the 29th of April, the following dispatch was sent by our Department of State. McCormick, Ambassador, St. Petersburg. It is persistently reported upon what appears to be adequate authority that there is a great want and suffering among Jews in Kishinev. Friends in this country would like to know if financial aid and supplies would be permitted to reach the sufferers. Please ascertain this without discussing political phase of the action. Hay. Ambassador McCormick replied 10 days later that it is authoritatively denied that there is any want or suffering among Jews in southwestern Russia, and aid of any kind is unnecessary. But the people here understood that the ambassador reflected the official view of the Russian government, and efforts to raise money for the thousands of families which were left destitute by pillage, and for the hundreds of widows and orphans of the martyrs, were soon made, and large sums were collected in New York, as well as in many other places. More than 75 meetings of protest and indignation were held in 50 localities in 27 states, and the District of Columbia, during the months of May and June, the most notable of which were the one held in New York, May 27, where Mayor Seth Low presided and ex-President Grover Cleveland was the principal orator. Among the largest meetings of the other places were those of Baltimore, May 17, of Philadelphia, June 3, and of New Orleans, June 13. In the most cases, the prominent non-Jewish citizens, including high officials and ministers of religion, delivered addresses or expressed their sentiments in letters. Numerous sermons against Russia were preached in various churches, and hundreds of editorial articles appeared in all sorts of periodicals. Public opinion was again, as it was 22 years before, practically unanimous in condemning Russia and encouraging every enterprise for the assistance of the sufferers from its barbarity. The response to the appeals for material help was quick and generous. The contributions were sent either directly to the central office of the Alliance Israelite Universelle at Paris or to one of 3 agencies in New York. To the Relief Committee, of which Emanuel Lehman was chairman and Daniel Guggenheim treasurer, and which was in communication with the Alliance. To the Relief Committee, of which K.H. Saracen was chairman and Arnold Cohn treasurer, and which was in communication with the Central Relief Committee at Kishinev, or to Mr. William Randolph Hearst, whose newspapers in New York, Chicago, and San Francisco did much to arouse the public to the gravity of the situation, and who forwarded the money collected by them to Treasurer Arnold Cohn. The sum sent to Kishinev from the United States through all these agencies was set down in a report made on June 7, 1903, by the Central Relief Committee at Kishinev, to the Hilfsverein der Deutschen Juden at Berlin at 192,443 rubles, somewhat less than $100,000. It is about half of the sum which was collected in Russia itself, and a fourth of what was contributed by all the countries of the world. It was generally understood that little could be accomplished by representations or remonstrances to Russia, but the desire to do something more than collect alms was very strong, and the sentiment naturally crystallized itself in an effort to ask the government of the United States to use its good offices in behalf of the Jews of Russia. A petition was framed by the Executive Committee of the Independent Order of B'nai B'rith and submitted to the President of the United States with a request that it be transmitted to the Emperor of Russia. The President received the committee cordially and said at the conclusion of his remarks, "I will consider most carefully the suggestion that you have submitted to me, and whether the now existing conditions are such that any further official expression would be of advantage to the unfortunate survivors with whom we sympathize so deeply." The petition was couched in courteous terms, extolling the Tsar personally and pleading that he who led his own people and all others to the shrine of peace will add new luster to his reign and fame by leading a new movement that shall commit the whole world in opposition to religious persecution. The petition was circulated in 36 states and territories, and 12,544 signatures were obtained. Among the signers were senators, members of the House of Representatives, governors, 22, high judicial officers, state legislatures, mayors of cities, 150, clergymen of all denominations, including 3 archbishops and 7 bishops, a large number of other officials, and many prominent men in the professional and the business world. President Roosevelt consented to transmit the petition, but the Russian government declined to receive it, and the matter was thus ended. By permission of the President, the separate sheets of the petition bearing all the signatures, suitably bound and enclosed in a case provided for the purpose, have been placed in the archives of the Department of State. It was impossible to arouse the general public and even the general Jewish public at the recurrent pogroms and massacres at near intervals after Kishinev. But as is always the case with Russian or Galician or Roumanian cities where they suffer from fires, it became now the custom for all natives of an afflicted city to form some sort of organization in the rather rare occasion when there existed no synagogue or benevolent society of the Landsleut, and to collect funds for the succor of the unfortunate families of the victims at homes. Each of the riots and massacres between Kishinev and the terrible October days, the largest of which occurred at Homel, September 10 through 14, 1903, when 8 Jews were killed and nearly 100 injured. At Bender, May 1, 1904, and at Zionism, May 6, 1905, where 29 were killed. Each of these riots was a miniature Kishinev among the natives of the stricken place or its vicinity in this country. America became for the suffering Jews of Russia the Egypt of the time of the patriarch Jacob, and the Russian immigrant who settled here before was the prosperous brother Joseph, whom God sent to the New World before them to preserve life. To the emissaries from Palestine and from religious institutions in Russia, especially the Talmudical academies or yeshivat, who were coming regularly to the United States for many years to make collections among the conservative immigrants who prospered here, were now added emissaries from the radical or revolutionary parties from Russia, who were enthusiastically received by the working classes and the radical element in general, and their appeals for funds were seldom in vain. The most substantial and most beneficial form of assistance sent from here to Russia was, however, not in response to appeals through Jewish newspapers or through personal representatives of causes, of parties, of or institutions, but to requests made by members of families, by relatives, or by friends to be taken out of Russia as soon as possible. While public appeals were made for charity of various kinds and for defense funds and similar objects, private correspondence solicited only one thing: steamship tickets. And the private responses, while they attracted less attention, were more generous and in many instances verged on self-sacrifice. This can be deduced from the results, i.e., from the increased Jewish immigration, which was easily absorbed and little burdensome to the general Jewish public or to the larger charities, because most of the new arrivals had near relatives or friends who took care of them in the short time which elapsed until they could find employment. The increase of Jewish immigration on account of the pogroms can best be seen by a comparison of the number of Jewish arrivals at the port of New York, where nearly 9/10 of them arrive, with the general immigration for the 5 years, 1903 to 07, each ending June 30. The figures for 1903 are: Jews, 58,079, total immigration, 857,046. For 1904, Jews, 80,885, total, 812,870. For 1905, Jews, 103,941,000, total, 1,027,421. For 1906, Jews, 133,764, total, 1,100,735. For 1907, Jews, 117,486, total, 1,285,349. It is seen that while general immigration in 1904 was about 45,000 less in 1903, Jewish immigration was about 22,000 more. On the other hand, while general immigration rose to an unprecedented height in 1907 and was larger than the preceding year by 185,000, the number of Jews arriving in New York was about 16,000 less. The Jewish immigrant is not the man who fails at home or the adventurer who cares for no home. He could get along very well where he is if he were not molested, and Jewish immigration from Russia would become as insignificant as Jewish immigration from Germany if the former country could rise to the political and social conditions of the latter. The small pogroms, which were designated above as miniature Kishinevs and even Kishinev itself, were soon forgotten or began to look very small in comparison with the frightful massacres of the last day of October and the first day of November 1905, with which the Russians inaugurated their quasi-constitutional regime. This time there were about 1,000 Jews killed. The wounded numbered many thousands. The losses by destruction of property amounted to hundreds of millions. America again responded nobly, and a committee, of which Oscar S. Strauss was chairman and Jacob H. Schiff treasurer, collected considerably more than $1 million from Jews and non-Jews, mainly through the same agencies and by the same methods as the funds for the sufferers from Kishinev were collected. There were again mass meetings at which prominent non-Jews spoke words of sympathy for the martyrs and their families, and condemned the government which permitted such carnage. The general press was as friendly and sympathetic to the Jews as on former occasions. When the great march of Jewish mourners after the martyrs took place through the streets of New York, in which nearly 100,000 participated, December 4, 1905, several Christian churches tolled their bells in expression of sympathy with the weeping masses which passed by. There was also an official expression of sympathy from Congress Representatives Henry M. Goldvogel and William Sulzer, introduced into the House resolutions to that effect, and a third one as a substitute was introduced by Representative Charles A. Towne, who, like the former two, represented a New York City district. The House Committee on Foreign Affairs granted a hearing on February 8, 1906, to those interested in the passage of the resolutions. In its final form, the joint resolution was introduced into the Senate by the late Anselm J. McLaurin of Mississippi and in the House by Robert G. Cousins of Iowa, and reads as follows. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the people of the United States are horrified by the reports of the massacre of Hebrews in Russia, on account of their race and religion, and that those bereaved thereby have the hearty sympathy of the people of this country. This resolution was adopted without debate, and unanimously by both houses on June 22, and approved by the President on June 26, 1906. On two other occasions about the same time, the friendly disposition of the people and the government of the United States toward the Jews was manifested to the world. The first occasion was only semi-official, when the Jews of the country celebrated the 250th anniversary of the settlement of the Jews in the United States on Thanksgiving Day, November 30, 1905. Meetings and special services were held in more than 70 localities between November 24 and December 10, but the principal celebration was in New York on the above-mentioned date in Carnegie Hall, where notable addresses were delivered by former President Grover Cleveland, Governor Francis W. Higgins of the state of New York, Mayor George B. McClellan of New York City, and Bishop David Greer. Cordial letters were received from President Roosevelt and Vice President Charles W. Fairbanks. The principal oration at that memorable meeting was delivered by Judge Mayer Sulzberger of Philadelphia. Our President Ambassador to Russia, Curtis Gill, Jr., who was at that time Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts, was one of the speakers at the celebration meeting, which was held in Boston a day before the New York meeting. The second occasion attracted less attention but was strictly official. The International Conference about Morocco, which was held in Algeciras, Spain, from January 6 to April 7, 1906, was participated in by the United States, and its first delegate, Henry White, ambassador to Italy, received instruction by a special letter from Secretary of State, now Senator, Elihu Root, to work for the protection of the Jews of Morocco. These instructions were accompanied by a letter received by the Secretary Root from Mr. Jacob H. Schiff, setting forth the pitiable conditions of the Jews of that country and enumerating the legal restrictions to which they were subject. Through the exertion of Mr. White, a provision was inserted on April 2 in the treaty with which the conference was concluded, according to which the signatory nations guarantee the security and equal privileges of the Jews in Morocco, both those living in the ports and those living in the interior. See American Jewish Yearbook for 5667, pages 92 to 98. The chief value of this provision, however, consists only in its indication of the goodwill of the government of the United States. Its practical value for the Jews in Morocco, as far as protection from riots and massacres are concerned, is hardly more than that of the well-known Article 44 of the Treaty of Berlin regarding the Jews of Roumania. The Jews of Morocco probably never heard of that provision, and the credit of ameliorating their condition rightfully belongs to France, which has, according to the latest agreement among European powers, become the protector or ruler of the Sharifian Empire. Near the end of the same year, 1906, President Roosevelt appointed Oscar S. Strauss, the author and diplomatist, Secretary of Commerce and Labor. The first Jew to be thus honored with a seat in the cabinet has served twice as minister plenipotentiary, and since he had left the cabinet, again as ambassador to Turkey, and also succeeded the late Benjamin Harrison, former President of the United States, as a member of the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. His oldest brother, Isidor Strauss, born in Bavaria 1845, drowned with the Titanic April 15, 1912, was a well-known merchant and philanthropist in New York who was a member of the 53rd Congress and had been for many years president of the Educational Alliance. Another brother, Nathan Strauss, born Bavaria 1848, who was also known as a philanthropist and served as park commissioner and for several months as president of the Board of Health of New York, is 2 years older than the former cabinet minister. End of chapter 37. Chapter 36 of A History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. The American Jewish Committee Educational Institutions and Federations. Formation of the American Jewish Committee. Its first 15 members and its membership in 1911. The experimental Kehillah organizations. The reorganized Jewish Theological Seminary. Faculty of the Hebrew Union College. The Dropsy College of Hebrew and Cognati Learning, the Rabbi Joseph Jacob School, other Orthodox Yeshivat, Talmud Torahs, and Sheherdim, Hebrew Institutes. They become more Jewish because other agencies now do the work of Americanizing the immigrant. Technical schools, young men's and young women's Hebrew associations, federations of various kinds. The massacres of 1905 aroused and united the Jews of the civilized world, and the necessity of an organization to cope with the situation and with similar situations in the future began to be generally felt. The time when the Alliance Israelite Universelle, with its preponderance of French Jews and French methods, could act for the Jewry of all countries was now past, and only a new organization in which each country was independently represented could answer the purpose. The same was also true in a more restricted sense in the United States itself. None of the national Jewish bodies, not even the Order B'nai B'rith, with its board of delegates, could now assume to speak with undisputed authority in the name of American Jewry, as it now constituted. An attempt to form a representative international committee of Jews was made at the General Jewish Conference, which was convened at Brussels, Belgium, in the last days of January 1906, where a resolution to that effect was adopted, but the plan was not carried out. Within a week after the Brussels Conference, February 3 and 4, a conference was held in New York City to consider the formation of a General Jewish Committee or other representative body of the Jews in the United States. A committee which was appointed by the chairman, Judge Mayer Solzberg of Philadelphia submitted its report to the conference at a subsequent meeting, May 19, which was referred to as a Committee of 5, with instructions to select another Committee of 15, representative of all Jewish societies of the United States, to be increased to 50 members if considered desirable. About a month later, the chairman announced the following committee as the nucleus of the American Jewish Committee, which was ultimately increased to 60. Cyrus Adler, Washington, D.C. Nathan Bijor, New York. Joseph H. Cohen, New York. Emil G. Hirsch, Chicago, Illinois. D. H. Lieberman, New York. Julian W. Mack, Chicago, Illinois. J. L. Magnes, New York. Louis Marshall, New York. Isidore Newman, New Orleans, Louisiana. Simon W. Rosendale, Albany, New York. Max Sr., Cincinnati, Ohio. Jacob H. Schiff, New York. Oscar S. Strauss, New York. M. C. Sloss, San Francisco, California, and Simon Wolf, Washington, D.C. The American Jewish Committee was organized with 60 members and adopted a constitution, November 11, 1906, which begins, "The purpose of this committee is to prevent infringement of the civil and religious rights of the Jews, and to alleviate the consequences of persecution. In the event of a threatened or actual denial or invasion of such rights, or when conditions calling for relief from calamities affecting Jews exist anywhere, correspondence may be entered into with those familiar with the situation, and if the persons on the spot feel themselves able to cope with the situation, no action need to be taken. If, on the other hand, they request aid, steps shall be taken to furnish it." The committee was later again increased on account of enlargement of the representation from New York City, owing the organization of the Kahil, and last year consisted of the following, representing the 13 districts into which the country was divided for that purpose. District 1, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, 2 members. Caesar Cone, Greensboro, North Carolina. Montague Trist, Charleston, South Carolina. District 2, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, 2 members. Jacques Loeb, Montgomery, Alabama. Nathan Cone, Nashville, Tennessee. District 3, Arizona, Louisiana, New Mexico, Texas, 2 members. Maurice Stern, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isaac H. Kempner, Galveston, Texas. District 4, Arkansas, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, 3 members. Morris M. Cohen, Little Rock, Arkansas. David S. Lehman, Denver, Colorado. Elias Michael, St. Louis, Missouri. District 5, California, Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, Utah, Washington, 3 members. Max C. Sloss, San Francisco, California. Harris Weinstock, Sacramento, California. Ben Selling, Portland, Oregon. District 6, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Wyoming, 4 members. Henry M. Butzel, Detroit, Michigan. Emmanuel Cohen, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Victor Rosewater, Omaha, Nebraska. Max Landau, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. District 7, Illinois, 7 members. Edwin G. Foreman, M. E. Greenbaum, B. Horwich, Julian W. Mack, Julius Rosenwald, Joseph Stoltz, all of Chicago, Illinois. Samuel Woolner, deceased, Peoria, Illinois. District 8, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, 5 members. Louis Newberger, Indianapolis, Indiana. Isaac W. Bernheim, Louisville, Kentucky. David Phillipson, Cincinnati, Ohio. J. Walter Freeberg, Cincinnati, Ohio. E. M. Baker, Cleveland, Ohio. District 9, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, 9 members. Cyrus Adler, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Isaac W. Frank, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. William B. Hackenberg, L. Leventhal, M. Rosenbaum, all of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Isidore Sobel, Erie, Pennsylvania. Mayer Sulzberger, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A. Leo Weil, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Benjamin Wolfe, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. District 10, Delaware, District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia. 2 members. Harry Friedenwald, Baltimore, Maryland. Jacob H. Hollander, Baltimore, Maryland. District 11, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont. 3 members. Isaac M. Ullman, New Haven, Connecticut. Lee M. Friedman, Boston, Massachusetts. Harry Cutler, Providence, Rhode Island. District 12, New York. Joseph Barundis, Samuel Dorff, Bernard Drachman, Harry Fischel, William Fishman, Israel Friedlander, Samuel B. Hamburger, Maurice H. Harris, Samuel I. Hyman, S. Jarmuwansky, Leon Kamaki, Philip Klein, Nathan Lamport, Adolph Lewison, J. L. Magnus, M. Z. Margulies, Louis Marshall, H. Pierre Mendez, Solomon Newman, Jacob H. Schiff, Bernard C. Mull, P. A. Siegelstein, Joseph Silverman, Cyrus L. Sulzberger, Felix M. Warburg. 25 members. District 13, New York, exclusive of the city. 2 members. Abram J. Katz, Rochester. Simon W. Rosendale, Albany. Members at large. Nathan Bijor, New York City. Isidore Strauss, New York City. The officers are Mayor Sulzberger, President. Julian W. Mack and Jacob H. Hollander, Vice Presidents. Isaac W. Bernheim, Treasurer. Herbert Friedenwald, Secretary. The Executive Committee consists of Cyrus Adler, Harry Cutler, Samuel Dorff, J. L. Magnus, Louis Marshall, Julius Rosenwald, Jacob H. Schiff, Isidore Sobel, Cyrus L. Sulzberger, and A. Leo Weil. The strength of the committee consists mainly in its personnel, as it compromises the most influential as well as the most active Jewish communal leaders of the country. The membership from the large centers of population, like New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago, includes also representatives of the immigrants of the last period and the plan of the Jewish Alliance of 20 years ago to bring together the older and younger portions of the community is, to some extent, consummated in this committee. It has made some valuable efforts on behalf of the suffering Jews in other countries, and also in the interest of a speedy solution of the vexed Russian passport question, and it is becoming recognized as a representative Jewish body in the United States. When the Jewish community, or Kahila, was formed in New York in 1909, consisting of the representatives of congregations, fraternal and educational organizations, the plans of those who wanted to have the American Jewish Committee reorganized on a more democratic basis and to make it the elected and authorized representative of the Jewish masses was partially carried out. The 25 members of the Executive Committee of the New York Kahil are the New York members of the American Jewish Committee. The Jews of Philadelphia have now also formed a Kahil on the same basis of representation. But these new forms of amalgamating the large communities and forming authoritative Jewish central bodies is yet in the experimental stage, and several years, perhaps several decades, will have to pass before their permanent existence will be assured and justified. The great difference between the committee and the Kahils is that the first men of power and authority who worked effectively for Jewish interests before, individually or as leaders of communal bodies, have united to work together in the same direction. The Kahils, on the other hand, have yet to create the forces which are to sustain them and make them formidable. Their chief values consist of being symptoms of the times, indicating the approach of the end of the period of chaos in general Jewish affairs, and an inclination to submit to representative authority in communal matters. The most conspicuous act of the New York Teal was its foundation of a Bureau of Education under the direction of well-known Jewish educator Dr. Samson Benderly, born in Safed, Palestine, 1876, who conducted Jewish schools in Baltimore with marked success and is now working out his original plans in educating Jewish teachers who should be capable of suitably performing their duties to the coming generation. But the soundness and the practicability of his plans are as problematical as that of the Kahil itself. Much other valuable work was done in the cause of Jewish education in the last 10 years. The Jewish Theological Seminary, which was reorganized in 1902, when the presidency was assumed by the famous Roumanian Jewish scholar Solomon Schechter, now has on its faculty as professors, President and Professor of Jewish Theology, Solomon Schechter, Biblical Literature and Exegesis, Israel Friedenlander, Talmud, Louis Ginsberg, History, Alexander Marx, Homiletics, Mordecai M. Kaplan, Instructor in the Talmud, Joshua A. Jaffe, Instructor in Hebrew and Rabbinics, Israel Davidson, English Literature and Rhetoric, Joseph Jacobs. There is also now a Teachers' Institute connected with the seminary, of which Professor Mordecai M. Kaplan is the principal. The Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati, which is maintained by the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, has also been considerably strengthened in the last few years. Its faculty consists of the following professors: Homiletics, Theology, and Hellenistic Literature President, Kaufmann Kauler; Jewish History and Literature, Gotthard Deutsch; Ethics and Pedagogy, Louis Grossman; Jewish Philosophy, David Newmark; Biblical Exegesis, Associate, Moses Buttenweiser; Biblical Literature, Henry Englander; Instructor in Bible and Semitic Languages, Julian Morgenstern. The youngest of the Jewish higher institutions of learning in the United States is the Dropsy College of Hebrew and Cognate Learning of Philadelphia, which was incorporated in 1907. Moses Aaron Dropsy, born in Philadelphia 1821, died there 1905, an attorney and street railway owner of Dutch descent, bequeathed the bulk of his fortune, amounting to nearly $1 million, to the foundation of that college, which was opened in 1909. The faculty consists of President Cyrus Adler, Max L. Margulies in charge of the Biblical Department, Henry Malter in charge of the Rabbinical Department, Jacob Hoshander, Instructor Department of Cognate Languages, Honorable Mayor Sulzberger, Resident Lecturer in Jewish Jurisprudence and Institutes of Government. An institution of an entirely different kind is the Rabbi Joseph Jacob School, or Yeshiva, of New York, which was organized in 1901, whose founder, Samuel S. Andron, still retains the presidency. It is the only considerable Jewish school on the denominational or parochial plan, where English and general studies, according to the curriculum of the public schools, are pursued together with the study of the Hebrew language, Bible, Talmud, and rabbinical literature. It is the first attempt to combine a strictly Orthodox and a thorough American education and, if possible, to educate American rabbis who should be acceptable to the old-style pious immigrant as well as to the generation which is growing up here. There are other yeshiva in all of the large cities in the United States, but most of them simply follow their prototype, the Talmudical Academy of the Slavic countries, where there is no official subject of study except the Talmud and rabbinical literature, and secular studies are pursued clandestinely or not at all. In some of the yeshivot here, like in the Rabbi Isaac Elshanon Theological Seminary of New York, some concessions were made to secular studies, but there was no attempt, and perhaps no desire, to harmonize the systems and to supply a good American education. The original forms of the elementary Jewish school, the private Keter, and the public or semi-public Talmud Torah is represented among the Jews of the Slavic countries in all its varieties, from the old-fashioned Russian school, where the Hebrew text is translated into a traditional Yiddish, which the pupil who is born or brought up here understands but imperfectly, to the Americanized place, where the translations are made in English, and the modernized Russian school, in which Hebrew is used in interpreting the scripture and the textbooks prepared for the purpose. Naturally, the oldest and largest Talmud Torah of New York, the Mackenzie Talmud Torah of East Broadway, organized 1882, of which Moses H. Phillips is president and I. A. Kaplan superintendent, is looked upon as a model institution of its kind. There are nearly 200 Talmud Torahs in the New York City, some of them attached to synagogues, but most of them separate institutions with buildings of their own, several of which, like the Uptown Talmud Torah and the one in Brownsville, Brooklyn, are magnificent establishments with incomes which prove the material well-being of the immigrant classes, as well as their willingness to pay for Jewish education. There are large Talmud Torahs in every city where there is a considerable Jewish population, and, as in many other respects, New York conditions are duplicated in Chicago, Philadelphia, and other great centers. In the smaller towns, a Talmud Torah is now established soon after the foundation of a synagogue, and the private teacher, who is also often the Shoha, and Hazan or Moihel, usually antedates them both. There is one important difference, however, between the Talmud Torah of the Old World, especially Russia, and the same institutions here. There, the Talmud Torah is mainly for the children of the very poor, for destitute orphans, foundlings, and the like. Here, the scarcity of good private teachers, the high compensation which they require, and the limited time which could be given to Jewish studies makes the organized school preferable also for the children of parents who are willing and able to pay for tuition. Some Talmud Torahs, which are maintained by single synagogues for their members, especially in small communities, partake of the nature and even of the exclusiveness of the Sabbath school, which is an adjunct to almost every well-conducted Reform temple. Volksschulen, or Hebrew schools for girls, have lately been established in several sections of New York and also in other cities. There are also in every large community and in some sections of large cities educational institutions whose chief objective is to facilitate the Americanization of the immigrants. The model institution of that sort is the Education Alliance, formerly the Hebrew Institute, of New York. Some of them bear the name Educational Society, and a large number, among which the Chicago Institution, of which Julius Rosenwald, born in Springfield, Illinois, 1862, is the chief patron, prefer the old name of Hebrew Institute. This class of institutions have been undergoing material changes for the last 10 or 15 years, and those founded lately are entirely unlike those which belong to the earlier period. All fear that the newcomers will not become Americanized sufficiently fast has now disappeared, and besides, the work of Americanization, which was formerly done by private charity, like the maintenance of evening classes and even of day classes for adult immigrants, to instruct them in English and elementary knowledge, is now done by the cities themselves. Private efforts are now made more in the direction of Jewish education and religious or semi-religious activities, and some of the Hebrew institutes, notably the youngest and those established and maintained by immigrants themselves, are almost Talmud Torahs, often combined with synagogues in which the religious element predominates, and in some of them rabbis occupy the leading positions. Lastly, there is a class of splendid educational establishments founded and endowed by Jewish philanthropists for the technical development of the young Jewish immigrants. The most important of these in the New York area are the Baron de Hirsch Trade School, the Hebrew Technical Institute, organized 1883, and the Hebrew Technical School for Girls. Chicago has the Jewish, formerly the Manual, Training School, incorporated 1887, Baltimore its Maccabean House, incorporated 1900, Boston its Hebrew Industrial School, organized 1889, and the Jewish Educational Alliance of St. Louis, Missouri, has the largest industrial school. Cincinnati has a boys' industrial school, while Philadelphia has the B'nai B'rith Manual Training School and the Industrial Home for Jewish Girls. The Young Men's Hebrew Association, the Young Women's Hebrew Associations, and other Jewish organizations of a like character in numerous places maintain various classes, religious, technical, etc., offering educational opportunities to new arrivals and to young working people who cannot utilize the regular institutions of public education. The efforts to organize and to federate, which resulted in the formation of the American Jewish Committee, produced several other communal federations of variegated character. The oldest and most substantial of these is the Federation of Galatian and Bukowian Jews in America, organized 1904, which founded and maintains the Har Marai Hospital in New York. There have also lately been organized a Federation of Roumanian Jews and one of Russian-Polish Jews. There is also in New York a Federation of Contributors to Jewish Communal Institutions and a Federation of Jewish Organizations, both of which were organized in 1906. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. The Jews in the Dominion of Canada. The legend about the Jewish origin of Chevalier de Lévis. Aaron Hart, the English commissary, and Abraham Gratus, the French banker. Early settlers in Montreal. Its first congregation. Troubles of Ezekiel Hart, the first Jew to be elected to the legislature. Final emancipation in 1832. Jews fight on the Loyalist side against Papineau's rebellion. Prominent Jews in various fields of activity. Congregation Sha'ar HaShomaim, Toronto. First synagogue in Victoria, BC in 1862. Hamilton and Winnipeg. Other communities. Agricultural colonies. Jewish newspapers. The beginning of the history of the Jews in Canada goes back to legend. There is a tradition that the founder of the House of Lévis, from whom descended Henri de Lévis, Duc de Ventadour, Viceroy of Canada for some time after 1626, and his more distinguished relative, Chevalier de Lévis, who was Montcalm's successor as commander of the French focus in Canada, 1759, and later became a Marshal of France, were descendants of the patriarch Levi ben Jacob and a cousin of Mary of Nazareth. The earliest authentic records of the Jews of Canada go back to the period when England and France were engaged in their final contest for the mastery of the northern part of the continent. Aaron Hart, born in London 1724, was commissary in General Amherst's army, which invaded Canada from the south, and there were in the same army 3 more Jewish officers, Emmanuel de Cordova, Haniel Garcia, and Isaac Miranda. Hart was later attached to General Haldimand's command at 3 Rivers, and at the close of the war settled in that city and became Seigneur of Bécancour. There were, of course, no Jews on the other side of the struggle, for France at that time suffered no Jewish inhabitants in her colonies, nor Jewish soldiers in her armies. But it was a Jew, Abraham Gratis, died 1780, the head of the great French banking house founded by his father, David Gratis, naturalized in Bordeaux, 1731, died 1751, who furnished money and supplies to the French king to carry on the unsuccessful war with England. Abraham Gratis had founded, in 1748, the Society of Canada, a commercial organization under the auspices of the French government, and erected magazines in Quebec. Exceptional privileges were later granted to him and his family in the French colonies, and full civil rights were accorded him in Martinique in 1779. But the house of the Rothschilds of the 18th century was finally ruined by the insurrections in Santo Domingo and Martinique, combined with the losses which were occasioned at home by the French Revolution. See Wolfe, The American Jew, pages 476 through 482. About the time of the Canadian conquest by England, circa 1760, a number of Jewish settlers took upon their residence in Montreal, including Lazarus David, born 1734, Uriel Morseco, Samuel Jacobs, Simon Levy, Fernandez de Fonseca, Abraham Franks, Andrew Hayes, Jacob de Morera, Joseph Bindona, Levi Solomons, and Uriah Judah. Lazarus David was a large landowner and was noted as a public-spirited citizen. Several of the others held offices in the English army. There were also among them some extensive traders who did much for the development of the newly acquired colony. After they had been reinforced by other settlers, a congregation called Shoret Israel was organized in 1768, which for nearly a century remained the only Jewish congregation in Canada. Most of the members were Sephardim, and they stood in close communion with the Spanish and Portuguese Jews of London, who presented them with 2 scrolls of the law for the newly founded congregation. At first, the congregation met for worship in a hall on St. James Street, but in 1777 the members built the first synagogue at the junction of Notre Dame and St. James Street, close to the present courthouse, on a lot belonging to the David family, whose founder, the above-mentioned Lazarus David, died 1 year previously and was the first to be interred in the cemetery which the congregation acquired in 1775. His son, David, 1764 to 1824, was one of the founders of the Bank of Montreal in 1808. The Reverend Jacob Raphael Cohen was the first regular minister of the Montreal congregation, of whom there remains any record. He came there in 1778 and remained until 1782, when he went to Philadelphia, where he became rabbi of Congregation Mikveh Israel. The president or parnas of the Montreal congregation in 1775 was Jacob Salesby or Salisbury Franks, a member of the family whose other branch played an important part in Philadelphia in the period of the Revolution. Abraham Franks, 1721-97, supported the British in repelling the American invasion, while his son-in-law, Levi Solomons, who later became parnas of the Montreal congregation, was commanded by the invading American General Montgomery to act as purveyor to the hospitals for the American troops. But after the death of General Montgomery and the retreat of the American forces from Canada, Solomons, who was never paid for the services he rendered to the invaders, was exposed to the resentment of the British, as one suspected of sympathy for the revolting colonists. He and his family were expelled from Montreal by General Burgoyne, but eventually was permitted to return. In 1807, Ezekiel Hart, one of the 4 sons of Commissary Aaron Hart, was elected to represent 3 Rivers in the legislature. He declined to be sworn in according to the usual form, on the true faith of a Christian, but took the oath according to the Jewish custom, on the Pentateuch, and with his head covered. At once a storm of opposition arose, due, it is said, not to religious prejudice or intolerance, but to the fact that his political opponents saw in this an opportunity of making a party gain by depriving an antagonist of his seat. After heated discussions and the formality of a trial, he was expelled, and when his constituents re-elected him, the House proposed passing a bill to put his disqualification as a Jew beyond doubt. But the governor, Sir John Craig, dissolved the chamber before the bill could pass. After a bill in conformity with a petition by the Jews was passed in 1829 and sanctioned by royal proclamation in January 1831, authorizing the Jews to keep a register of births, marriages, and deaths, they felt encouraged and made another attempt to secure recognition of their civil rights. When a new bill extending the same political rights to Jews as to Christians was introduced in the Legislative Assembly in March 1831, it met with no opposition. It rapidly passed both the Assembly and the Council, and received the royal assent June 5, 1832. The Jews of Canada were thus emancipated about a quarter century before their co-religionists in the mother country. Mr. Nathan of British Columbia was the first Jewish member of the Canadian Parliament. When Canada was convulsed in 1837-38 by the rebellion led by Popinot and others, a number of Jews fought on the Loyalist side. 2 members of the David family held cavalry commands under Wetherall at the action of St. Charles and took a distinguished part in the Battle of St. Eustache. Aaron Philip Hart, grandson of the commissary, temporarily abandoned his large law practice to raise a company of militia, which rendered valuable service. Jacob Henry Joseph and his brother Jesse were with the troops on the Richelieu and at Chambly. Several Canadian Jews won distinction in various capacities in the first half of the last century. Dr. Aaron Hart David, born in Montreal 1812, died there 1882, a grandson of Lazarus David, was dean of the Faculty of Medicine of Bishop's College. Samuel Benjamin was the first Jew elected to the Montreal City Council, and Jesse Joseph, born in Berthier, Canada 1817, died in Montreal 1904, one of the family of merchant princes, established the first direct line of ships between Antwerp and Montreal, and was appointed Belgian consul in the latter city. His brother Jacob was connected with the promotion of early Canadian railways and telegraph lines, and another brother, Gershom, was the first Jewish lawyer to be appointed a Queen's Counsel in Canada. All these men were officers of the synagogue at the time when its rabbi, Reverend Abraham de Sola, born in London 1825, died in New York 1882, was professor of Semitic languages and literature at the McGill University. The congregation Sharit Israel passed through a crisis when the old synagogue building had to be demolished, when the land on which it stood reverted to the heirs of David, after his death in 1824. It was again forced to worship in a hall until the new synagogue on Chenville Street was dedicated in 1838. It had no regular minister after the retirement of Rabbi Cohen until nearly 60 years later, when Rabbi David Pisa was appointed in 1840 and was, 6 years later, succeeded by Rabbi Abraham de Sola, who was in turn succeeded by his son, Dr. Meldola del Sola, born 1853, who is still one of the ministers of the congregation, his associate being Reverend Isaac de la Peña. A second congregation of Polish and German, or Ashkenazic Jews, was organized in Montreal in 1846, but existed only for a short time. Another effort was made about 12 years later with more success, and the result was the congregation Sha'ar HaShalom, which was established in 1858. Abraham Hoffnung, M. A. Allendorf, and Samuel Silverman were among the most active of its charter members, and the Reverend Samuel Hoffnung was its earliest minister, who was soon succeeded by Rev. M. Foss. The first building of this congregation was in St. Constant Street and was dedicated in 1860. In 1886, it removed to its present edifice in McGill College Avenue. It has now two rabbis, Reverend Dr. Herman Abramowitz and S. Goldstein. In 1863 was founded the Young Men's Hebrew Benevolent Society, now called the Baron de Hirsch Institute and Hebrew Benevolent Society, through which Baron de Hirsch and his executors did much for the education and colonization of the Russian immigrants who began to come to Canada in considerable numbers after 1881. The present Jewish population of Montreal is probably about 40,000, and it has 10 synagogues besides the two mentioned above. Of these, the Bet David congregation, established 1888, is designated as Roumanian. The Bet Israel congregation, of which Reverend Herschel Cohen is a rabbi, is surnamed Chevra Shas. The B'nai Jacob Synagogue, founded in 1885, is mainly Russian. There is also an Austro-Hungarian congregation, a Galatian, Chevra Kadashi Jerushran, and a Reformed temple, Emmanuel, founded in 1882. There is also the usual complement of charitable, educational, fraternal, and social organizations, including Talmud Torah, a branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of New York, and a Jewish Lads Brigade. The Jewish community in Montreal and in Canada generally is in many respects like the communities of the United States of a similar size, but owing to the dissensions between religious denominations, and especially the complicated school question, there is more open partisan hostility to Jews, both on the part of the press and in public life, than in the United States, where the government is strictly secular. About 1845, a sufficient number of Jews had settled in Toronto, Ontario, to begin to think about the organization of a synagogue, but little was accomplished until 1852, when a cemetery was purchased and the Holy Blossom congregation was established. Mark Samuel, Louis Samuel, and Alexander Miller did much to sustain the congregation in its early struggles. It grew in strength and numbers under the presidency of Alfred D. Benjamin during the closing years of the 19th century, and it became necessary to remove from its first building in Richmond Street to the present commodious edifice in Bond Street, 1902. Toronto, which had 1,425 Jews in 1891 and 3,038 in 1901, now had considerably over 10,000, with about 10 congregations and several charitable and fraternal organizations. The discovery of gold in British Columbia in 1857 led to the settlement there of a number of Jews, who built a synagogue in Victoria in 1862. In 1882, a synagogue was erected in Hamilton, and several years later the Jews of Winnipeg, who numbered 645 in 1891, organized 2 congregations. There are now 7 congregations in Winnipeg, with a Jewish population of about 8,000. It also has among the various communal organizations a Hebrew Liberal Club and a Hebrew Conservative Club. North Winnipeg is now represented in the Provincial Parliament of Manitoba by S. Hart Green, born about 1885, the Honorary Secretary of the Congregation Sha'ir Shomayim and the President of the local B'nai B'rith Lodge. There are now Jewish communities in more than 25 separate localities in Canada, and the total number of Jews is about 70,000 and growing very fast. It was only 16,060 in 1901. Besides the towns mentioned, there are Jews in Berlin, Ontario, Belleville, Brantford, Calgary, Alberta, Chatham, New Brunswick, Dawson, Yukon Territory, Glace Bay, Halifax, London, Maguintuan, Ottawa, Quebec, Regina, Saskatchewan, St. Catharines, St. John, Sydney, Sherbrooke, Vancouver, Woodstock, and Salt River, New Brunswick, Yarmouth, and Yorkton. There are in Canada about a dozen Jewish agricultural colonies, most of which were founded or promoted by the Baron de Hirsch Fund. The most important of them are Bender, Hirsch, Oxbow, and Capel. There are altogether about 700 Jewish farms occupying more than 110,000 acres and sustaining a farming population of about 3,000. Montreal has a Yiddish daily newspaper, the Canadian Eagle, and an English Jewish weekly, the Jewish Times, and there is a Yiddish weekly in Winnipeg called the Canadian Jew. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Jews in South America, Mexico, and Cuba. The first Minyan in Buenos Aires, Argentina in 1861. Estimate of the Jewish population in Argentine. Occupations and economic conditions of the various groups. Kosher meat and temporary synagogues as indication of the religious conditions. Communities in 26 other cities. The agricultural colonies. Brazil. The rumor that General Floriano Peixoto, the second president of the new republic, was of Jewish origin. Communities in several cities. The colony Philipson. Jews in Montevideo, Uruguay. Other South American republics. Isidore Borowski, who fought under Bolivar. Panama. Moroccan Jews are liked by Peru Indians. About 10,000 Jews in Mexico. Slowly increasing number in Cuba, where Jews helped to spread the American influence. The immigration statistics of the modern Argentine Republic, which began to be collected in 1854, did not count the Jews as such, and there is practically no records of the first settlement of Jews there, which took place in the second half of the 19th century. It is related that there was a minyan in Buenos Aires on Yom Kippur 1861, which was kept up irregularly for 10 years and was composed of English, French, and German Jews. During the yellow fever epidemic of 1871, almost all of them, who were agents or representatives of business houses, fled the capital, and the minyan in that year was held in a little town where most of them met. This little community organized a Congregation Israelita and built the first synagogue before Jews from Russia began to go there in considerable numbers. A congregation of Moroccan Jews, Congregation Israelita Latina, was organized in 1891. The report of the Jewish Colonization Association for 1909, which contains a study of the Jewish population of Argentine, estimates the number of Jews living in Buenos Aires at 40,000, and that of the interior towns outside of the colonies at 15,000 more. If we add it to the number of about 20,000 living in the colonies Moiseville, Santa Fe, Clara, San Antonio, Santa Isabel, Lucianville, Entre Rios, Mauricio, Barón de Hirsch, Buenos Aires, and Berlusconi, Pampa, in addition to the Jewish immigration for the last 3 years, which averages about 9,000 or 10,000, it seems certain that there are now in the Republic of Argentine over 100,000 Jews, which means a larger number than any country of the New World outside of the United States. About 8/10 of the Jewish population of Buenos Aires are from Russia. The earliest settlers among them, who are now also the wealthiest, are former colonists of the ICA, as the Jewish Colonization Association of Paris is designated. The remainder is divided into about 3,000 Turkish, Arabian, and Greek Jews, 1,000 Moroccans and Italians, 1,500 French, German, English, and Dutch, etc. The first two groups contain many wealthy merchants, but the great majority consist of dealers in second-hand goods and of peddlers. The last group, which is the oldest, consists of merchants of the higher grades. Among the Russians, there are also a large number of business people, but a very large number are artisans in various trades. As to their date of arrival, the English, French, and German are the oldest, as stated above. Some Moroccan and Italian families have lived there about 30 years, but the majority of that group came in the last decade. The earliest Turkish Jews came there less than 15 years ago, but the great majority of them came in about 1905. The Russians began to come in considerable numbers about the time of the establishment of the first colonies, and they still keep on coming in increasing numbers. There are in Buenos Aires about 100 Jews engaged in the liberal professions, 2/3 of whom are native to Russia. The communal institutions leave much to be desired, but there has been some improvement lately, and it is reported that a large Jewish hospital will be erected in the near future. The religious conditions are indicated by the fact that about 7,000 kilograms of kosher meat was sold there daily in 1909, and that on Yom Kippur of that year services were held in not less than 24 different places, including the temple. M. Samuel Halpin, a former religious teacher, was lately chosen rabbi of Buenos Aires, while Dr. Herbert Ashkenaz, who studied at Berlin and was chosen by the ICA as chief rabbi of the colonies, also resides in that city. The Jews are now scattered all over Argentine, and some can be found in almost any locality, especially in the provinces of Buenos Aires, Santa Fe, Entre Rios, and Cordoba. The above-mentioned inquiry deals with the Jewish population of 26 cities besides the capital, beginning with Rosario Santa Fe, which has among its 173,000 inhabitants, more than 3,000 Jews. 2,500 are Russian, 359 Orientals and Moroccans, and about 100 French and Germans. The cemetery was acquired in 1905 and the congregation was organized in 1907. In Santa Fe, which has less than 600 Jews, the Moroccans bought a cemetery as early as 1895. Parona has a small community of less than 300, with a Sociedad Israelita Argentina de Beneficia, which was founded in 1897. But most of the communal institutions and the communities themselves are less than 10 years old, which means the Jews are just beginning to spread over the country. A majority of the Jews in the interior towns of Argentine are former colonists, and most of them are doing tolerably well. Their presence in a free and progressive country, where they can be useful to themselves and to their neighbors, must therefore be credited to the ICA, which has thus accomplished some good, even for those whom it could not, for various reasons, turn into successful farmers. The largest share of attention was, however, paid in the last 2 decades to that part of the Jewish population of Argentine which has settled in the agricultural colonies established by the ICA. As early as 1889, independent attempts had been made by Jewish immigrants from Russia to establish colonies in Argentine, but it was not done on a well-ordered plan, and later those colonies and colonists were absorbed by the Jewish Colonization Association. The oldest and most successful colony, Moiseville, founded by Russian immigrants in 1890 before the establishment of the ICA, was reorganized by that association in 1891. Mauricio, in the province of Buenos Aires, was established about the same time, and the large group of colonies in the province of Entre Rios, which is collectively called Clara, after the Baroness de Hirsch, was founded in 1894. Despite the friction which caused many colonists at considerable expense to leave the places where they were settled, and despite the prejudice which was aroused against the entire colonization scheme by these seemingly interminable quarrels, the agricultural colony in Argentine as a whole are successful and their future is bright. The colonists are fast paying off their debt to the association which assisted them to settle there, and many of them are even chafing under the limitations which prevent them from paying off more rapidly. The centers of Jewish population, both agricultural and indirectly urban, which were thus artificially created by the munificence of Baron de Hirsch, have become healthy and natural, and are now attracting independent immigration. There are now, as stated above, nearly 20,000 souls in the colonies, but more than a fourth are described as non-colonist. There are 44 schools with more than 3,000 pupils in the colonies, and the statistical tables from year to year show a slow and solid progress, which augurs well for the future of the Jews in the Argentine. There were, as far as known, but very few Jews in modern Brazil, even under the humane and scholarly Emperor Dom Pedro II, 1825-91, who was well versed in Hebrew and maintained friendly relations with several Jewish scholars in Europe. The immense country attracted but few Jews after the emperor was deposed and a republican form of government instituted in 1889. There were some rumors at the time that General Floriano Piccioti, one of the leaders of the revolution, who was the first vice president and the second president, 1891-94, of the new republic, was of Jewish origin. But like the statements about the Jewish ancestor of Christopher Columbus and many other notables, they could never be verified, and there is not available sufficient genealogical material in either case to prove or disprove assertions of that nature. In 1900, a number of Roumanian Jews went to Brazil, but effected no permanent settlement. A list of the leading merchants of the various cities in Brazil, which was published by the Bureau of American Republics about 1901, discloses a large number of names unmistakably Jewish, most of them apparently of German origin. Jewish Encyclopedia, Brazil. The formation of a Jewish community in Rio de Janeiro, the capital of Brazil, was reported in January 1905 in the South American Journal of London, and a report in the Jewish Immigrant of St. Petersburg, the Russian organ of the ICA, 5 years later, 1910, number 20, tells of Jewish merchants in many large cities of Brazil, including Rio Grande, Pilatus, São Gabriel, etc., and of Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, where a community was then about to be organized. The existence of a synagogue in Para, where they worship on the festivals, was reported in 1910. Jewish Chronicle, October 21, 1910. The chief interest of the Jewish world in the Jews of Brazil is, however, concentrated on the agricultural colony Philipson in the state of Rio Grande, where there are now settled about 400 Russian Jews, mostly from Bessarabia. It was founded by the ICA about 6 years ago and is now under the direction of M. Leibowitz, one of its former oldest employees in Argentine. The colony is in a flourishing condition, and it is being constantly enlarged, while new settlements are projected in the same part of the country. Here, too, like in Argentine, the colony attracts some Jewish immigration, and it was also the cause of establishment of other small Jewish settlements in the nearby towns of Pinhal, Santa Maria, Cruz Alta, etc. The number of Jews in Brazil is now estimated at 3,000. There are, according to the report mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, about 150 Jews in Montevideo, the capital of Uruguay, South America, most of whom came there from Buenos Aires. About half of them are from Russia, the remainder hail from Greece, France, Alsace, and Roumania. They are engaged in various occupations, and their material condition is not bad. 10 young Russian Jews join the army, and 3 of them attain the rank of sergeant. There is hardly any religious activity except for a minyan held on Yom Kippur. Matzah for the Passover are brought from Buenos Aires, and a mochel is also usually brought from there when the occasion arises. There are several thousand Jews scattered over the other republics of South America, but they are mostly recent arrivals and unorganized, and very little is known about them. It is probable that the Polish-Jewish military adventurer Isidor Borowski, born in Warsaw 1803, killed at the siege of the Herat, Afghanistan 1837, who fought under the great hero of South American independence Simon Bolivar 1783-1830 in many battles, was then the only Jew in that part of the world. Even at present, the number of Jews in the countries liberated by Bolivar is insignificant. There are about 500 Jews in Venezuela, mostly in the capital, Caracas, where the first Jewish congregation was founded in 1899. American Jewish Yearbook, 5660, page 289. According to the writers of the American chapter and Outlines of Jewish History by Lady Magnus, for which, as stated in the preface, Lady Magnus is in no wise responsible, Jewish congregations were formed in Caracas and Coro, Venezuela, in the middle of the 19th century, presumably by Jews who lived there formerly as Marranos. But if these congregations existed at all, they must have been short-lived, and it is not certain that even the latest first congregation of 1899 is still in existence. Hardly anything is known of Jews in Bolivia or Colombia, but it is certain that a considerable number are now to be found in the diminutive Republic of Panama, through which the great Isthmian Canal is now being cut by the United States. There were enough Jews in the city of Panama before that time to acquire a cemetery about 1905. The Alliance Israelite Universelle of Paris assisted a number of Moroccan Jews to settle in Peru, where they were reported as doing well and being better liked by the Indians than either Europeans or Chinese. But the climate does not agree with them, and many of them leave Peru as soon as they save a sufficient amount of money. About 100 Jewish residents, Moroccan, French, and English, who own a largest stores and rubber plantations, are found in Iquitos, Peru, which was at one time an Indian village. There is a small community of Russian Jews in Lima. A number of prosperous Jewish merchants are located in Santiago, Chile, and in other cities of that republic, but there is no record of religious organization or of communal activities. The number of Jews in Mexico is estimated to be not far from 10,000, mostly Syrians, Moroccans, and French Alsatians. But as far as it is known, there is among them no organization and no religious life except an occasional minyan on the high holidays. There is also a slowly increasing number of Jews in Cuba, mostly at Havana, where Moroccan and Syrian or Turkish Jews came to trade long ago. But since it was liberated from the Spanish yoke by the United States, Jewish immigrants from Europe who formerly lived in the United States settled there and helped to spread the American influence. End of Chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Men of Eminence in the Arts, Sciences, and the Professions. Jews who attained eminence in the world of art and science: Moses J. Ezekiel, Ephraim Kaiser, Isidore Conti, Victor T. Brenner, Butensky and Davidson. Painters: Henry Mosler, Constant Mayer, H. N. Heinemann, and George D. M. Pexato. Max Rosenthal and his son Albert, Max Whale, Toby E. Rosenthal, Louis Loeb and Catherine M. Cohen. Some cartoonists and caricaturists, musicians, composers, and musical directors: the Damrosch family, Gabrilowitsch, Hoffman, and Ellman. Operatic and theatrical managers and impresarios, playwrights and actors. Scientists: A. Michelson, Morris Bloomfield, Jacob H. Hollander, Charles Waldstein and his family, Charles Gross, Edwin R. A. Seligman, Adolf Kohn, Jacques Loeb, Simon Flexner, and Abraham Jacobi. Fabian Franklin. Engineers: Sutro, Gottlieb, and Jacobs. Some eminent physicians and lawyers, merchants, and financiers. While the social and political success of the Jews in a country are usually taken as an indication of its liberalism and the equality of its citizens, regardless of their creed, the contribution of Jews to its intellectual and artistic achievements is the best proof that this equality brings its own reward for the general good. We have seen in the preceding chapters how the Jews of the United States assisted in the material development of the country, how they participated in the battles for its independence and for its preservation, and how they are now doing their share of the country's useful work as working men, as business men, as professional men, etc. some of them having occupied before and others occupying now prominent positions in various walks of life. It remains now to cite several instances of Jews who attained distinction in the noble callings of the artist and the scientist, reflecting glory on their professions as well as on the country of their birth or adoption. Moses Jacob Ezekiel, born in Richmond, Virginia, 1844, the sculptor, now residing at Rome, is probably the greatest Jewish artist that this country has produced. He was educated at the Virginia Military Institute, from which, after serving as a Confederate soldier in the Civil War, he graduated in 1866. He then studied anatomy at the Medical College of Virginia, and in 1868 removed to Cincinnati, going from there a year later to Berlin, where he studied at the Royal Academy of Art. He was admitted to membership in the Berlin Society of Artists for his colossal bust of Washington, which is now in the Cincinnati Art Museum, and he was the first foreigner to win the Michael Beer Prize. During a visit to America in 1874, he executed in marble the group representing religious liberty, the tribute of the Independent Order of B'nai B'rith to the centennial celebration of American independence. The statue was unveiled in 1876 in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia. Upon his return to Rome, Ezekiel leased a portion of the ruins of the Baths of Diocletian, Emperor of Rome, 284 to 305, and transformed them into one of the most beautiful studios in Europe. He has been elected a member of various academies and received other distinctions. Among his best-known productions are busts of Eve, Homer, David, Judith, and Liszt, the Fountain of Neptune for the town of Neptune, Italy, the Jefferson Monument for Louisville, Kentucky, Virginia mourning her dead at Lexington, Virginia, and a dozen heroic statues of Phidias, Raphael, Michelangelo, Titian, Rembrandt, etc., which are placed in the niches of the Corcoran Art Gallery at Washington. Ephraim Kaiser, born in Baltimore, Maryland, 1850, is another prominent Jewish American sculptor. He was educated at the public schools and the City College of Baltimore, and later studied at the Royal Academies of Fine Art in Munich and Berlin. He maintained a studio in Rome from 1880 to 1886, lived in New York from 1887 to 1893, when he settled in his native city as instructor in modeling at the Maryland Institute Art School, and also, since 1902, at the Reinhardt School for Sculpture. Among his best-known works are the statue of Major General Baron de Kalb, erected by the United States government at Annapolis, Maryland, the tomb of President Chester A. Arthur at the Rural Cemetery, Albany, New York, and portrait busts of well-known men. Isidore Conti, born in Vienna, 1862. Arrival 1890. Executed the most important of his works after he came to the United States. He did much decorative, monumental, and ideal work for the Chicago Exposition in 1893, for the Dewey Arch, the Buffalo Exposition of 1901, and the St. Louis Exposition of 1904, having made for the latter more than 20 different groups. Among his other works are a marble fountain at Yonkers, New York, where he resides, and a group representing South America for the building of the International Bureau of American Republics in Washington. Conti received numerous medals for his work here and abroad, and is a member of various societies of artists, numismatists, etc. Victor David Brenner, born in Shavli, Russia, 1871. Arrival 1890. The medalist and sculptor is now best known to the general public as the designer of the Lincoln penny. He received awards from the Exposition and the Salon in Paris, 1900, from the Buffalo Exposition of 1901, and the World's Fair of St. Louis in 1904. He has works in the Paris Mint, Munich Glyptothek, Vienna Numismatic Society, Metropolitan Museum of Art of New York, and the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Julius Butensky, born in Novgorod, Russia, arrival 1905, is another sculptor and medalist of the younger generation who did his best work since he came to this country, of which the best known is the statue at the Metropolitan Museum of Art of New York representing the beating of swords into plowshares, and a medal presented to Henry Rice, born in Germany 1835, on his retiring from the presidency of the United Hebrew Charities of New York. Joseph Davidson, also a native of Russia, who came here as a child and developed his talent in New York, is one of the youngest sculptors whose work has attracted favorable attention. Henry Mosler, born in New York 1841, the genre painter, occupies a prominent position among American artists. He was taken to Cincinnati as a child and began to study art there at the age of 10. In 1863 he went to Europe, where he continued his study of art, first in Dusseldorf and later in Paris. He came back to Cincinnati in 1866, but returned to Europe in 1874 and spent the following 20 years in Munich and Paris. A picture which he exhibited in the latter city in 1879 was afterwards purchased by the French government for the Luxembourg Gallery, being the first work so purchased from an American artist. Constant Mayer, born in Besançon, France, 1832, the French painter who arrived in the United States in 1857 and lived here more than a generation before he returned to his native country, was among the best known artists of his time here. Herman Naphtali Heinemann, born in Philadelphia 1849, who studied for 8 years in Germany and France, and George D. M. Peixoto, born in Cleveland, Ohio 1857, eldest son of Benjamin F. Peixoto, are recognized as masters among American portrait painters, the latter also having done notable work as a mural decorator. Other well-known Jewish artists are Max Rosenthal, born in Turek, Russian Poland 1833, arrival 1849, who was artist for the government during the Civil War, making illustrations for reports of the United States Military Commission, and who afterwards etched many historical portraits and painted a considerable number of pictures. Albert Rosenthal, born in Philadelphia 1863, widely known as etcher and painter of portraits of famous Americans. His son and pupil, Max Weyl, born in Germany 1837, arrival 1855, best known as a landscape painter, and Toby Edward Rosenthal, born in New Haven, Connecticut 1848, who won medals in Europe and America, a genre and portrait painter who resides in Munich, Bavaria. Louis Loeb, born in Cleveland, Ohio 1866, died in New York 1909, a painter and illustrator. Miss Catherine M. Cohen, born in Philadelphia 1859, a well-known sculptor and painter. Among the caricaturists or cartoonists of the day deserve to be mentioned Frederick Burr Opper, born in Madison, Ohio 1857, Henry High Mayer, born in Worms, Germany 1868, arrival 1886, and Reuben Lucius Goldberg, born in San Francisco 1883. The number of Jews who achieved distinction as musicians, composers of music, musical directors, etc., is very large, and only a few of them can be mentioned here. Dr. Leopold Damrosch, born in Prussia 1832, died in New York 1885, came to New York in 1871 as conductor of the Arion Society, and soon became very successful, both as a violinist and as conductor of his own compositions. He was successively director of the Philharmonic Society, of the Symphony Society, and of the Metropolitan Opera House of New York. His older son, Frank H., born in Breslau, Germany 1859, who was director of music of the New York Public Schools for 8 years, is, since 1905, at the head of the Institute of Musical Art in that city, which was founded by a bequest made for that purpose by the late Solomon Loeb. A second son, Walter Johannes Damrosch, born in Breslau, the composer and director, married Margaret J. Blaine, the daughter of the great American statesman, James G. Blaine, who was a candidate for the presidency in 1884. A daughter of Dr. Damrosch is married to David Manns, the director of the New York Music School Settlement. Among the eminent Jewish musicians who frequently visit the United States are the pianist Joseph Gabrilowitsch, a native of Russia who married the only surviving daughter of the great American humorist Samuel L. Clemens, 1835 to 1910, better known as Mark Twain. Joseph Hoffman and Misha Elman, the violinist, likewise a native of Russia. In the operatic and theatrical world, Jews are predominant as managers and impresarios. The best known among them are David Belasco, born in San Francisco, California, 1859, who was also a dramatic author; Abraham Lincoln Erlanger, born in Buffalo, New York, 1860, whose brother Mitchell Lewis was elected a justice of the Supreme Court of New York County in 1906; Daniel Frohman, born in Sandusky, Ohio, 1853, and his brother Charles, born there 1860. Charles Klein, born in London, England, 1867, is a well-known playwright, two of whose most successful plays, The Auctioneer and The Music Master, were specially written for David Warfield, born in San Francisco, 1866, also a Jew who is in the front rank of the theatrical profession in this country. These plays were produced under the management of David Belasco, and presents only one of many such instances on the American stage in which the author, the actor or actress playing the leading part, and the manager or impresario are all Jews. Oscar Hammerstein, born in Berlin, 1847, arrival 1863, is an inventor, playwright, builder, and manager of theaters and opera houses who has rendered valuable service in the development of operatic productions in the United States. Sidney Rosenfeld, born in Richmond, Virginia, 1855, is the author of dramas, operettas, and musical plays which have found much favor with the public. In a world of science, many Jews have attained eminence as original investigators and as university professors. Professor Albert Abraham Michelson, born in Strelno, Germany, 1852, was brought as a child to San Francisco, and was from there appointed to the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, graduating in 1873. He was an instructor in physics and chemistry at the Naval Academy in 1875 to 79, and was in the office of the Nautical Almanac in Washington until 1880, when he resigned from the United States Navy. After spending several years studying in Germany and France, he became professor of physics at the Case School of Applied Science in Cleveland, Ohio, 1883 to 89. For the following 3 years he occupied a similar position at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. Since 1892 he has been professor and head of the Department of Physics in the University of Chicago. He is a member of various learned societies here and abroad, including a corresponding membership in the Académie des Sciences of the Institut de France. He won numerous prizes and medals for his great scientific achievements, some of which, like the Copley Medal awarded by the Royal Society of London and the Nobel Prize for Physics, both in 1907, indicate that he is recognized as one of the greatest scientists of the age. He is best known as the discoverer of a new method for determining the velocity of light. His younger brother, Charles Michelson, born in Virginia City, Nevada, 1869, editor of the Chicago American, and their sister, Miss Miriam, born in Calaveras, California, 1870, is a dramatic critic and has also written numerous short stories and several novels. Maurice Bloomfield, born in Bielitz, Austria, 1855, who was brought here at the age of 12, is a prominent Sanskrit scholar and is recognized as the chief living authority on the Atharva Veda. He has written several important works on his special subjects and has been professor of Sanskrit and comparative philology at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, since 1881. Jacob H. Hollander, born in Baltimore, 1871, who was appointed by President McKinley Special Commissioner to Puerto Rico and later Treasurer of that island colony, is Professor of Political Economy at the same university. Professor Hollander was appointed by President Roosevelt United States Special Agent on Taxation in Indian Territory, 1904, and was in the following year sent as Special Commissioner to the Republic of San Domingo to investigate its public debt and was the confidential agent of the Department of State with respect to Dominican affairs. Since 1908, he has been the financial advisor of the Dominican Republic. Professor Hollander takes an active interest in Jewish affairs and has contributed valuable papers on Jewish history to the publications of the American Jewish Historical Society, of which he is an officer. Professor Charles Waldstein, born in New York, 1856, the great authority on Greek art and archaeology of Cambridge University, England, is another American Jewish scholar of the highest type who is interested in Jewish matters. Among many other books, he wrote The Jewish Question and the Mission of the Jews, 1899. Louis Waldstein, the pathologist and author, born in New York, 1853, and Martin Waldstein, born 1854, the chemist, are his older brothers. Louis Einstein, born in New York, 1877, formerly Secretary of the American Embassy in Constantinople and later Secretary of Legation in Peking, who has recently been appointed by President Taft as United States Minister to the Republic of Costa Rica, is a brother-in-law of Professor Waldstein. Charles Gross, born in Troy, New York, 1857, died 1909, professor of history and political science at Harvard University, who was at the time of his death considered the chief authority in the world on English medieval and economic history, was one of the vice presidents of the American Jewish Historical Society, and contributed to our historical literature a profound study on the exchequer of the Jews in the medieval judiciary of England, and an English translation of Dr. Keyserling's notable work on the participation of the Jews in the discovery of the New World. Professor Edwin R. A. Seligman, born in New York, 1862, a member of the well-known family of financiers and philanthropists who began to lecture on economics in Columbia University, New York, in 1885, and has been professor of political economy there since 1891, is a recognized authority on the question of taxation and the author of standard works on the subject. Adolphe Kohn, born in Paris, France, 1851, arrival 1875, a son of the French Jewish philanthropist Albert Kohn, 1814 to 77, has been professor of Romance languages and literatures at Columbia since 1891. Jacques Loeb, born in Germany, 1859, the eminent biologist who taught at American universities for about 20 years, is now at the head of the Department of Experimental Biology at the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research in New York. The head of that institute is likewise a Jew, Dr. Simon Flexner, born in Louisville, Kentucky, 1863, formerly professor of pathology and anatomy at Johns Hopkins University, 1891 to 99, and at the University of Pennsylvania, 1899 to 1904. His serum for the cure of cerebrospinal meningitis is one of the great medical achievements of the age. Dr. Abraham Jacobi, born in Westphalia, 1830, arrival 1853, who came to New York after his participation in the revolutionary movement in Germany in 1848, was for more than 50 years professor of the diseases of children at the University of New York, Columbia, 1870 to 1902. He was highly honored on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of his birth in 1910, and was in the following year elected president of the American Medical Association. Fabian Franklin, born in Eger, Hungary, 1853, a nephew of Michael Heilprin, came here as a child and was educated in Washington. He was a civil engineer and surveyor from 1869 to 1877 and a professor of mathematics at Johns Hopkins University, 1879 to 1895. For the following 13 years, he was editor of the Baltimore News and is now, since October 1909, associate editor of the New York Evening Post. Adolf Heinrich Joseph Sutro, born at Aix-la-Chapelle, Rhenish Prussia, 1830, arrival 1850, died in San Francisco, 1898, was educated at the Polytechnic schools of his native country, and when he came to America, he was soon attracted by the discovery of gold in California, and from there went to Nevada. He projected and later, 1869 to 79, built the Sutro Tunnel under the Comstock Lode, and when it was finished, he settled in San Francisco, of which city he was elected mayor in 1894. It was said that he owned about 1/10 of the area of San Francisco, including Sutro Heights, which he turned into a beautiful public park and which became the property of the municipality after his death. His library, which consisted of over 200,000 volumes, contained over 100 rare Hebrew manuscripts. Abraham Gottlieb, born in Bohemia 1837, arrival 1866, died in Chicago 1894, graduated from the University of Prague, and was engaged as an engineer in the construction of an Austrian railroad when he went to America and settled in Chicago. When he was elected president of the Keystone Bridge Company, he removed to Pittsburgh, 1877. In that capacity, he constructed many bridges in various parts of the country, including the Madison Avenue Bridge in New York City. He returned to Chicago in 1884 and was for a time connected as consulting engineer and as chief engineer of the construction department with the World's Columbian Exposition. He also took an active interest in Jewish affairs and was for a time president of the Rodef Shalom congregation in Pittsburgh and later of Zion Congregation, Chicago. Charles M. Jacobs, born in Hull, England, 1850, who designed the tunnels which connect the Pennsylvania Railroad and the Long Island Railroad with the center of New York, is an English Jew who is considered to be the greatest authority on tunnel building, both here and abroad. Jews are well represented in the front ranks of the medical and the legal professions. Among the eminent physicians, besides those mentioned formerly, are men like Dr. Isaac Adler, born in Alzey, Germany, 1849, arrival 1857; Dr. Max Einhorn, born in Grodno, Russia, 1862, arrival 1884, both of New York; Dr. Jacob de Silva Solis Cohen, born in New York, 1838, and his brother Solomon, born in Philadelphia, 1857, who reside in Philadelphia, and Dr. Nathan Jacobson, born in Syracuse, New York, 1857, of the Syracuse University; Samuel Untermeyer, born in Lynchburg, Virginia, 1858, of New York; Louis D. Brandeis, born in Louisville, Kentucky, 1856, of Boston; Levi Mayer, born in Richmond, Virginia, 1858, of Chicago; and Judge Max C. Sloss, born in New York, 1869, recently re-elected Justice of the Supreme Court of California, of San Francisco, are but a few of the Jewish lawyers who have attained eminence in their profession. While the number of Jews who are prominent in commerce, finance, and industry is considerable, and some families, like the Guggenheims, Lewinsons, Schiffs, or Strausses of New York, and men like Julius Rosenwald and Edward Morris, born 1866, of Chicago, stand high in the world of large affairs, none of them is classed among the small number of immensely wealthy Americans. It is rather in the diffusion of wealth, in the large number and large proportion of well-to-do and affluent, than in the preeminence of the Jew as the greatest of capitalists, that the condition of the Jews in America is seen to the best advantage. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of History of the Jews in America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Jews in America by Peter Wiernik. Literature, Hebrew and English, Periodicals. Curiosities of early American Jewish literature which belong to the domain of bibliography, rabbinical works, responses, commentaries, and homiletics, Hebrew works of a modern character, Ehrlich's Mikra Ki Peshuto and Eisenstein's Ozar Israel, Neo-Hebrew poets and literati, Jewish writers in the vernacular, ghetto stories, writers on non-Jewish subjects, scientific works, writers on Jewish subjects and contributors to the Jewish Encyclopedia, A.S. Friedis, Non-Jewish Writers About Jews, Daly, Frederick, Davitt, and Hapgood, Journalists, Editors, and Publishers, the Ox Brothers, the Rosewaters, Pulitzer and DeYoung of Jewish Descent, the Jewish Denominational Press in English, the Sanatorium. Jewish literature in the New World, as in almost all countries of the Old World, begins with Hebrew works of a religious nature, and branches out on one side into the special dialect which is spoken by the Jews among themselves, and on the other into the vernacular. The strictly religious work is not the only one written in Hebrew for any length of time, for there is always a movement towards secular knowledge, which usually begins with a tendency to study Hebrew for its scientific value rather than for its sacredness. In modern times, this process of development can be traced clearly in Germany, Holland, Poland, and Russia, as well as in America, although here we are yet at the very beginning of our literary activity, and what has been accomplished until the present time may in the future be of more interest to the bibliographer than to the historian of literature. All that was written here by Jews for Jews in Hebrew, Judeo-Spanish, and English until about the middle of the 19th century, including the works and periodicals that have been mentioned in the preceding chapters, while the authors or editors were under consideration, mostly belongs to the domain of curiosities. It was only in the second half of the last century, when the number of Orthodox Jews and of those able to read modern Hebrew was fast increasing, that a serious attempt to write books for them was made in this country. The strictly rabbinical works, like responses on disputed points of religious law or practice, commentaries on parts of the Talmud, and homiletic works, represent the continuation of the most ancient form of Jewish literature, and deserve to be treated first. According to Mr. Eisenstein, the honor of being the author of the first book of American Responsa belongs to Rabbi Joseph Moses Aronson, deceased in New York, 1874, author of Matai Moshe, a work which, like numerous others by Orthodox rabbis of this country, was printed in Jerusalem. Other rabbinical works, of which there were written in this country a larger number than is generally supposed, include Heker Halakha, New York, 1886, by Rabbi Aaron Spivak, formerly of Omsk, Russia, Sefer Har El, on Tractate Bikurim of the Jerusalem Talmud, by Rabbi Abraham Elitzer Alperstein, Chicago, 1886, Shoel K. Inyan, Jerusalem, 1895, by Rabbi Shalom Elhanan Jaffe, born in Russia, 1845, Ha-Potea Ve Ha-Hotem, by Rabbi Benjamin Gittleson of Cleveland, New York, 1898, Torat Meir on Rashi's Talmudical Commentary, by Meir Freeman, New York, 1904. Yegiot Mordecai on the Talmud by Mordecai Garfield, Piotr Kow, 1907. Bet Abraham by Rabbi Abraham Eber Hirschowitz, Jerusalem, 1908. The Venerable Rabbi A.J.G. Lesser is the author of Bet Ha-Midrash, Chicago, 1897, which contains homiletics and halakha, and Rabbi Moses Simon Sivitz of Pittsburgh, born 1855, is the author of 4 books on various rabbinical subjects, all printed in Jerusalem. The number of works on Derush or homiletics is still larger, and includes Ha-Emet Ha-Ibria, Chicago, 1877, and Or Hai Lebabot, New York, 1885, by Jehiel Judah Levinson, deceased in New York, 1895, Aderet Zebi by Rabbi Zebi Lass, New York, 1902, Nimad Lamer by Zeb Dob Wittenstein, Cleveland, 1903, Shebiel Ha-Zohab by Rabbi Baruch Cohen, New York, 1903. Maseh Hosheb by Rabbi H.S. Brodsky of Newark, New York, 1907. Taomi Zebia, Chicago, 1891, by Baruch Edelson, 1815-91, on some difficult passages in Agadah, and Sharei Dea, New York, 1899, by Rabbi Shabbatai Sofer, belong to the same class, though of a somewhat different nature. The first substantial Hebrew book printed in America, Abnei Joshua, New York, 1860, by Joshua Falk ben Mordecai ha-Cohen, though nominally a rabbinical book, actually belongs to the more secular class of literature, which borders on Haskalah. The same can also be said of Holtzman's Emek Rephaim, New York, 1865, and perhaps also of Tub Tam in defense of the Jewish method of slaughtering cattle for kosher food, by Aaron Zebi Friedman of Stavisk, 1822-66, which is said to have been translated into English, German, and French. Ha-Manaim, New York, 1888, by Meyer Rabinowitz, and Wolf Scher's Neza Israel come nearer to the spirit of modernity or enlightenment, while works like Ha-Dat Ve-Ha-Torah, New York, 1887, and Metziat Hashem Ve-Ha-Olam, Ibid, 1893, by Shalom Joseph Silberstein, born in Kovno, 1846, arrived 1881, go far in the direction of free thinking. Valuable contributions to the science of Judaism were made by Nehemiah Samuel Leibowitz, born in Kalna, 1862, arrived 1881, author of a biography of Leon Modena, New York, 1901, and other works, by Benzion Eisenstadt, author of Hakme Israel Be America, Ibid, 1903, by Arnold B. Ehrlich, born in Vladauka, Russia, 1848, author of a remarkable commentary on the Bible, which he calls Mikra Ki Peshuto, Berlin, by Abraham H. Rosenberg, born in Pinsk, 1838, arrived 1891, of whose Ozar HaShemot, a cyclopedia of biblical literature, 4 volumes were issued in New York, and by Judah David Eisenstein, a prolific writer in Hebrew and English, who is now editing the Ozar Israel, a Hebrew encyclopedia, of which 7 volumes have appeared, and to which the editor is himself the principal contributor of articles. Rabbi Mordecai Zeeb, Max Raisin, born 1879, is the author of a short History of the Jews in America in Hebrew, which appeared in Warsaw, Poland in 1902. Of literature in the restricted sense, or fiction, hardly anything worth mentioning was written in Hebrew in America. But the study and writing of Neo-Hebrew cannot be thought of without the production of poetry, and some collection of Hebrew songs possessing considerable merit were published in this country, mostly by authors who acquired their reputation abroad before arriving in this country. The poetical works of Naftali Hirtz Imber, Menahem Mendel Dolitsky, and Isaac Rabinowitz, Ish Kovno, deceased in New York 1900, aged 54, belong to that class. And the same can be said of the quasi-scientific works of Joseph Loeb Sosnitz, 1837-1910, and Ephraim Dainard, born 1846, who has recently compiled a list containing about 600 names of works in Hebrew and Yiddish which appeared in the United States. There were also some earlier writers of Hebrew poetry in America, notably Moses Aaron Schreiber, who composed the centennial poem Minhat Yehuda in 1876, and the Hazan Chaim Weinshel, 1834-1900, author of Nitei Neimonim, New York, 1891. Gerson Rosenzweig, the epigrammatist and author of the excellent Talmudical parody Massacres America, who has also translated the American national songs into Hebrew, came here a young man, and his talent is more distinctively American. The Hebrew periodical literature, which begins with Hirsch Bernstein's Ha-Zofa Be-Erez Ha-Hadashah, 1870-76, which was mentioned in a former chapter, was never securely established in this country up to the present time. Most of the Hebrew journals or magazines, like Dainard's weekly Ha-Leomi and Rosenzweig's monthly Kadima, existed for less than a year. The Hekal Ha-Ibriya, edited by N.B. Edelson and S.L. Marcus in Chicago, appeared from 1877 to 1879 as a supplement to their Judeo-German Israelitisch press. Michael Levy Rodkinson, Frumkin, deceased in New York, 1904, aged 59, who later prepared a translation of parts of the Babylonian Talmud into English, edited his weekly Ha-Kol in New York for about 2 years, 1889 and 90. Wolf Schur's Hey Pizka, which was later called Ha-Tehiyah, appeared irregularly in New York, later in Baltimore, and still later in Chicago, during the last decade of the 19th century. The monthly Ner Ha-Marabi, edited by Abraham H. Rosenberg and later by Samuel Schwartzberg, existed less than 3 years, 1895 to 97, and another monthly, Ha-Modia La Hadashim, edited by Herman Rosenthal and Abraham H. Rosenberg, 1900 to 1, had a still shorter life. The weekly Ha-Ibri, which was founded by K. H. Saracen and edited by Gerson Rosenzweig, appeared regularly from 1892 to 1898. Moses Goldman, born 1863, arrived 1890, began the publication of his Ha-Leom as a monthly in 1901. It later appeared for several years as a weekly and afterwards for a short time as a daily. Since its suspension, America had no other Hebrew periodical until the Neo-Hebrew Literatur, Reuben Brainin, began to publish in New York, 1911, his weekly Ha-Deror, of which 15 numbers appeared. Rosenzweig's monthly Ha-Deborah and Rabbi T. Isaacson's Ha-Rabbani, also a monthly, are now the Hebrew periodicals appearing in the United States. The contribution of Jews to American literature consists mostly of descriptions of Jewish life and of what has lately become known as ghetto stories. Emma Lazarus, whose work was described in a preceding chapter, did not confine herself to Jewish themes, and was followed in this respect by other Jewish writers of her sex, like Mary Moss, the critic, Martha Morton, the playwright, and Emily Gerson Goldsmith, the author of juvenile stories. Annie Nathan Meyer, the founder of Barnard College, Columbia University, New York, also belongs to this class of writers, while Martha Wolfenstein, 1869 and 1906, of Cleveland, Ohio, belongs to the front rank of the other class of writers who attempted to depict Jewish life in this country or abroad. To the latter class belong Herman Bernstein, born 1876, arrived 1893, who writes on Russian as well as on Jewish subjects, Rudolf Block, born in New York, 1870, the journalist who writes of Jewish life under the pen name Bruno Lessing, Ezra S. Brudno, born 1877, Abraham Cahan, the labor leader and Yiddish journalist, Isaac K. Friedman, born in Chicago, 1870, and James Oppenheim, born in St. Paul, Minnesota, 1882, who has also written on other than Jewish subjects. To the same class may be added Rabbi Henry Ilyowitzy, born in Russia, 1850, deceased in London, England, 1911, who has lived in the United States more than 20 years and has written poetical and prose works, mostly on Jewish and Oriental subjects. Bret Harte, the poet and novelist, was of Jewish descent, but he cannot be considered a Jewish author. The works written on scientific subjects by Jews who have attained eminence in various branches of knowledge, some of whom were mentioned in the preceding chapter, are of a comparatively high standard of value. To these may be added the works of the art critic Bernard Berenson, born in Vilna, Russia, 1865, who now resides in Italy, of the anthropologist Franz Boas, born in Germany, 1858, of Columbia University, and of the statistician Isaac A. Howerwich, born in Vilna, 1860, arrived 1891, who was also an occasional contributor to the Jewish press. Morris Hillquit, born in Riga, Russia, 1869, arrived 1886, the socialist leader and historian of socialism in the United States, has likewise often written for various radical periodicals. Arnold W. Brunner, born in New York, 1857, the architect, has written works on cottages and on interior decorations. A considerable number of works on a variety of Jewish subjects were written by American Jewish scholars. David Werner Amram, born in Philadelphia, 1866, wrote The Jewish Law of Divorce, 1896. Maurice Fishberg, born in Russia, 1872, arrived 1890, is the author of The Jews, A Study of Race and Environment, 1911. Julius H. Greenstone, born in Russia, 1873, wrote on the Messiah idea in Jewish history, 1906, while Max J. Kohler, George A. Kohut, Henry S. Moraes, and numerous others wrote on American Jewish history in separate works, in the Publications and in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Isaac Markins, born in New York, 1846, is the author of The Hebrews in America, 1888, whose valuable material, like that contained in the works of the others mentioned here and in the notes, was utilized in the preparation of the present work. Abraham Solomon Freitas, born in Riga, Russia, 1867, arrived 1889, the eminent Jewish bibliographer at the head of the Jewish department in the New York Public Library, which contains one of the most valuable collections of Hebraica and Judaica in the world, donated by Mr. Jacob H. Schiff, is the author of bibliographical lists of Jewish subjects and of A Scheme of Classification for Jewish Literature, which is of great value to Jewish bibliophiles and librarians. Alois Kaiser, 1840 to 1908, and William Sparger are authors of A Collection of the Principal Melodies of the Synagogue, Chicago, 1893, and Platon G. Brunoff, born in Russia, 1863, the composer, has published, among other works, a volume of Jewish folk songs. The most notable of the books on Jewish subjects written by Gentiles in the United States is The Settlement of the Jews in North America by Charles P. Daly, 1816-99, which was one of the sources of the present work. Dr. Madison C. Peters has written several popular and sympathetic works about the Jews, while Harold Frederick's The New Exodus, New York, 1892, gives a vivid description of the conditions in Russia at the time of the renewed expulsions from Moscow and other places in 1891. Hutchins Hapgood, author of The Spirit of the Ghetto, and Myra Kelly, Mrs. Alan McNaughton, deceased 1910, are among those who attempted to describe the Jewish immigrant in his new surroundings in the thickly settled quarters in the first period after his arrival, when he was, in many respects, unintelligible to himself, as well as to others. As journalists, editors, and publishers of newspapers, a number of Jews have occupied, and still occupy, prominent positions. Mordecai Manuel Noah was one of the influential newspaper men of New York in his time. See above, page 162. Edwin de Leon, who has also been mentioned in a former chapter, was the editor of the Southern Press of Washington, which was at that time considered the representative organ of the Southern people at the national capital. Barnett Phillips, born in Philadelphia, 1828, deceased 1905, was for more than 30 years connected with the New York Times, which is now published by Adolph S. Ox, born in Cincinnati, 1858, who married a daughter of Rabbi Isaac M. Wise. A younger brother, George Washington Ox, born in Cincinnati, 1861, is now at the head of the Public Ledger of Philadelphia, and still another brother, Milton Barlow Ox, born in Cincinnati, 1864, was managing editor of the Chattanooga Times and is now the publisher of the Nashville American. Morris Phillips, 1834 to 1904, was the chief editor and proprietor of the New York Home Journal for a generation. Edward Rosewater, born in Bohemia, 1841, arrived 1854, died in Omaha, Nebraska, 1906, was for many years the editor of the Omaha Bee, which became, under him, one of the great newspapers of the Middle West, and is now edited by his son, Victor Rosewater, born in Omaha, 1871, who was a member of the Republican National Committee for the state of Nebraska. Philip Rappaport, born in Germany, 1845, was for nearly 20 years editor of the Indianapolis Tribune. Samuel Strauss of Des Moines, Iowa, owned the Register and Leader there, and was later publisher of the New York Globe. Joseph Pulitzer, born in Hungary, 1847, arrived 1864, deceased 1911, of the New York World, was of Jewish descent, and so is Michael Harry D. Young, born in St. Louis, 1848, who owns and edits the San Francisco Chronicle. Solomon Salas Carvalho, born in Baltimore, 1856, the son of the artist Solomon N. Carvalho, is the general manager of W.R. Hearst's newspapers. A large number of Jews hold various positions on the staffs of newspapers and magazines all over the country, from editors, literary, dramatic, and musical critics, down to reporters. Many are also engaged in the business parts of the work, as publishers, advertising managers, etc. The most important of the older Jewish periodicals in the vernacular were mentioned in former chapters. The Menorah Monthly, which was for many years edited by Moritz Ellinger, born in Bavaria, 1830, deceased in New York, 1907, was the best Jewish magazine in America, as well as the one which existed for the longest time. The New Era Illustrated magazine, which was published for several years by Isidore Louis, born in Albany, New York, 1850, of the editorial staff of the New York Tribune, was another valuable periodical. The Zionist Maccabean is now the only Jewish monthly magazine published in America. There is one semi-monthly, the B'nai B'rith Messenger of Los Angeles, California, established 1897, and over 20 weeklies, most of which are of only local interest. The more important are the American Hebrew of New York, established 1879 by Philip Cowan, born in New York, 1853, the American Israelite and its Chicago edition, founded by Isaac M. Wise in 1854, the Emmanuel of San Francisco, California, which was founded in 1895 by Rabbi Jacob Vorsanger, born in Amsterdam, Holland, 1852, deceased 1908. The Hebrew Standard of New York, established 1883 by Jacob P. Solomon, born in Manchester, England, 1838, deceased in New York, 1909. The Jewish Comment of Baltimore, established 1895, of which Louis H. Levin, born in Baltimore, 1866, is the editor. The Jewish Exponent of Philadelphia, established 1886. The Jewish Voice of St. Louis, established in 1884, and still edited by Rabbi Moritz Spitz, born in Hungary, 1848. The Reform Advocate of Chicago, established in 1891, and still edited by Dr. Emil G. Hirsch. One bi-monthly which deserves to be mentioned is the Sanatorium, edited since 1907 by Dr. C.D. Spivak, born in Kremenchug, Russia, 1861, and published as the organ of the Jewish Consumptives Relief Society of Denver, Colorado. End of chapter 42. Read by Marissa D. Six, Largo, Florida, July 18th, 2023.